Rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? I haven't even gotten to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another day of the Overwatch League. APAC is back. And oh boy, am I ready to dive in. It's been a good long while since we've seen all of your beautiful faces sitting behind those PC monitors. But I'm Achilleos, and that is Avril, just in case you may have forgotten. I know it's been a good long time since we've gotten to cast. But I'm ready to dive into the action and take a look at this wild new meta that we've got on our hands.
Oh, it certainly is. And look, our region in the East was already pretty wild even before Junker Queen came in the mix. I expected to only get more wild from here on out. We've had some crazy results in the West with the NA teams. Everybody's been beating everybody. The upsets have been in full swing. Clads have lost twice. I have no idea who's going to beat who here. I mean, maybe just beat anyone's game.
Well, starting things off, we're going to have the Shanghai Dragons going up against the Guangzhou Charge. And if it's anything like North America, Charge could be in with a pretty good shot at taking down the Shanghai Dragons, who didn't have the strongest showing over the midseason madness. First, though, let's go ahead and recap a little bit, take a look at our standings and see where everything lies here in the APAC region. Dynasty still well out in front, but the Hangzhou Spark, who are going to be facing off against them in our second series this evening, are nipping at their heels.
This is a big opportunity for the team to the bottom to try and catch up as well, because we are in the new stage, the new tournament, the Summer Showdown. Previous points from previous tournaments and tournaments, not previous qualifiers and the tournaments, don't apply. Everybody gets a fresh opportunity to make the next tournament. So for teams like Guangzhou, like the Valiant, like Chengdu have kind of missed out the entire way through, this is the opportunity, especially for Guangzhou. Brand new lineup. We'll have to look at their lineup very soon. But Shanghai, like you sort of mentioned, they need a little bit of a bounce back as well. Given that, okay, they did make tournaments. They have got points in there. They are third in the standings. They got knocked out probably a lot sooner in the mid-season madness than they wanted to.
They certainly did. Well, we'll see if they can have a stronger performance here as we take a look at the starting lineup. And we were talking about it before the show, while we were doing our rehearsal so many hours ago. And yeah, it's going to be Who Are You? Genji is back in the meta, which means that Who Are You is back in a starting five. And we've even got a photo for him this time around. Everything's just looking better here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. And it's good to see his familiar face. Void, of course, going to be starting as well here for the side of the Dragons. We'll see if that stays true or if they're going to maybe experiment a little bit with fate as we go through this, but we'll have to just wait and see.
And I think, Shanghai have been through multiple experiments with, okay, is it Void's time to play? Is he going to be the starting player? I think in Kickoff Clash he did play a decent amount. But then in Mid-Season Madness, Void was struggling, so they brought in Fate, and Fate started having a lot more success. Void ended up riding the bench here. Now as we head into the new meta for Summer Showdown, obviously we talk about Genji being important for Who Are You, but there's no clear indication of who the better Junker Queen is yet, and Shanghai, they put their trust in Void.
That they have. We'll see if that pays off or if they're going to have to reassess. But on the other side of the arena is the Guangzhou Charge, a team that is looking to really level up after an incredibly lackluster performance so far this season. You guys saw the record, the 1-11. It doesn't look great, but as you were talking about, Avril, this is a time for a fresh start. Wipe the slate clean. Come back in here now with this new meta and look to take hold of the region. If they can do that, then there's certainly an opportunity for them to bounce back.
I mean, in 12 regular season games so far, obviously no tournament entries for the Guangzhou Charge. They've only won one match out of a total 12. They're 1-11 record. That one game was versus Valiant in the first week. And since then, in this mid-season madness, after ending those qualifiers, they made some heavy roster swaps. They brought in 3 new players, with 3 very familiar players if you watched any Overwatch League in the Eastern region last year. Jimmy and Xerneas. Xerneas is Yveltal, just changed his name, so Jimmy and Yveltal joining in. After playing for the academy team of Guangzhou Charge called Ultra Prime Academy, which, by the way, I think is one of the cooler names out there. But Ultra Prime also had a Pritter on the team who was the superstar rookie on the Chengdu Hunters that got cut before the start of the season, that everyone, had basically said was going to be the top rookie prospect for the Chengdu Hunters, that ended up not being part of that team because Chengdu downsized. Now he's been picked up by the Guangzhou Chargers set, and he will hopefully be able to make his league debut. But it is going to be Jimmy starting over a Predator for now in a Sojin-based meta.
We'll see how they fare. The Guangzhou Charge, again, the numbers stacked against them, but as we have seen over in North America, anything can happen. They can go ahead and take down the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who will then make a tweet saying, this is insult or blah, 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 whatever, whatever the copy pasta is at this point. But, yeah, I mean, both teams have a lot to prove, given that this is going to be the first showing for the APAC region running this meta, at least in the Overwatch League, because you, of course, have had a good amount of experience casting this down contenders and whatnot. So this will be my first exposure, and I can't wait to get involved.
Oh, well, we'll see how you feel about it at the end of the night. Here, you're kind of like, I'm curious. Like, we'll see how it goes. By the end of the night, like, save me, please, release me from this prison. As I'm sitting there with the noose around my neck, like, first time, huh? Like,
yeah,
already been here for a month.
We'll see.
It will be interesting.
Could very well.
I think the good thing about the meta is, I mean, if you haven't paid attention to the West, we're playing Junker Queen. We're playing a lot of Junker Queen. I don't expect to see any other tank unless a team is trying to go for a desperation. Oh, it's 99% and we have to touch a Wrecking Ball kind of situation, or maybe a Doom in that same position. It's going to be all Junker Queen. It's going to be double main support as well. And I think this is only our second time ever with a double main support meta. The first was Season 1, Mercy Lucio. Since then, if my memory serves correct, we haven't actually had a double main support meta just yet. We've had a very diverse round of different metas for our support players, right? Because we've had the typical one main support, one flex support. We just had double flex support. Now we got double main support. And the interesting thing about this double main support combo is Yveltal, aka Xerneas, and Faraway have had plenty of time playing with each other on last year's very successful Chengdu Hunters. So in a very future matchup between Charge and Chengdu, that's going to be really exciting because there's a bunch of ex-Chengdu members on the squad. So I'm hoping for a lot of synergy between Xerneas and Faraway for that reason.
We'll see what happens. Far away right now, living up to the name. Not going to be playing over at his PC for the moment. So just wait for him to sit down, get everybody into the lobby, and then from there we should be able to get things underway. It's like I believe everybody on the side of the Shanghai Dragons, despite not having the cams on right now, should be ready to go in the lobby. So we're just waiting for everybody to get settled. It's the first day back. You got to get used to the schedule. Maybe wake up a little bit earlier than these players are used to, because even though it is in the evening, these are gamer hours we're talking about. So, could have had just Faraway and Jimmy just roll out of bed.
God, Seth, how on earth did anybody wake up for the mid-season madness schedules? I do wonder.
They didn't. They just stayed awake the whole night, and they just didn't sleep ahead of time.
Well, in the case of Charge, they didn't play the mid-season madness. They didn't have to change the sleeping schedule at all. But maybe the fates will change for this stage now with 3 new members coming on in, 2 of which will be joining the starting lineup for now. And, I think, could this be the time that, we've talked about players like Choice One and Krong being probably 2 of the better members on the Guangzhou Charge, and is it time that they have the right support structure with the level and quality of teammates around them? I know for some people, Jimmy might be still a little bit of a meme, because you remember Jimmy from last year playing for Chengdu, and he was a bit of a memey player. Custer had a lot of fun time watching this guy as well. But from looking at his time in Ultra Prime Academy in Contenders Korea, by the way, which is where they played, Jimmy was honestly one of the better Sojins that we'd seen. And there's a reason why he is starting over a Pritter. And a Pritter is generally regarded as the better player than Jimmy. But specifically for Sojin, Jimmy has been, in the games that I casted with both of them in, Jimmy was the better Sojin player. So I don't know if we're really going to see too much of a Pritter just yet for the stage, because he is still a rookie that hasn't debuted yet. And we won't be seeing him debut, at least not for map 1. Maybe there's another map he comes in for, but certainly not at this exact time. Really excited to see how Jimmy and Choice of One work together.
As am I. Well, the players are getting ready up in the lobby, so I think we should be jumping into our map set here in just a moment. Take a peek at where these teams are going to be clashing, as of course the pool has changed moving forward into this next block of the tournament. So we'll see where they end up clashing and if we get some new maps, because it's been a damn long while. And yet, out the rip, we'll be seeing Nepal, then go into Hollywood. I'm like, oh my god, I'm just now realizing how long it's been since I've gotten to commentate these.
I think Hollywood might still be one of my favorite maps ever. It is just such a sweet map design.
It's just,
especially
it's like right up there with King's Row. It's so nice.
I think so.
And like even.
Here's the only downside of, well, there's no real downside, but to set expectations properly as we head into map number 1 here on the poll. Last stage, Mid-Season Madness, I mean, we talked a whole bunch about map choices, team map drafting strategy, where teams might like to go. Here, not only because it's a new stage, but this particular meta, you're not expecting anything to really change between the maps because we're going to be playing pretty much 99% the same composition everywhere. So, and in kind of a way, it's a level playing ground for everybody. So we'll see how they manage that situation. As you can see on your screens, this is what we're playing. Jimmy and Lip will be changed to the Sojin, and out we go. Here we go. Nepal Sanctuary.
Swaps coming through. Is the Sojin just going to be a little bit further behind? Look at the join in. Quick to the point here. Are the Guangzhou charge already going to be set firmly? Is Krong taking a little bit of chip damage? Who are you trying to get up close and personal? But quite a bit of damage down onto Choice A1. The deflect now going to be popped. Choice A1 matching. They go ahead, go their separate ways. Just poking and prodding so far here on both sides. And as I know, this is going to be a lot of the gameplay for now. Big chunk of damage out of the Choice A1 though.
Shouts have been used at this stage while you low as well. He actually gets the fadeaway kill. Despite being on 1 HP, he gets a frag.
Yeah, amazingly manages to come up with that, stays alive. Knife does go out from Krong, just find Lip, taking him down, but widely the fight being won here, the point locked in from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Void now pushing in from behind, catches Krong unawares. Looks for a little bit more. Jimmy with a nice little rail headshot there to Lee Jae-gon will slow up the Lucio, but obviously he'll rejoin in rather quickly, and the Shanghai Dragons will be able to hold the point after the first fight victory.
It's so important for the Genji player to be pop-off here as well. It's what I think is the most important member on the team. I know Junker Queen is kind of the center stage character we all look at, but the Genji players make the plays, they get the frags. They are the ones that pop-off, have those huge moments with the dash reset. So, who are you? Very close to Blade already. Next fight starting.
There it is. Back to the poke and prodding, looking to build up for you with a very nice lead towards that Dragon Blade. Now just 7% left to go. Choice A1 so very far away. He's not finding nearly as many eliminations or just damage straight up. And yeah, we'll have to see when he does want to pull this. For now, he's split off away from the rest of the squad. 1% left to go. Finally, we'll go ahead and get the hit. And they've isolated Jimmy for the moment. Takes a slide, jumps back in onto the high ground. Now that's going to be the sound barrier coming in from Xerneas to go ahead and try and keep everybody alive.
Oh, clutch feet.
On the opposite side as the rallies come through from both sides as well. The blade's going to be pulled. Lip, rail shot there on the far away. Shuts down the rally from the side of the Guangzhou charge. The cleanup comes through. Who are you picking up to with his ult? Choice A1 will be the last one to fall. A little bit of stagger as the team kill comes in, and it's about to be 70% locked in for the side of the Dragons.
Yeah, and only now the Junker Queen's about to approach their first rampages so far. Choice A1 is obviously on the blade. There's no more support ultimate, so these rampages are going to hurt. This is real damage coming on through now as the blade from Choice A1. Really clutch beat coming through for Lee Jae-gon that saved Izyaki's life, otherwise he would have dropped his rally. So big plays there. The Sojin ultimate's also coming along for Jimmy and Lip.
Okay. He's going to go ahead and pop the overclock.
Oh,
Tons of damage on a Krong, and they interrupt the ult. Not going to be able to use it. Not going to find any of that heal tonight coming through. They just completely shut him out. Now Choice A1 in desperation pulls the blade, but there is nothing to be found. But Death is Who Are You? Cleans up 3 in the back end of the fight. A clean sweep, 100% to 0. Shanghai Dragons taking the first round.
Wow, I mean, technically speaking, I'll just backtrack on a comment I made. It wasn't a cancellation on Krong's rampage. He technically did hit Void, but because he died so early, he never got to extend the rampage past Void onto any other member of the Shanghai Dragons. So effectively, because it didn't really do anything to Void, he was still kept alive. He's a very tanky player. Yeah, the ultimate didn't get the value at all, and it comes through from a humongous headshot we saw from Lip's POV. Noting that the overclocks are available for both players, Lip pops it, gets an instant full charge headshot onto Krong, chunks him down, and then when the rampages are expended and exchanged, Krong is dead early. When your Junker Queen's gone like that, yeah, the fight's over.
Here's just the cleanup of Who Are You on the back end, just stopping Jimmy from being able to use his ult, immediately identifies where Choice A1 is at.
Yeah.
It just
Kills
cuts him
Choice
down
A1's
to size.
blade.
Cleanly done.
That's 2 ultimates that are expended and gone. So here we go, starting the new fight now. Already in the neutral on the side. Void low.
Yep, commanding shot already burns here. Krong's trying to keep everybody alive, and an immense amount of damage and pressure being applied, however, and he just cannot stay in the fight. Void comes up with the kill, the cleanup chase comes in as well. They're looking for some extra staggers while the point does get capped in the back. You can see just how deep, how confident they are playing this out, and Jimmy will end up falling. Lijigon again going to be a casualty, but can rejoin in very swiftly.
Who I used been sick so far. I mean, over the course of a round a little bit, he's already 10 out of 18 final blows for the Shanghai Dragons, so he's more than deadlifting currently. Expecting that to go on further forward. He is outpacing Choice F1. 2 opening neutrals in a row now towards the first blade by a lot, a fair margin. Look at that.
Who are you again? Just basically playing solo. Has a little bit of reinforcement there, but Choice F1 will manage to take him down to the very end. Nice little headshot coming through to get the punish. Now Void eliminated. It seems like Guangzhou Charge might get their first taste of cap on the point, as they will go ahead and find some extra kills in the back end. The support's falling down. Everybody else just heading for the hills, trying to stay alive. And the cap will be there. So finally gaining some percentage. 36 only picked up for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. So certainly is winnable for the side of the Charge to tie this up.
Well, this is the first team fight the Charge have actually won so far on this particular map over the course of a round and a bit now. So important they've done that. Also, killing Who Are You will slow him down slightly, or at the minimum allow Choice F1 to catch up, allow the supports to catch up as well, because you do need to counter this blade in some way. And both Xerneas are far away. Excuse the pun, but they're too far away from ults.
There's the pull. A good amount of healing coming through, just trying to keep everybody alive, but they end up falling in the end. Jimmy will answer back, but they lose 2. Trade up still going to be there for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They're looking to occupy the point. Dragon Blade not going to get a connection that they're looking for here as the rally comes rolling through from both sides. Lijigon still going to be holding onto the sound barrier. Xerneas now just trying to build up for one of his own, and Jimmy just pressured out. As soon as the overclock gets popped, he gets taken out. Choice A1 pulls the blade, dashing through, finds Izayaki. Now he's just slicing at air. The point already capped, the lead very much established here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. As Lijigon putting himself in a bit of a rough position, will end up falling in the end. However, can they get their way over to the point? Can they find more punish? So it looks like the answer is going to be yes. Krong does find one. Lip now, popping the nano clock, or the overclock. Doesn't have the nano, obviously, to go with it. Just looking for an extra shot.
Nice shot.
Choice A1 lines them up. Choice A1 just kind of diving right in front of that one, and the point will be held by Dragons.
A very clutch overclock coming on through, and this is kind of what we're seeing through these teams as well, where both teams are not willing to give up these fights. Contra Charge holding the initial cap up to 34, expended ultimates. Rally, I believe, a 3-man rally. Izayaki responds with his own rally for a 4-man. And the teams just have a very long extended fight that eventually goes the way of Shanghai Dragons. They're now forcing a final fight situation. Rampage versus nearly a Rampage, but the beat is available for Xerneas. He will need to hold that for the Rampage.
Yeah. Has it at the ready, unless they can get a massive shutdown onto Void like we saw happen to Krong at the very end of that first round. Might be able to find some good value. So yeah, Xerneas does need to be ready. The touch is there. Jimmy finding one. Lip going to be taken out now. Beat going to be dropped in by Xerneas. Just going ahead, shielding everybody up. Who are you, however, still managing to find Choice A1. Jimmy trying to line up that shot, manages to get it. Izayaki out of the fray, and now it seems like the Guangzhou Charge should be able to yet once more fight back. The flip will be there. They're starting at 35%, so they need to hold this for a damn long while, but they might just be able to get some additional staggers as they look to try to take down Void, who is currently still segregated from the rest of the squad off on the flank here.
It's too hard to go after them because they lost Krong, so they need their own main tank, or they don't really want to go and aggress into Void on their own, especially when the healing is so good. The support's still alive to keep Void up. So it's just going to be a bit of a reset here. Shanghai Dragons don't lose extra. Jimmy with a huge heroic, so double kill there to really set the stage. Krong now has sole ultimate available for both teams.
He does, but a couple people not too far behind, far away now. Has the rally online, pops that one, Krong going low. It's the anti out onto 2 from the Rampage. Kill's not there to follow, however, but the point's still being held. Shanghai Dragons forced back to retreat. Choice A1 plays forward on the corner now, has to back away, but Xerneas, he's overstepped. Lip lines him up, gets him in his sights. A great rail headshot to go ahead and take down the enemy Lucios. They look to take the point.
What happened to
Choice off the side of the map somehow. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a missed dash. Either way, that could be catastrophic, and that could absolutely cost them, and it seems like it's going to. The flip comes in. Choice A1 respawning right as his Dragon Blade becomes available, but will he get to use it? Blade is pulled from Who Are You. They take down Xerneas. That was their time buy. That was their delay. And the OT will go ahead and drain down. The second round taken by the Shanghai Dragons, which means they pick up the first map of Nepal.
It could have been a unregistered boop kill as well. Sometimes, you know, I think on
could happen.
These kind of beta 2 patches, sometimes you do have boop kills, but it doesn't credit the kill to the person doing it. So it could have come from anybody between Yuziaki and Lee Jae-gon. Who knows at the end of the day? I have to assume Choi doesn't make mistakes like just dashing off the map, but it is pretty tragic that that kill came on through. However, you know, some of the other kills that came on through as well, Xerneas being shut down as he's trying to wall ride and make a play. I can't really fault him for that, because as a Lucio player, especially on a map like Sanctum, you want to be displacing, you want to go for boops, you want to make plays happen. Lip gets the kill, but the best thing that Shanghai Dragons did was they disengaged from Krong's rampage. They didn't really lose anybody at all. Krong was caught between the rock and a hard place. Does he go for it? Does he not go for it? If he doesn't go for it, the Shanghai Dragons have counter ultimates available, so they felt pressure to do it, and well, if they can't get a successful rampage, they don't win the fight, they don't win the map.
Well, some signs of life pulse felt there from the side of the Guangzhou Charge in the second round, but unfortunately not able to extend it into a third on Village. But that is the Shanghai Dragons drawing first blood, getting that map lead. Now we'll turn our sights over to Hollywood as we get ready to go into Hybrid. We'll see whether or not the Guangzhou Charge can continue to look alive and find some footing, tie things up, or if the Shanghai Dragons will be able to take it to series point. That's going to come up in just a few minutes, but first we'll have a quick little break, so don't you go anywhere. And we are back. The Shanghai Dragons able to take Nepal, which was great to see Nepal. Unfortunately, we didn't get the World Tour. We didn't get to go all the way to 3 rounds. Guangzhou Charge fighting back just a little bit there on Sanctum, but unfortunately cannot get the win. Now we turn our sights over to Hollywood, a map once more that I haven't gotten to cast in quite some time, so I'm looking forward to this one. A breath of fresh air as we move into Hybrid to see whether or not the Charge can, in fact, tie this up.
And I'm very curious as to how teams will navigate the B point specifically around all the different high grounds. The elevator control will be obviously quite important. This is the type of meta as well where, you know, if you are a ground-based team like a Jungle Queen composition is, and you want to be taking the high ground, somebody still has to push the payload. So realistically, we're talking about kind of like a 4-man take of the high ground with maybe a solo pushing Genji that needs to dash up and help. So it'll be interesting how teams handle it, but don't expect any changes to the composition between the teams. It really is just Jungle Queen all the way.
Let's see how they decide to pilot this one as we jump into the action. Standard California, well, I can't say that word, person. Showing their, flexing their wealth on all of us.
I don't know if anyone would ever, I say no one would ever have a plate like that, but
oh, it
somebody
exists.
would. Probably somebody does.
This is based on reality for sure. Spend enough time in Los Angeles and you'll see some
life
stuff.
Imitates art.
Yep. Art imitating life. Well, first on the defense here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. And it would be wild. I would love for the Shanghai Dragons to just run what they have currently hovered, but just for an experiment. But we know what this is going to be.
It's not impossible to see a fire. The problem is, I mean, the fire gets very easily countered by an echo, which is the only time that you will see an echo, and then you have this rock, paper, scissors thing where then one team goes an echo and the other one responds by going back to the Genji. But you know, as expected, we're just going to play the same things here. Lev has had a pretty big game so far in the Sojourn, I've got to say. I mean, I still remember that massive headshot shutdown to Krong on our first round. Big rotation coming through the left. Well, actually, not in a complete rotation, trying to bait Guangzhou Charge, and maybe it worked.
Alright. Nade coming down, just to stop them from advancing forward over towards the stairwell. Up onto the high ground here is Jimmy, quickly going to be dropping down as that rail charged up. Clips who are you right in the wings, but it's not enough to find that elimination yet. Still hovering in low HP, Lijigon going to his rescue.
Charge have lost some
up there
space.
into the cafe.
Look how far back they are.
Yeah. Hell of a lot of space being given up. The point now being occupied. The contest is there, however. Just need to get a pick to try to win out this fight. Stop the cap from coming through, but Zernies is going to be the first one to fall. Who are you getting on top of him? And Void able to find the shot. The Jagged Blade as well through to Jimmy. Cuts him down to size. 2 quick picks coming in now. A tick already established. The second one getting ready to roll through from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Bit of a fight back though. But as I say that, Choi Se-Wan, he finds one, but they will lose their main tank. Deflection will expire. Who are you? Just waits it out, gets the melee shot. Cerny is just now re-arriving to the fight. It's immediately going to be taken down once more, and the cap will come in. Not even 2 minutes to go ahead and snatch up point 8. It's now 5 minutes plus in the time bank as we move into the streets phase.
I mean, that was just masterclass from the Shanghai Dragons, choking the Guangzhou Charge out. You see the positional difference there. They begin with this kind of rotational bait to already misposition the Charge by forcing the Charge back from applying pressure towards the choke, and then further from that, just the exchange of damage means that Charge, they have nowhere to play through. Xerneas gets caught out, and it's perfect staggering of deaths as well, so that Charge can never regroup as 5 for a retake. Now the Shanghai Dragons, like I said, with plenty of time available and ultimates available as well, who are you once again outpacing Choi by quite a fair margin.
Hart steadily moving forward for the time being as the Charge occupy the high ground. At some point, going to have to drop down. Look to contest this, maybe around the final corner. There it is. Pulse getting ready to come online, though. Who are you holding his own? It's going to be commanding shout, trying to get everybody up the rampage from Void. Going to take down Krong as they just duke it out right in melee range. And now Void has an opportunity to go ahead and overtake the lead. Quick dash to the side. Zerny is dead. Cart again opened up, and it's making such fantastic pace here for the side of the Dragons.
You have to question how Krong dies mid-rally as well. He's being supported by 2 supports AoE healing, plus extra rally, green HP as well. Plus, you have to imagine the shout. I couldn't remember where Krong applied it, but the shout would have been in there as well. That was the cheapest fight possible with Dragons. They only use a rally, they get a full 5-minute wipe, and they get rid of the rally on the other side as well.
Now it's going to be the blade pulled out. Sound barrier from Xerneas in response to try to keep everybody alive. Jimmy pops the overclock, but everybody just piles in on top of him. Just no way for them to peel, no way to try to keep him alive. They do get the nice ante out on 2 more members. The Izayaki can take it down. Krong finding 1 with the Jagged Blade. However, trying to keep them in this, but the overclock is going to expire here rather soon. Still, however, managing to find another kill in the follow-up. Who Are You gets one of his own. Krong down to a sliver of HP, trying to hide out behind the backside of the limousine, but there's just nowhere for him to go. The cleanup will come in with 2 members left standing.
Man.
It looked like the cleanup is going to be there. Choice They Want desperately swaps over to the Tracer just to try to get the tag and keep this contested, but the cart has already capped B, so now it's 4.5 minutes for the final stretch.
I mean, not bad contesting by Choi as well. It's very low risk. You'll see that when Choi respawns back, he'll be on the Genji with the advanced ult charge as well. So coming back on a Tracer, doing some damage. He only lost, 10% ult charge with the new DPS passive. That's pretty worth in terms of at least draining a bit of time down for the Shanghai Dragons. But ultimately, those Shanghai Dragons, they won 100% of the fight so far. Lip and Hua Yu both popping off insanely hard. Krong taking a lot of heat. I mean, getting solo killed by Void and just generally under so much pressure the whole game.
Solo ult now available here for the side of Void. As they get moved out, getting ready to exit this warehouse, they certainly could set up for a big ante, but it's actually just going to only find 2. Krong and Xerneas, however, still going to be prime targets, and Lip is able to take the alley-oop, the setup there, and taking down the main tank. Just chasing forward. Who Are You again, just playing with reckless abandon. Doesn't really need to be concerned too much for his own health. He knows that he is the one to be feared right now. Dashes up into the stairwell, finds Xerneas. Farway's taken down, and as everyone gets corralled up into the high ground, the cart glides through to the finish. 3.5 minutes evenly on the clock here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
And again, it's a flawless fight because what you see here is the isolation of the kill to Krong. It doesn't need to be the world's biggest rampage. You would love to see a big rampage from Void, but credit what credit is due. The silver lining for the Chargers, they spaced well. When you know the other team has a rampage available, you cannot stack as 5. You need to be spacing properly. So you had from this position, you can see from the left and the right side, Charge playing both sides of the map and the main at the same time. The rampage comes on through, connects onto 2, believe Krong and Xerneas. They focus all damage onto Krong. When he goes down, the other 4 members don't have a lot to do there. It's hard for them to engage. It's hard for them to make anything happen. So they're just waiting for Krong to respawn. While that's happening, Dragon's still pushing them, corralling them upstairs, like you said. But once they are upstairs, it is prime dash AoE territory for Who Are You, where he just goes through everybody. They rinse out the Guangzhou charge. Krong finally respawns, but his team is dead, and the cap is there.
Yeah, and we just saw that replay there. Those 2 crucial kills coming in from Lip. And honestly, I mean, maybe I was misreading it, the scenario that they were in, but it felt like if he doesn't get that last shot across on a Farway, there's a real opportunity for Charge to be able to hold that. And from there, who knows what the time bank looks like. But Lip, when he needs it, when his team needs him the most, he manages to deliver. Who Are You as well, just playing incredibly cleanly on the Genji right now, as we have come to expect. They managed to get that cap, and they finish it out in a pretty quick pace.
I gotta say, I think Who Are You's been the most consistently good player on the entire Shanghai Dragons roster so far. Given that he didn't play at all in Mid-Season Madness, when he was on for Kickoff Clash, a lot of success in KC for the Dragons. I attribute to how good Who Are You's Genji was, and we're back into another Genji meta. And straight away, first blood, found by Who Are You.
Yeah. Xerneas is taken down once more. Just Who Are You identifying prime targets, says, yep, that's the guy we got to go for. Jumps on top and finds the kill. Now looking for Farway as well.
So good.
Right click will just headshot him. Yeah, it's just incredibly clean from him. It takes all the way up to the spawn doors. And that is a message sent here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who are looking to close out this series very quickly.
I've got a guy called Lip on their team, but Who Are You is the one that completes the Kiss the Spawn Door challenge. As, you know, singing the praises of Who Are You, he really is such a powerhouse in any Genji meta. And, you know, when players like Choi, who are also in their own rights pretty good at Genji, struggling to keep up, this is maybe Charge's opportunity to push on N. As Dragon's back on out.
Okay.
Lip doesn't get
good
a shout.
kill picked up here. That opens it up a bit. Rail not going to connect. Choice They Want dashing in, and yeah, all of a sudden this is falling apart here. The follow-up defensive positioning here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons getting punished. Charges pile in on top of them, get the extended team kill, and now they will go ahead and find themselves a cap. The likelihood of being able to play this in any way, shape, or form is very unlikely.
Very potentially greedy by Shanghai Dragons in 2 separate ways. One, they held very closely on the Hollywood A kind of archway when they didn't need to do that. You can play the choke point. Why are you the one in the choke point? Force Charge to come through the choke. And then when they disengage, they actually used the shout late, which means they didn't save Lip. As I mentioned, Lip did not catch the bonus green HP from the shout, so he just dies. Dragons, had they just disengaged maybe a little bit early and actually applied the green HP shout, they would have saved Lip. Opening this fight, Lip gets the kill anyway, so looks like Dragons okay here.
Yep, nade coming down. They immediately establish card control right at the archway. It's going to be a really precarious spot to try to break through. His lip will find a follow-up shot. Zerny is taken down right as Choice A1 was going to be coming, or rather Jimmy was going to be coming right back into the fight. Clock now set up for him as he occupies the high ground. DPS ult's about to be up for both squads. It's just going to come down to who can perform the best.
They're backing out. They're going to commit to this one.
Oh my god. Oh, this is brutal. They just basically need to go for a reset, get everybody back up, and then push out of here.
No one wants to ult.
This is basically going to be a 10 ults once these.
I was going to say, everybody's about to have an ultimate, but because Dragons get these opening picks on Lip's railgun, no one needs to ult. Charge don't want to ult 4v5 in that situation at spawn. Dragons know they don't need to do anything. If Charge ult, then Dragons respond. While you low, though, that's a problem.
Okay. Managed out there. Void helping to keep Who Are You alive as Jimmy again getting jumped on as he tries to pop the ultimate. Lip as well, just kind of hugging back, just threatening it. And this is still valuable for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, even if they don't get any eliminations off the back of those ults. Now the Blade's going to be coming through. Later beat here for the side of the Lee Gaunt. The shielding's going to last a little bit longer for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Riley's now rolling because they want the later Blade. He's looking to punish the back of these shields expiring, but he gets pushed away. Anti out onto 4 members. Huge rampage set up there from the side of Void, really just locking back the charge, keeping them at an arm's length. Now he's pushing forward, looking for more. Got that Blade into Krong, pulls it back out, managing to find the elimination. And wow, all the ults being thrown at it. Krong not quite being able to get a rampage of his own, but otherwise, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this fight. But it is the Shanghai Dragons who managed to persevere, only losing out on Lip.
But that's the thing, right, Achilles? We talk about the fact that maybe we will see 10 ultimates in that particular fight, but there was one ultimate missing. Krong was just a hair's breadth away from finding his own rampage. I believe he even dies at 98 to 99. Void has a rampage, gets the jagged knife connection on Krong, which means he pulls him back and gets the execution. Krong, no chance to ult, and that ended up being the one ultimate that was missing for the charge that could have made a difference.
Yeah, and he's going to try to use it here to break to the point. It is a massive rampage, catching on a 4, but they need some more follow-up kills. Who Are You? Dangerously low, the dash through from Choice A1. Does go ahead and cut him down to size, so it seems like finally some breathing room is available for the side of the Guangzhou charge as they clean up the team kill. But there's still so much distance that they need to close out, and given the time bank situation right now, even with the bump up on B, they are not going to be able to best the Dragons.
I think that's maybe a little bit, again, a greedy situation from the Dragons. Twice now that'll say once on A and here as well, where they spaced poorly versus the Rampage. They should have known the Rampage was coming. We're very deep into the map now. Krong absolutely has it. There's no reason that they are stacking that hard. So when you have like a 4-man catch on the Rampage, yeah, it's not going to go well for Dragons.
Not at all. Decent high ground contest is here for the side of the charge. The card in the meantime, though, not advancing forward. Just going to be held in place. A little bit of a dynamite burn there on Who Are You? Holds him at bay for a moment, but yeah, the Blade about to be available. Now has it. He's going to pull it immediately. Dashing in. Sound barriers there from Xerneas. Looking to get on top of Faraway. The double dive coming through. Lip is there to back him up. They will find that kill. It's at the cost of Izayaki, however. So it will just be a trade out on the Brigade as the card still inching forward. So Who Are You? Looking for another target that he can slice and dice. Sound barrier out from Legion on. Using this one early. Choice A1 says, okay, I'll just hold on to the Dragon Blade, wait for the shields to go away.
It's because Dragons were low. Dragons were low HP, so Lee Jae-gon was pressured to use it now. Choi has a big opportunity.
Dragon's going to need to look to try to shut him down as quickly as they can. This overclock certainly could do the trick if he nails it. They identify Lip's position. They look to try to get him out of the fight. Lee Jae-gon as well. A target. You see Choice A1. He's a dog at a toy store. He just doesn't know which way to look. Everybody just kind of drawing attention. He's not really able to focus in on a single target to find a kill. Rail at the ready deflection being used. Lip managing to survive for just a second longer, but Krong eventually does manage to find that kill. Second Blade not going to connect. Void just dipping in and out of the saloon here, keeping the cart locked into position. Who Are You taking down the DPS now? Out of the fight, Void retreats, looks to get topped back up. Still such low HP on him, and eventually he will get taken down as Krong picks up 2. Seems like the cap on the beat coming through here for the side of the charge, but it's with only 1 minute and 40 seconds now to look to finish the map.
It's a Herculean effort. Maybe they can get the kill to Who Are You here as well, which is would be really good staggers, but it seems like the healing is there now. Yeah, the supports from Dragons have respawned, so well, you are going to live, and this time as well, respecting the damage output. Void's going to take no chances, just pop the shout straight away. No real push coming through. I was going to say the payload's only just been touched now by the charge. There's a little bit of a stall on the payload as the doors open, but need to get that going as time is an issue, as you've mentioned. I don't know whether Bob won the last fight either, but I don't know if it made a huge difference. Certainly, they still got a couple of kills that enabled the 5v3.
Yeah. quick pull there on the choice one with the Jagged Blade, but he's behind the pillar, so they can't find the punish. Double rampages at the ready, and okay, a 6-man hit from Krong. But can they get the kills in the back end while they're down Jimmy? Seems the answer is going to be yes, at least good for one. Choice one dives forward, finds the Lucio. Xerneas as well, getting his hands dirty. We'll take down Lip. A little bit of space opened up here for the side of the charge. Get ready to go up the final ramp towards the golden box of victory.
That's a lot of players alive for Dragons, considering they all got hit by the Rampage. No Bob in their team, though, so just the 5 instead of the 6 Achilles. But in either case, we're waiting for Void now to pull the trigger on his own Rampage. He's been holding this one since B. Can and will be countered by Xerneas.
Did I say 6-man ante? Old habits die hard.
6-man ultimate. Back in Overwatch 1,
there you go. It hit 5 and Krong is another person. That's 6. That's just math. Xerneas going low to get anteed out. Manages to survive. Drops the beaten for his squad. Now going to be matched as well by Lee Jake on the rallies, rolling on the back end. Void finds the first kill as well. Taking down the blade. Now going to be pulled out, and Jimmy is dead before he can get the bomb, and everybody's zoned away from the cards. Shanghai Dragons just completely flushing them out here. It was looking decent for the charge to be able to take this into overtime rounds. The Dragons, they put their foot down and they say no. They put an end to it, and now they move up 2-0 in the series.
And you know it's rough for the charge when, only twice am I really nitpicking mistakes from the Dragons, and even then, it's not even them making any major mistakes. It's, okay, they do lose a couple fights out of just kind of like greedy situations or slight misreads on respecting Krong's Rampage, etc. But outside of that, it's full domination. Who are you and Lip both outperforming their counterparts on the other side. Troy actually stepped up this map compared to what we saw in Nepal. Unfortunately, Krong can't really hold his own versus Void here. Void is extremely outpacing him. The supports are all doing as they normally would. It's good to see that Faraway and Xerneas are trying to get a little bit more active in the kill feed, but they're also being punished a little bit more as well. Xerneas is very much trying to make plays happen, and he has been caught out for that.
That he is. Well, Guangzhou charge, again, looking a little bit better here. Some good punishes coming through when the Shanghai Dragons do take a bit of a poor positioning, or when they take up poor positioning, but just can't quite get to the end of the line, cannot take it into overtime. Now need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be walking away victorious here in their first showing on the Junker Queen meta. We'll see if they can get it done, though, as we get ready to go into Circuit Royale, see if there's going to be any change-ups as well. Maybe APAC's got a little bit of a different read for that typically sniper-heavy map. We'll see what happens. I'm going to come back for the break, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, and maybe going into what could be the last map of this first series after our long little break of the midseason madness. If you haven't tuned in, and you're just tuning in, joining us now, it's a 2-0 lead for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who are looking very much at home in this meta. Who Are You, especially coming back out on his signature Genji, has just been cutting up the competition, the Guangzhou Charge, while finding a little bit of value there in Hollywood. Yeah. Unfortunately, just can't finish the map. So here we are.
Yeah, it's been tough so far for the Guangzhou Charge. To be fair, it is a new team as well. I mean, we have some fresh expectations in terms of maybe thinking that Charge will do better, but losing to Shanghai today, if this does indeed become a 3-0, even a 3-something else scoreline for Shanghai, who look incredible here. I mean, Charge would have to reverse sweep to even have a chance. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, because Dragons are a team that, despite not doing great in midseason madness as far as the tournament goes, this is a brand new meta for them where they get to play Who Are You again, and he has been, I think, the most important player on this team so far, which is not something I would have said going into this year. Certainly not something I would have said last year when Who Are You didn't see a lick of gameplay. Now, he is like the centerpiece for Dragons' success. I don't think they can win without Who Are You currently. So, with Who Are You steadily back in and carrying and leading the way at the tip of the spear for the Dragons, it's going to be rough for the Guangzhou Charge. I don't think that's a strange thing to consider.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Who Are You is very much now in this season earning his championship ring, where he just didn't get to see any play time. Now he's really kind of doing double the amount of work, and it's been wonderful to see for the side of the Dragons. I'd agree. I think he is the best looking Genji that we have here in the region. So he's been utterly incredible. Fleta, we've seen him pick up the Genji as well, and while it's still good, we know Fleta is an incredible player. He's got a really deep hero pool. It just has not been anywhere close to the level of just mastery that we have seen from Who Are You.
I think, right out there is one of, if not the best Genjis, and that was, I think, true in Kickoff Clash, true historically, pre-Owl, and now he's got to make that argument happen again, and plenty more games as we play full round robins here in APAC between each stage, so more opportunities for the Charge to show that their new roster can indeed work, and more opportunities for Shanghai Dragons to prove that they can be the top team in the region again, overtaking Spark, Seoul, Fusion, all those types of teams. At first, we've got to get through Circuit Royale. You asked if we could maybe see some different stuff from coming on through Lippis, considering the Ashe, which is not an uncommon pick for this meta. Certainly not as common as the Sojin, but Ashe does see some value.
She does. Well, so does Who Are You. He continues to find it as we play a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie.
How many is that?
And yeah, I don't know.
A lot.
I couldn't begin to. Yeah, it is a lot. Well, there will be a trade out here on the Briggs, but now Krong is going to be taken down, so things very much broken open on its attack to the side of the Dragons. As Who Are You once more is just fearlessly pushing forward. Pusewan kind of getting bogged down a little bit there by the light fixture or whatever the hell that is on the building, but either way, he dies. That's a stagger, and the cart pushes forward.
Doesn't take long for the Dragons to get out of spawn, and we talked about Ashe maybe seeing a bit of gameplay, but Lips straight away back on the Sojin. I think the best chance to see Ashe is a map like Dorado, or maybe even Gibraltar, but especially Dorado, where the high ground, low ground does make a difference. But Sojin just a safe pick here as we move back into territory of our second neutral, as the other clear thing about this sort of compositional meta is that we don't really have any ultimates by the second fight, sometimes not even by the third fight. So 2 neutrals in a row here.
Rail has been charged up. It's going to be Jimmy who actually manages to find some value first and foremost. Who Are You taken down now? It's going to be, the shout coming through from Krong, chasing forward, looking for some extra kills, and it's going to be a good halt to the cart. 1.5 minutes now taken out of the time bank here from the side of the Charge on the defense.
Of the, I think, so far 3 team fights that the Charge have managed to win across 2 and a bit maps now, they have been mostly off the back of, well, this time it'll be Jimmy taking down Lip, but I was going to say killing Who Are You early, which forces the entire Shanghai Dragons team back. So Jimmy is currently keeping the team well and truly head above water, as that'll be at least 2 skirmishes, one where I don't know if we could call those 2 team fights, but certainly 2 situations where an opening pick from Jimmy will force the Dragons back.
Yep. Not quite able to find some connections here on the follow-up shot, so it doesn't build up for another rail, try to get an extra punish.
Choi has more ult charge than Who Are You now, because Dragons have had to back up twice.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out too. First time that he's actually kind of been ahead of Who Are You here. Good feeling, but Who Are You obviously not that far behind. He never is. 6% left to go for a blade of his own. Quite a bit of damage coming through. Hit one, jumping forward, blade pulled. Void already going to be taken down. Frontline broken open. Reflection going to be used. Is who are you? As that expires, will get railed. Jimmy finding that kill. And once more, they chase forward over towards the spawn doors. And this is looking great from the side of the charge. And as it's looking a little too good, the pause will have to be called.
Moon's calling timeout. Moon's like, this is not how it's supposed to go down, guys. We're calling timeout.
I don't know what's going on, but this isn't what's supposed to happen. I need a timeout stat.
Oh, man. Moon ain't happy. All right, we'll figure out what's going on here. Probably just a technical thing. But this has been the most positive start for Guangzhou Charge map so far. I mean, they've won 2 skirmishes and 1 team fight now, where Dragons haven't really been able to get on board. So the early blade from Choi does allow the Charge to get some mad value here. Dragons, interestingly enough, will not use the sound barrier to respond to that. So they're going to opt to save it. As we'll head back in, we'll see how that gets applied as Who Are You does respawn. So we're going to get into the next fight with plenty of ultimates now starting to actually come online for both teams.
Okay, well, whatever the issue was, very quickly dispatched, so good to see. 3 ults held on either side as the Aki to have that rally as well, though. And there's going to be overclock popped on either side. Jimmy looking to match. Shout out from Krong. Now the rally going to be popped. Sound barrier dropped in by Xerneas. Shooting everybody up.
That's too much. They should have rallied
target.
first.
Hasn't really been able to get anybody to hit there. Xerneas does get clipped by one little rail in the back end, but now the blade gets pulled out. For you looking for a target, catches Krong, chases up, looks to get on top of Jimmy. With the help of Izayaki, they will. So it seems like with just basically everything invested, they will be able to break through and get the cap here onto point 8, which is 25 seconds remaining. So not too much time bank to work with here for the Dragons as they look to just go ahead and get these split spawn staggers.
Yeah, these are going to be huge kills as well because half of the Charge team have spawns that are all the way back on the C point. So these guys that have just respawned are got to be dead. I mean, Krong, surely there it is. Even DJ Golden's even supplying damage. He's trusting Who Are You was going to get it done. I got to talk about the ultimates for the Charge there a little bit. I mean, what was going on? Why did they respond to an overclock with the sound barrier? Izayaki popped the rally to respond to Jimmy's overclock, but then for the Charge side, they did it the wrong way around. They should have done rally first, saved the beat for the blade, and because the beat was out of the way and Fireway pops the rally afterwards, Who Are You doesn't care. He just blades through the whole thing and wins.
He does. He's carrying them to victory. Pressure here to stop. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a 5-man, not a 6. I can count now. Leave the past in the past, but yeah, what an absolutely explosive little fight there from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, all set up by Void to capitalize swiftly and perfectly off the back of those antis, and yeah, as you say, the cap will be there.
I mean, this B, I've used the word flawless a number of times now, but maybe there will be a contest. 1 meter rather left remaining.
They need to stay on this, and right now it's only Xerneas who's playing forward. He will get punished for it, so that should just lead to the cap now that they lose out on one of their supports. Yeah, pushing forward. Now 3 minutes remaining here.
2 wipes back to back. Yep, 5-man. I respect that Charge went for the final contest there because you don't feel good about leaving the payload alone. And oh, okay, goodbye, Xerneas.
Okay.
Lip senders regards. Yeah, but the problem there was Krong gets chunked out straight away. So when Krong has low HP and he has to back out, the next person that touches is probably a support player or maybe Choi. But Choi doesn't want to risk his life because he wants the blade. So obviously the support player is going to die to cover for. You don't have an off tank yet to cover your main tank when he has to back out. So that situation was hard to play for the Charge, and they've lost 10 members in a row now, 2 fights in a row. Over the course of 2 fights, rather.
Yeah. Choice trying to go ahead and contest that high ground. Faster build on the overclock. Lip has it ready to go. The blade does come out in response. Shout from Krong. Not going to be fighting too many people, and the beat is there from Lee Jae-gon, just shielding up everybody. And they completely play around the blade, get the punish at the back end. As there's the final shot, Jimmy taken down, team kill once more. That's just wipe after wipe after wipe here at the hands of the Shanghai Dragons.
Who haven't lost anybody. That's 15-0 in the last 3 fights. 15 kills to 0. And now the cap is coming on through. There's about no ultimates available. Xerneas wants to beat here, but he's got no HP. Needs to survive.
3.5 meters left to go. Now the rally rolling, just trying to keep everybody alive. And Krong is going to be taken down. Slashing him with the axe, gets the kill. Sound barrier available, drops it, does manage to catch the 3 remaining players, just trying to keep them alive. Overclock, however, from Jimmy is just not finding the value that it desperately needs. As everybody else gets picked off, he has to drop down to try to contest, but does not last very long in that position. 1 minute and 23 seconds as the Dragons go ahead and finish the push.
And I gotta go back to, we'll rewind here a little bit because it starts well for the Charge. Remember, they win something like 3 fight with an asterisk in a row. Again, when you just sort of get one kill and force Dragons back, that's not a full fight, but they win 3 engagements, we'll say, in a row. But then the fourth one comes on through, and I specifically do believe they flubbed their ultimate order. They should have rallied first and sound barriered secondly, and they did it the opposite way around, which costed them. But beyond that, the snowballing from the Shanghai Dragons really was flawless, the word I really wanted to use, until Charge came in to defend at the 1.1 mark. But even then, that was a 5-0 wipe, so was that even bad for Dragons? No, they win big from that, but they get to catch out the bad spawns from the Charge as the cap goes on over. Half the Charge members are split spawned, so you get more staggers that way. You're free payload pushing the entire way through as well. You're just maximizing on time and distance while staggering the Charge as hard as humanly possible. So B came on through in lightning record time, and from that B, the final B contestant fight afterwards, Seth, it was, I think, 3 fights in a row where Dragons got a 5-0 wipe, cleaned up all members of Charge without losing anybody on their own team.
It was just so very clean. I mean, it was great for the Charge, basically, until it wasn't, and it just feels like a switch got flipped. They went from dominating on the defense to just getting completely shut out in that final stretch of the map.
It's what it feels like to play versus Dragons.
Yeah. Suddenly the hive mind activates. Once more, looking for that forward contest. Jimmy looking to surprise him a bit with his Widowmaker. Okay.
That worked.
We'll be far away. Taking that Lee Jae-gon, yeah, sets up for that extra little bit of damage early. They get the punish now. Void going to be taken down in this forward position. Very swiftly broken through by the side of the Charge.
Who are you still getting 2 under duress is incredible.
He gets both supports.
He's got no HP, he's got no healing, no other teammates to work with, and he still managed to tax 2 members away from the Charge. That's actually incredible. In a situation where realistically that should have been a 5-0 wipe for the Charge, which would have been, I think, their first so far of the day. I don't think they would have had 2 by now. In any case, it was a really good opening. Jimmy going towards the Widowmaker, one of his signature picks, by the way, finds the shot onto Lee Jae-gon, which enables the Quantum Charge to capitalize and get the kill.
This reminds me of, what was it, I believe Jinmu on Dorado, right? Getting the 20 HP double kill or whatever on the Genji. Just incredible display when you have no HP, sliver remaining.
Yeah, that was a 1v2, this was like a 1v5.
Yeah, fair point, fair point. Well, who are you? As he tries to climb back up to safety onto the high ground, Jimmy greets him with a nice little headshot. So early kill found, but Xerneas going to be taken down. I think he might actually been whip shot off the side of the map there by Izayaki. Either way, the space is bought as they try to retreat. Kong stuck in a corner, dangerously low. Jae-gon does pursue a little bit too far forward, can shield bash him to death, but they do send the Charge packing back over towards the spawn doors.
I think that's a fine trade. I mean, people say, like, oh, Lee Jae-gon fed there. No, he guaranteed the kill to Krong, because what he does is he moves ahead of Krong, boops him backwards, and body blocks all to prevent Krong from escaping. So if you trade your life as a Lucio for the tank playing the other side, you're at Lucio. You respawn and rejoin the team fast anyway. It's very important to kill Krong there, so that was a good play.
Well, if nothing else, we know that Lee Jae-gon is never afraid to give his life for the cause. Often just gets right in there, even if it is ill-advised. Blade pulled, rally, back him up as well for choice they want, goes forward. Instantly finds 2, and as you say, Izayaki getting his own canceled. Good shutdown coming through here from Choi Se-wan. It's the kind of kills and spacing that they need to go ahead and break forward here onto point A.
Can they touch? I think it's too far away.
I don't think they're going to.
Give it up,
they're just going to go ahead and give this one up.
Yep. Probably smart, I think. If you are Dragons, you need Krong, and if Krong's too far away, there's no shot of actually getting a good commit. And even if you do, I mean, we saw from Charge trying to retake on B, it can just be too difficult. So I respect them for not taking that risk and just playing it safely.
Okay, Sound Barrier in response, right as the blade gets pulled from Who Are You? He's still looking for a target. Sound Barrier comes in late as well from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. I say late, but I mean right on time. It's just like a wizard. Never too early, never too late. They managed to find follow-up kills. Very quickly being dealt with as Krong and Xerneas will be the last ones to be taken out. We'll go ahead and once more establish control of this card.
That was spawn camp as well. Fun fact, I did actually watch Fellowship of the Ring recently, and even after about 10 years, it's crazy how many quotes I still remember. See how Charge got out of this spawn situation. It really is.
Okay, well, it's going to be the commanding shout to try to move forward. The Rampage greets them as they exit the door, though, clipping onto 3. Izayaki, though, finds Izayaki. Lee Jae-gon as well. Pressured out, down below half HP, needs to retreat. for that jagged blade hit. Not going to get the pull that they're looking for. And Xerneas this time gets the better of Who Are You. A little bit of revenge found here for the side of the Lucio, who widely has been getting punished by the opposing Genji. Digigon continuing to somehow stay alive for the longest time.
Shimmy.
It's the overclock. Okay. Loses it.
And he's not swapping. It's not like, oh, I'm going to swap. No, he's still on the Surge,
Yeah.
and he just uses it. He just went for it. Forget about the fact that he died using it, which is unfortunate. It's just the pure fact that it was just an unnecessary ult.
Yeah.
Had to see what we can
Piper's
do now,
going their way
Krong
already.
still has something. This will need to be a big rampage from Krong.
Both have been delivered on it. Yeah, he's going to go
It's
ahead,
not bad,
dash
but pretty
through,
good.
catches onto 4. That's pretty damn good. Gets on top of Izayaki as well. Lipit just going to be bled to death there. Xerneas the only one who does manage to fall here in the fight. Otherwise, it's damn clean for the side of the Guangzhou charge.
Who are you still just taxing players like, yeah, I'm dead. It's like 1v5 here. I'll kill somebody and go down. I'll trade my life 1 for 1. So
He's that player that always
not?
will say, like, I got mine.
and he certainly did there. The problem is he will come back late. No, he's actually still here. He didn't come back late for the final. I lie completely. It's a full 5v5.
That it is. Shouts being used. The rally's rolling on either side. Blade pulled by both of the Genjis. Duking it out. Who Are You finds Krong, but choice they want finds Who Are You. Reflect. Just answering back a bit of that damage. Then at arm's length, but Lip with the overclock of his own finally gets that last headshot through onto Jimmy. Taking him down. Now choice they want. The lone DPS alive into the fight. He is pulled well and away back from this card. Made down just to try to prevent the dive coming through here from the Genji, and he staggers it. Right now the Dragons can find. It's going to be absolutely massive for them to continue to drain down this time bank, because it's just about to be a minute remaining.
Dragons don't want to overstep, though. They've been punished a few times now for attempting spawn camps. Some of them can be effective, but both spawn camp attempts so far on this defense on both A and B have not been great for the Dragons, so they're just going to back on out of that situation. They managed to get a pretty brilliant retake after losing to a 4-man rampage, but now that the ultimates are reset, it is Dragons coming up big, but Who Are You is down.
Yeah, just beautifully tracked there by Tuesday Wan, just layering in those right clicks, managing to find that melee shot.
They need Void.
And finish him off. Beat keeps the rest of the 4 members in the fight here for the side of the Dragons. Now the Rampage is going to be available. Void pops that one, charges his way through 4 members, but Izayaki is going to be the first one to fall. The follow-up not quite there. Void does manage to take down Krong, breaking down the front lines of the Guangzhou charge. Just 20 seconds remaining. Now touching on the card. Widely is going to fall into the hands of Xerneas and Choi Wan. Wait this one out. Draining down the time bank, trying to wait for Krong to rejoin as swiftly as he can. The overclock popped here from Jimmy, looking to try to find an opening kill to make it just a little bit easier for them to make their way here over to the cart and get this pushed through. The touch is there. Overtime going to be forced out. Now it starts bleeding away. Neil, unfortunately, unable to find anything, and Lip nearly has one of his own.
Oh, Who Are You's going in.
You. Yeah, he's looking for it. The shout's coming
Krong!
from both the Junker Queens, but Krong is going to be pressured out. Void gets on top of him. They find the elimination now far away. Going to be taken out. And the HP bars are just so damn low, and Lip is looking to finish the job. He pops it. He takes them down. And the hold is here in front of B. Shanghai Dragons, they manage to find victory on Circuit Royale, and they take this series 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight is just so indicative of the kind of neutral difference between the two teams. Given that Jimmy also did actually pop an overclock there, and Shanghai Dragons did not falter. I mean, they did not allow themselves to get freely shot out by Jimmy. They LOS'd appropriately where they could. And players that Jimmy would rather not have to waste shots on were still contesting payload, like Void and Izayaki with the shield, and players like Who Are You that can deflect. So Charge couldn't really use that overclock to push on forward and gain any space. And after the overclock is gone, Dragons go back to doing what they do normally best, which is kind of out-damaging, outplaying the neutral situations, and putting players like Krong in a situation where he's low HP. The damage exchange is just so favored for the Dragons. Who Are You even spotting situation where you can go and they bait out the shout, and once the shout's gone from Krong, the rest of Guangzhou charge for.
Yeah. Very nicely piloted here by the side of the Shanghai Dragons, who still look incredibly strong coming into this new meta. It seems like this is very well practiced for them. And, of course, Who Are You is right at home on that Genji. And given the performance that we saw from him today, I think it makes sense. I think it's pretty straightforward that he is going to be our player of the match.
He was a top fragging member on every single map. Not a single player was able to really do more in terms of output of raw final blows than Who Are You across all 3 maps that we saw today. I mean, he just came up the gates firing hot as hell. on that Nepal, and it did not end for the entirety of the entire series. So it's Who Are You Day for the Shanghai Dragons, and I think a welcome sight to see for all Dragons fans, in that, again, who I think is currently the most important member of this entire team is back on the starting lineup.
Yeah, just a wonderful performance put on by him. And I see moments like this. I see how much of a Genji meta this is and how much individual impact Who Are You is able to have. And I just say, damn, I wish we still had Hoxel as well. Because seeing those guys square off against each other in this meta would be an absolute treat. But I mean, just looking at the stats here, 17 kills with the Dragon Blade throughout these 3 maps. That's
45 final blows and 86 eliminations spread out across 3 maps. So he's getting, roughly 15 final blows per map. And nearly 30 eliminations, just under 30 eliminations per map as well. And looking at pure KDs, he's dying about half as much. So he's got more than a 2-1 there in terms of raw final blows to deaths. Not the deaths are being shown, but just from what I've seen. Dealing roughly almost 10,000 damage per map, which is kind of big for a Genji. You'd be surprised, but the highest damage dealers per teams, as far as raw damage output instead of final blows, is normally either the Junker Queen or in this case the Sojourn plays as well, where they can just sort of drop in that damage, especially the ticking bleed damage is really huge. Junker Queen players, they're not going to find the final blows, but they are going to find a lot of overall damage. So for Who Are You to keep up 10k damage per map, I think is a huge thing to have.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, just, Who Are You aside, it seems like everybody is very much at home in this meta. Everybody able to pilot these picks to a T. We get to see Void. We saw a little bit of him, some back and forth between he and Fate, but it seems like Moon has landed on Void being the stronger of the Junker Queens. He puts on a great showing for it here on his debut. But of course, Lee Jae gone right at home on a Lucio. You've got Isiaki just playing flexible, able to pick up that Brigida, and then Lip on the Sojourn as well. So it seems like this meta might just be made for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. If anybody's going to be able to take them down, it could be a monumental task. So we'll have to see as they go forward and play against some of the other squads here in the region. But for now, signs of life shown for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but just not quite able to pick up that W. Maybe some more time here with the squad to mesh will do them some good. We'll have plenty more to talk about, though, for this first series before we get into our second one. So we'll take a quick little break. Myself and Avril will come back, chat about the Dragons' victory here a little bit more, and then we'll get squared up and ready for the Dynasty going up against the Sparks. So don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Encore to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they need him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show for week 2 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. I'm back here in the Watchpoint truck with Danny, with Costa, no Matt, luckily.
Fortunately.
Fortunately.
Get him out of here.
He's gone.
That was awful. That was an awful experience.
Really, I love that. I love Matt. It was it just brings so much chaos.
An all-time low for the Watchpoint pre-show. I don't know. It was probably fun to watch. It was tough work. It was tough broadcast work.
It's like driving a monster truck over like the sand. You just like, I don't know where we're going with this, but we're going somewhere.
I kind of feel bad because I know you guys were working. I was just having fun just watching Matt and just,
It was your best of the day.
just hear him talk about random stuff, and I'm just like giggling by myself the whole day. It was great.
All right. Well, we actually do have a guest coming tomorrow. Now, I did say that Matt was like a special guest. Well, I feel like we have to like course correct here. Matt was just a regular guest, okay? And tomorrow we have a guest too. None of them are special, but we have guests coming tomorrow. So make sure you turn. But look, if I say that Matt is a special guest, then that's going to render every
Guys, Matt's coming back tomorrow.
Please no.
Matt's coming back.
Anyway, we got a busy show this morning, so we gotta move things along. Obviously, week 2 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers, which means APAC is back.
Oh, baby.
APAC is back, and they're playing the same meta that we did.
Yep.
But they, of course, so many talented all-star performers over in that region. So let's catch up with the matches that took place overnight. To kick things off, there's the Shanghai Dragons against the Guangzhou Charge. And Guangzhou Charge, they struggled so far this season, but they're coming into the Summer Showdown with some new additions, Danny, as well.
Yeah, I mean, other than Krong and Trace One, they had some new additions, mainly Jimmy and also Xerneas. Jimmy, of course, everyone knows he was also in the Chengdu Hunters, Custa's favorite DPS player. And also Xerneas, new name, but you guys all know him as Yveltal from Chengdu Hunters previously as well. This match, I think, from what I saw, I think Xerneas got picked out a lot. But I mean, this was their first time as the new Guangzhou Charge group coming in. So, like players like Xerneas and Jimmy, they are new to the team. So, given that, this was sort of their debut match. So let's just give them that. But Shanghai Dragons, they looked amazing. I think throughout the whole season, in the mid-season, as well as Kickoff Clash, the first couple weeks of the stage, Shanghai Dragons, I felt like they usually struggled, but this time around that didn't happen. Void looked very comfortable on Junker Queen and Lip on the Sojourner as well, getting the crucial picks. And also, who are you? That guy, Genji Specialist. There's a reason why he's a Genji Specialist on the Shanghai Dragons. He just popped off. It was amazing to see him on that Genji today. And yeah, so Shanghai Dragons looking good. Guangzhou Charge, on the other hand, a lot of work to do. We'll see what sort of improvements that they make throughout the whole stage.
Yeah, I mean, the Guangzhou Charge, they're 1-12. They do still have a chance to like qualify for the play-ins later on. Like it's not all over for the Guangzhou Charge. So if they improve, I mean, the LA Valiant are in the play-in spot above them, and they have 3 wins.
Yeah.
So
1-12 is a hard spot to come back from. Like, they did make some good additions. Jimmy has proven to be the better hit skin than a Brit. Jimmy, in this meta at least. But, we're hoping to see these additions in a meta in which they're experienced with can be better. Didn't show that in the first match against the Dragons. Let's just say Dragons are the best team in the East right now, and then you can defend it.
I'm telling you, Dragons are gonna win it all. From what I saw, no one could stop the Dragons.
One match in from the Dragons, they're back. They're gonna win the championship.
They're back.
wow, I didn't even have to ask the question. Now Danny just comes out in full force. They're the best team in the league. Well, speaking of the best team in the region anyway, we of course had the Seoul Dynasty taking on the Hangzhou Spark. A battle of the titans in the East really. Hangzhou Spark looking impressive in the mid Mid-Season Madness, of course. Seoul Dynasty, the winners of the Eastern Kickoff Clash. But they went toe-to-toe, a bit of a 50-50 matchup going into it. But it was all Seoul Dynasty in this one, Gustav.
Yeah, I'm going to throw you under the bus with myself, Johnny. We both predicted the Hangzhou Spark were going to beat the Seoul Dynasty. We were high on the copium from the Mid-Season Madness tournament where Shai went crazy on the Sojin. He did that again, but today for the Seoul Dynasty, they were just the better team and they look to be back in form. With some interesting looks across the board. So let's start with the Hangzhou Spark. Alpha Yi was actually out due to apparently some quarantining, I'm not 100% sure, but they put Architect in to play that Genji, and he actually played fine. Honestly, he was fine. I don't think he had that firepower of Alpha Yi, but he did his job. But the Seoul Dynasty, this one on your screen is the real interesting one. The GOAT, the DPS GOAT, picks up the Brig hero, benching Creative because they're so accustomed to this meta. Prophet did play a little bit of Brig all the way back in 2019, play GOATs, but Birdring was actually the primary Brig player for that team on the London Spitfire back in the day, but he showed a very strong showing on that Brig, as he always does on no matter what hero he plays. But the real standout for me was Stalker. He consistently impresses us time and time again throughout this season. When we saw him get signed to the roster, we were like, he's never going to play over Fitz and Prophet. But he makes a name for himself now on the Genji. Absolutely went crazy, getting some first picks, shutting down Shai. And honestly, it was just all Seoul Dynasty. Some of the coordination issues coming out from the Hangzhou Spark, as they've never really, as a franchise and as a team, been able to play that like rush style or that like 5-man style. And I was hoping that this season they would break that mold, but so far it looked a little lost. The back line sort of throwing away some ultimates at times and just unable to deal with the aggressiveness of the Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to, hop on the hopium, good for the Seoul Dynasty because they took out Hangzhou Spark, which is like a sub-contender. Keep in mind, all the Eastern teams, they play like a round robin. They play each other once every stage. And the Hangzhou Spark, even if you lost to the Seoul Dynasty, well, they're not really the team you have to beat in the qualifiers. You want to beat them later on when the tournament comes.
Yeah, this one doesn't count.
You can beat up on like Guangzhou and LA Valiant to make it there. So losing to Seoul Dynasty, not the worst things in the world. Now, taking a look at the Eastern standings going into the Summer Showdown and of course after those two matches that took place overnight. We have a bit of an interesting scenario as we get closer to the playoffs and most importantly the play-ins for some of those teams in pursuit currently. Top 3, they directly qualify to the playoffs, and 4, 5, and 6 will battle out for one final 4th spot in the region as well. So you can see that they're going to a charge, they're 1-12, but if they get 3 more wins, map differential, keeping that in mind, they can qualify for that play-in spot over the likes of LA Valiant. So a bit of a catching up to do, but given that we have roughly 2 stages left, nothing's out of the question at all. So these teams still going head-to-head. Interested to see if Chengdu Hunters and Philadelphia as well can perhaps catch up. We know they have very talented rosters. But they will be playing later on this weekend. Now, recapping once more, there was one player that stood out. You mentioned him already, Danny. Typically, we see Fled on the Shanghai Dragons, bring out the protocol, the flex kind of heroes. But overnight, Who Are You was back in the mix. The legend.
Dude, he was beating me up in 2017, and he's
still
going. He's still beating up
Renaissance?
nerds. He collected a ring last year with the Shanghai Dragons, and he didn't. I'm not going to say he did nothing, but he didn't do a lot. He didn't really get much playtime because Genji just was never meta, and that's really his specialist. But every time Genji has been meta this season, he's stepped up and he performs to the highest level. He really might be that difference maker for the Dragons in this tournament because, Danny, you just talked about it. Against the Guangzhou Charge, he went crazy.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely did went crazy. And like you said, because Genji is now meta, having a Genji specialist like Who Are You, I think could definitely benefit, Shanghai Dragons, who, in the mid-season Madness tournament, who didn't really, I guess, what's the right word?
Live up to expectations.
There you go. But now, like I said, I'm telling you guys, this is a stage. Everybody, this is it. Dragons are looking
Let
pretty
somebody
great.
else win for once, okay? They've been winning for the last 2 seasons.
This year it hasn't been.
And it's been nice, to see the Spark doing well. Philly's had some moments in the sun. Shanghai, they can't win it all the time.
Well, coming up in our next segment, we're going to talk about teams that can't win at all. But that's it for the APAC region overnight, of course. I mean, who are you? What a legend. He waited 4 years for Genji to become relevant again. Beating up on Wolves. Amazing, amazing. Well, there you go. That's day one of the Summer Showdown qualifiers for APAC, of course, and there are more going on later this weekend. You can check out the schedule on overwatchleague.com. But that's it. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and discuss some of this past week's roster moves that took place right before the trade deadline. We'll be right back.
This is fine.
They call it the silly season in other sports for good reason. It gets all chaotic the final week before the trade deadline, and also in the Overwatch League, the same thing happened to us, as two teams looked to change up their roster a little bit before the trade deadline that passed this past week, of course. The Paris Eternal, perhaps with the biggest change in the Overwatch League, decided to drop 4 of their players. It's been a bit of a rough year for them. Of course, last year they had an impressive 8-8 record, but so far they haven't really been able to rack up the wins, so they decided to drop 4 players in Dan, Vestola, Drieder, and Khan, and pick up 4 new exciting prospects from the North American contenders region. It's of course going to be a couple of players like Maltel, a Genji player coming in for this team. Krawi, who had an impressive Junker Queen on Team Wisp, and actually placed second. And then a fun little backline addition with Luke Mino and Rack Attack. So 4 new pickups for the Paris Eternal. And Costa, these players, they already have experience playing this new Junker Queen meta for us with great success in contenders.
Yeah, and that's sort of the exciting prospect if you're a Paris fan. You know, obviously the last iteration that we just saw, they weren't very comfortable in this meta right there. But these guys are coming from actual success in this meta. 3 of them coming from Odyssey, Mouthful, Luke Mino, and Rack Attack. They played very well. You know, we see some interesting Pharah play from Mouthful, but the backline with that Lucio Brig is really where they stand out. I get big OG and Ultraviolet. They're kind of like the rivals that they've had throughout the last couple of years. And then, as you said, we have Crory coming in, who played Junker Queen for the opposing team that did come second. So they are comfortable in this Jote style, so they might get some instant, gratification from that thing. It can always be hard to have that teething period transitioning into the league, but they should be more prepared than anyone else who has previously come. So even just this weekend, they play up against the Atlanta Reign, which look pretty poor. They don't really have a great idea of what's going on in this meta. It could be a lot closer than a lot of people would expect.
Yeah, it looks very flowcharty when you watch Odyssey play. Like, they understand what goes into the meta. The backline between Lucamino and Rack Attack stood out to me as a very synergized part of their team. That also dictates a lot, like when to engage, push forward, and when to disengage. So an interesting thing for the Paris Eternal, and maybe they can save their season, of course. As we take a look at the Paris Eternal schedule so far, as I mentioned, it's not been the greatest of season so far. You're sitting at about a 1-13 record, I believe. But coming up, of course, we're only like 2 stages through. So if you bring in these new roster pieces to your team and they look good in this Jotes meta, I mean, that's going to be a huge boon for your team. Boston Uprising sit at 5 wins, I believe, so you're about 4 wins away from the play-in spot in your region. But, 2-3 wins in this stage, optimistically. That's very optimistic, because you are playing the Atlanta Reign, Los Angeles Gladiators, New York Excelsior, and the Florida Mayhem. Those are the 4 remaining matches in this stage. As you said, Atlanta Reign, they've been struggling so far. Gladiators, perhaps, Gladiators. But New York Excelsior, who have been looking brighter, you still can win some of these matchups if you're a Hopium.
Can I sell you on some Hopium?
All right, please.
Well, let me dish out some daily Hopium. They could beat Atlanta this weekend, maybe, if they perform, exceed all expectations. And then it's not unrealistic that they could beat New York and Florida as well. So there is a world in which Paris could make the tournament. Obviously, there's a lot of ifs and buts coming in that statement. But then you go into their final stage, they had London, Vancouver, Boston. Those all become winnable matches. They can all of a sudden start to have some form of performances. And for a lot of these players, they are rookies. They're trying to prove themselves, not just for this season, but going into next season, trying to keep their spot moving forward. So for them, it's not just about this season and sort of making the playoffs. It's about performing well to start the beginning of their careers.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention as well that, I don't think, people's expectations are that they're going to immediately come in and, qualify for the play-ins. But it's a nice little story, nonetheless, to keep your eyes on as Paris Eternal battle it out later this weekend. The other team that changed up their roster quite a bit this past week was the Washington Justice, a team also that brought in a lot of talented players into their team with tons of potential, but weren't able to quite fulfill it, and so they decided to offload a couple of players this past week. One was Mag, who the Boston Uprising acquired the rights to, adding another tank line, bolstering their lineup once more with tank players. I mean, we've had Itzal, Marvel, Punk. Marvel went over to the Valiant. Now you have Mag coming in again. Is Mag going to be a significant upgrade for this team? Is this someone that Boston Uprising have been needing in their roster, you think?
I think, honestly, for me, I don't know if it's a significant upgrade. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. But I do think Mag, from what we saw last week, his Junker Queen has been really, really good. I think it was probably one of my favorite, Junker Queen, one of the favorites that I have. So, but Punk is also a great Junker Queen as well, and he's a great tank player. So, we'll have to see how Mag fits into the Boston Uprising team. As we're seeing the stats right now, I think Mag is leading. I think Punk dies a little bit less, does more hero damage, but everything else Mag has the upper hand. But I think a big plus to Mag joining the team is also because currently I think Boston Uprising has a lot of Korean players, right? So having another Korean player or Korean tank player, maybe that communication flow could be a little bit more, I guess, flow better, I guess.
Yeah, in their last matchup, they played Punk as the only non-Korean in that roster. If they slot in Mag, all of a sudden it could be easier for them to communicate, as you said, and we know how impactful and important communication is in this meta right now. So you could see some instant gratification. They've already shown he's in their practice facility, so it should be a short turnaround to get him into the roster.
Yeah, on an individual level, I'm looking forward as well to see if Mag can perhaps restore some of his reputation coming into the Washington Justice. He didn't really live up to the contenders' hype going into it. Like last year, it was like, oh, he could be like a Rookie of the Year candidate. didn't turn out that way. Didn't turn out that way, but a new environment, that could be a great thing for a player like Mag. So he's still a very talented player. I'm looking forward to see if Mag can turn his career around and maybe impress some people on the Boston Uprising instead. Another player who left the Washington Justice was, of course, Vigilante, who, a bit like Mag last year, this year came in and was like, wow, Vigilante could want to be one of the best rookies of the entire year. Now, he did turn 18 a bit late, so, wouldn't really qualify for that. But still, Vigilante, he's such a good flex support in the league, a great prospect, and he now joins the Atlanta Reign to bolster their team, Costa.
Yeah, and we didn't see much of him on that team. He only just came of age, but every time he did play, he impressed all of us. And I saw some of the fan narrative of being like, they don't understand why the Atlanta Reign would pick him up because they already have OG and Ultraviolet. They're so good. They have so much synergy and sort of experience playing together. But having him to be able to play that double flex support is very important looking into future metas because OG didn't have that in his wheelhouse in the past, and it did hurt them, I think, in the mid-season madness. So I'm excited to see how this will help them. But for right now, we got to talk about who's going to play the brick for this roster. Ultraviolet did struggle a little bit in their opening weekend, getting picked first a lot. While Vigilante, he actually had a really good match. I think you did an interview with him, Danny, and he said he likes to swing that hammer around, as you would say. But he has,
Mace. I thought it was a mace.
Well, it can be an axe if you try hard.
Sorry, Costa, go on.
He has less deaths, gets more damage, a bit more final blows, but overall they're very similar in the way that their stats play out. So honestly, they could go either way. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with their new additions.
Yeah, and also, like the Atlanta Reign, I mean, they have a history of placing top 3 in tournaments now for a very long time. I believe it's 6 consecutive tournaments. But if there's a lesson to be learned from the LA Gladiators, who we'll be talking about later, you can't have too many good players on your team. So the fact that you're Atlanta Reign and you're trying to compete with these elite teams and you're like, oh, there's an amazing flex support player available on the market. Well, let's just pick you up. It can't hurt. Yeah.
Mine now.
So I don't think it hurts the Atlanta Reign by any means, and I'm looking forward to see if Vigilante can have an impact on that team. Now, I mentioned the LA Gladiators, and it's
not fair.
Unfair.
No,
it's unfair at this point. Danny.
I'm a happy boy.
They did add happy to their roster. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's like they are one of the best teams, and then they just leveled up. We all thought that they hit their level cap, but then it wasn't. I mean, Happy joins the team. I think for right now, I think this definitely helps the Gladiators because, as we all know, they also have a great DPS player named Pattyfan, but we haven't seen Pattyfan on that Sojourn this whole stage, mainly because he has a wrist injury, so I don't think we're going to be seeing him for a while. So that is why I think from what I've seen, I think that is why we've been seeing Shu on that Sojourn. But now with Happy added to the lineup, maybe we'll see Happy play that Sojourn for the Gladiators. And also, they also have, like players like Ons for Widow and also Ashe as well. So they're literally, they got everyone. They got every piece.
So stacked.
There has to be a league rule that you cannot put Happy and Arns on the same team. Two of the best Widowmakers in the league. You can't have them both. But as Danny said, like he should be able to pick up that Sojourn in the short term, which should hopefully fix some of the issues. Obviously, they weren't that bad this most recent weekend. They went to map 5s, but did lose both of those. That Happy diff could definitely get them over the edge. So, it'll be interesting to see if he gets played this weekend and how much impact he has.
Absolutely. One of the best hit scan players we have available in the league, and he now joins the back-to-back stage champions, the LA Gladiators. So it sounds ridiculous when you say
Just
it.
say Tabak again, Johnny. Add another Tabak.
Unbelievable. The LA Gladiators get stronger by the day. But yeah, lots of exciting roster moves throughout the league. We'll see how they turn out this upcoming weekend where we kickstart Summer Showdown Week 2 qualifiers. And we'll be previewing some of those matches coming up next. Our very first one is going to be the New York Excelsior up against the Vancouver Titans. But before we get there, don't forget that you have to submit your picks for these upcoming matches. Okay, you have to submit.
You have to.
Usually,
Yes.
I ask very politely to download the Overwatch League app and submit your picks. You have to, okay?
Yeah.
This is not a request.
Tell him, Johnny.
This is an order, okay? Download
Johnny,
the
sit
Overwatch
down.
League app.
He's standing up now.
Submit the picks. Do it now. Go to if you don't have a phone. I don't know why maybe you don't have a phone. Go to the website. Overwatchleague.com. Pick'ems, go submit your pick'ems, okay? Right now.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not a request.
If you don't have a phone, use your friend's phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have friends, right?
If you don't have friends, I can't help you.
Well, we'll be your friends here on the Watch pre-show. Anyway, Coming up next, we're going to preview the very first match of the day. It's going to be the New York Excelsior against the Vancouver Titans. Two teams who racked up wins last week. It's going to be an exciting one. Stay tuned for more Watchpoint action.
Pick'ems, now, go.
Our first match of the day is going to be...
Johnny, no, stop. Hot off the press. We got some more news. Paris Eternal fans and people who are just fans of the league, we got a cool one. We have Khan, who used to be on the Paris Eternal, finding a new team onto the London Spitfire. Just announced 10 minutes ago on Twitter.
10 minutes ago.
So it's a cool addition.
Khan to London Spitfire.
Yeah, Khan to London Spitfire. So we didn't have that one prepared. They're literally just throwing us off at this point.
No more bone back.
No more bone back.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I'll miss you, Bone.
Watchpoint pre-show. We're bringing the breaking news in the Overwatch League space. Right here, live on air, okay? Unscripted.
Hard-hitting analysis.
Hard-hitting analysis as well. Yeah. Anyway, Vancouver Titans against New York Excelsior. Wow, amazing improv segment. Are going to go head-to-head in just a few minutes. And these are two teams that are very exciting, of course, because they racked up some wins. They've been struggling so far this year. I mean, you can see the records yourself. 2-12 New York Excelsior, 1-13 Vancouver Titans. But two of those wins just came last week. So both teams on the up and up. And all of it, some of it at least, is because of Junker Queen, of course, I can't speak this morning, being introduced into the league. Kellen, the main tank for the New York Excelsior, who had a bit of an iffy kind of season so far. He really came to life on the Junker Queen. And Mirror as well, another one of those damage players who's like, hey, can you play tank now? Can you play tank for us? He came in fighting on the Junker Queen as well, as you can see on the hero damage, 8,500 damage.
8,500. Wow. Dude, Mirror's crazy.
I need coffee. Is there any coffee around here? Danny, just take over. But yeah, it's really good for these teams because I had mentioned before, Boston Uprising, they have 5 wins so far. The Paris Eternal, they revamped their roster. They're competing for playing spots. New York Excelsior, they're like, hold on, we're going to sign a main support. And of course, we already have Kella now popping off on Junker Queen. So we're going to start trying to win some matches as well. And then also have the Vancouver Titans who are like, hold on, we're going to get our first win of the season, all right? We picked up Contenders Players in King. Now we also have Mirror popping off. Like, all the bottom teams are still alive. They're
Training
fighting.
weights off. Just like it's time to try.
They're going for this play-in spot. So it's an amazing time in the league where even like some of the worst performing teams so far, they're coming out hot and they're going to really battle it out for some of these wins right here. But there you go. Anyway, there's the Junker Queen for you. Now, the main support matchup, I already mentioned, of course, Antunjay signing with the New York Excelsior. He's going up against Masa, which is a bit of a veteran. You know, got second place last year. So this is an interesting bit of a main support matchup.
Yeah, we don't really talk about the Lucios too much in this meta because it's very hard to see their impact in a lot of ways. And, you know, for Ansunjae, he is that new pickup for the New York Excelsior, and I think he performed well. His biggest issue right now so far is just getting picked first. If he can fix that, then he'll be able to step up. But here's the stats on your screen for you. Obviously, in terms of deaths and sound barrier efficiency, very similar.
Wow.
But Masa is just getting more done on the offensive front. So I'm curious to see how these two are going to go head-to-head. I talked about it earlier. Those main support ultimates, especially that sound barrier, is so important. Just not hitting that Ajax, making sure you're getting the most effectiveness and counting the most amount of ults. So keep an eye on these two guys because their ability to stay alive while also getting impact is really the determining factor for a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, it would be interesting if Ansunjae was the player who turned the New York Excelsior around now in the middle of the season. But there is one player who's been trying all season long to try and turn it around. And finally, with the help of Ansunjae, Yaki's got some help here.
Yeah, I think today in the pre-show, I think I'm just talking all about Genji. But yes, Yaki's Genji. You know, he's known as a great Genji player, and right now the meta, you know, sort of tends to favor a lot of Genji players. And you know, from what we saw last week, he's been doing very, very well. So I just want to quickly say, hey, keep an eye out for Yaki in today's match against the Vancouver Titans because I think he's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yaki, top 3.
No, Johnny, we're not. Avast, I know you're watching this, okay? Yaki is not a top 3 flex DPS in this league. He's great, and he could be the determining factor, but come on, let's calm down a little bit.
Costa not willing to say that Yaki's a top 3 damage player, flex damage player, Genji player, who knows? Anyway. It's time to get into predictions. Of course, last week was just a disaster when he came to predictions. It was awful. Everyone got everything wrong. This week, we're aiming to restore some of the faith we have in our analysts here.
Yeah.
It seems like we're all on the same page.
Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Vancouver could do it.
No, they could, yeah.
I believe in Vancouver. On the back of Aspire Sojum, which is just absolutely bonkers, I think they could turn this one around.
Yeah? Yeah. It's also cool. I don't think I've predicted New York all season. I'm like, wow, that's how it looks like.
Is that what their logo looks like? I don't remember it like that.
It's pretty cool. Anyway, I can't wait to get into today's matches with the new rejuvenated Junker Queen meta. It's going to be a great fun watch. And of course, we got New York Excelsior taking on the Vancouver Titans to kick things off here first in week 2 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. That's going to do it for the Watchpoint pre-show. We thank you so much for tuning in. And now, let's get on the way with the Overwatch League action. Here we go.
Warrior!
Warrior mentality, rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Encore to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Overwatch League. It's the Double L's, it's PP Gang. I don't know what you guys want to call us anymore, but I tried to get Legday to change his hoodie because y'all have noted that I'm just overdressed and Legday never matches the vibe, but we'll get there eventually.
Mum says we don't have to stay here long. But I think it's going to be a pretty long match. I'm actually really surprised, Lemon, that all of our desk predicted New York Excelsior here, because I think this is going to be a stealth banger. This is going to be such an important match, especially towards the end of a week when we think about new power rankings in this meta, as to where Vancouver Titans stand, because they went so close with the Toronto Defiant last week, and while we were expecting August 14th, the big prophecy, the first win, we thought it was going to be a lot more hotly contested between Vancouver Titans and the Paris Eternal. Vancouver Titans came out incredibly strong and just dumpstered Paris.
First win of the season, but what about second win? But also, I've been on that New York hopium forever. Like, the roster is built differently, and we'll get into the starting rosters now. Let's take a look at New York starters. And I have that New York hopium, like Reinforce used to have that hopium for Justice. But there's one player that always sticks out to me, and it's Yaki. But New York are just looking so good this meta, like that.
Yeah, and a big part of it is Kellen finally being the master of the element Mystic Arts that we were promised. A huge prospect coming into this year. One of the last of the element Mystic kind of like scouting greats. So much talent came out of that roster, and we really thought that Kellen was going to be a huge tour de force on the New York Excelsior. But prior to this meta, it had been a pretty disappointing year for him. But Junker Queen really seems to be Kellen's speed, and he's been able to lead New York Excelsior very effectively.
And remember, guys, only top 8 go to the Summer Showdown, and only the results of this tournament are going to matter when it comes to those qualifications. So if New York want to qualify for this tournament, they can't afford to lose to Vancouver, because after this match, they're only going to have 3 left, and it's against Shock, Florida, and Paris. So, and you kind of heard already the math crunching from the desk about how teams have to get to at least 3 wins to have a shot to qualify. So New York have to keep that in mind. And also, their opponent. Let's take a look at the Vancouver Titans. New York are tied at 8, so they're holding onto their spot, but the Vancouver Titans, I know, they're tied for 4th place, also sitting at 1-1.
Yeah, we've got my new kid, King, fresh photo, fresh cut, and a fresh Genji. One of the things we've noted about King so far is that he's really good at going in and trying to assassinate Brigittas, which is no easy task when you're going up against Brigittas like Twilight in that matchup against the Toronto Defiant. But King is also, we saw a couple of nerfs in the match against Toronto Defiant when it came to the last fight in the 2-2, 1-1 control where it was all on the line. King made a bad decision, but that's okay because it was his first ever match in Overwatch League, and he had such a great showing. And then obviously, Vancouver Titans as a team had a majorly impressive showing against Paris Eternal. So right now, we're really wondering where the Vancouver Titans power level is when King is feeling a little bit more comfortable and can just take his usual decision-making flowchart in these games.
And funny story about King, he's sitting in the bedroom that I interviewed him in like so many years ago, back when he was in Contenders, where he trolled my interview by putting boxes of mac and cheese all around his room as little Easter eggs for his friends to find. Meanwhile, I'm trying to have like a super serious content piece. But either way, it's so cool to see him grown up, glowed up, and alongside Aspire, who's actually sitting at #1 out of all the Sojourn players for hero damage and final blows throughout this whole season, and those stats being amplified as he's been playing a lot more Sojourn this meta, the Junker Queen meta in particular. So we're gonna head to Busan first, and it's Mecha Base, which is prime time for some Junker Queen rush.
A double control week again, and it feels like at the moment, Lemon, every map is all about that Junker Queen rush. And one of the things that's been evolving in the Junker Queen rush thus far, and league-wide, has been who the preferred target is. At the beginning of this meta, when we were seeing the vestiges of it in Contenders, people like to go after the Brigitte because she can't armor pack herself, so it's much more difficult for her to survive. Now teams are doing a lot more in terms of like pressuring the enemy Junker Queen, trying to force out that early shout so that they have the better resources to take an engagement afterwards. So keep an eye out on those health bars for when the green health comes up. That's over health, and it's generally supplied by the Junker Queen shout or by the Brigitte rally.
Yeah, and you don't get any ult charge from damaging that, and also that just the timing of the shouts. Kellen versus Mirror about baiting out the other shout, trying to shout second ideally. So it's the battle for the high ground. Yaki's already half health, and that forced out the shout first from Vancouver, New York second, I believe, as Aspire has dropped down towards the point, and as one good left click from Yaki away from dying, Vancouver going for a bit of split approach. Have given up a ton of real estate on this high ground already. The point will unlock in about a second, and it seems like Yaki's already primed to get the capture first. New York, though, on their approach, have lost Flora to a whip shot, so usually you don't see a Sojourn in that range, but with this 5-on-4, Vancouver trying to collapse on New York even more, and really just hold their own. It was New York holding, taking up so much space, and then losing members and not killing anything out of it.
Yeah, we saw that right now, Nuki's also thinking that Aspire is the main threat. They're sending Yaki to deal with Magnet Scan threat as often as possible. Gangnam Jin gets booped in and then destroyed by Aztac. And without those repair packs, it's going to be so difficult for New York Excelsior to hold any space here, but to get out quickly, Lemon.
Oh, 100 charges. Aspire was looking for that connection onto Flora. Vancouver just holding onto the space, and that's all they have to do, because New York are losing members here and there. It started with Flora dropping first to a whip shot, and now Yaki and Kellen gone in the later stages of the fight, and Vancouver getting a quick cap also means they just generated so much percentage off of that long extended fight.
And critically, throughout these opening fights here, we've seen about twice as much healing out of Vancouver Titans as we have from New York Excelsior. Their supports are surviving much better, and that's allowed the advantage on the support ultimate. So Aztac can pop this rally first here and take initiative away from New York Excelsior the second they actually commit to a battle.
Rally first from the Titans. Mirror getting rejuvenated, has used the shout already, as New York are just having issues even getting out of this choke, and maybe not even wanting to play for their own rally. So Aztec being 10% faster could be a big deal. Now Vancouver didn't really kill anything out of that. New York backed away, and now they can re-engage with their own rally, but it's about the timing and I guess which door, because it's been left and right. Now we're back over to the right.
Alright, soon this overhelp will move away. Samira's going to reinforce it here. Down goes Gangnam Jin. This resets for resets.
Oh, sound barrier from Ansu. J1-2 are down. They think it's winnable, but kind of a miscall there, and maybe not realizing who was dead at that moment as King goes for the free play, and now the barrier and all the supports are gone. Couldn't get that last slash on to maybe somebody who was escaping in the spawn room doors, but Titans are almost at a flawless run. There's only a couple more percent to go. Yaki's on the tracer, he's getting ready to touch. Masa was trying to boop him away. Yaki's been handled, and now Kellen has to be the next one to touch. He hasn't even built Rampage yet, compared to Mirror, who's already used his. So that's 100-0 for the Titans.
And in that penultimate battle as well, Lemon, the macro understanding of Vancouver Titans there as to how they were going to win this map came through. Like, I was like, why is King blading here? Unsung J has wasted the beat, yes, so it can't answer it correctly, but like, everyone's so close to the spawn that King is not going to be able to get a huge amount of value out of the blade, but they do find an isolation on Yaku, who's gone a little bit too far forward, I believe. And that means that Vancouver Titans, they can force out these staggers and make sure that New York Excelsior have to try and touch the point piecemeal going towards overtime. They read the clock super well and made sure that New York Excelsior were never going to have the opportunity to have a full 5-man fight after this. So Vancouver Titans reading their advantages and pressing them well. Interesting note here, New York Excelsior, they've used their shout to get an advanced position here, but Mirror's going to have a slight advantage for a couple of seconds while his shout is still up.
And keep in mind of the old generations too, where like Aztac's been faster, Mirror's been faster than his opposition. First disruptor shot, Aspire at his speed because he was getting pushed as New York got tight and slow, but we're taking cover around the drum, so couldn't get any finishing blows, but Gangnam Jin was way too far off the post and his shield was broken in half. Great first shot by Aspire, goes up against Flora, but Flora was charged up, hits the headshot. Both teams having some forgiveness. Kellen at 1 HP. King misses the melee, but it doesn't matter because Vancouver still finished off Kellen, and without him, Titans will get the first cap.
All comes down to that first pick, right? Aspire getting rid of Gangnam Jin, and after that, a huge amount of your burst healing is missing. Gangnam Jin was missing for most of that fight, and now look at the differentiation in ult charge. Almost 30% for Gangnam Jin. Meanwhile, Aztec is closing in on having that ultimate available. Vancouver Titans are going to note this in their ult tracking, and that means the plan for the next fight has to be Aztec using a rally to overrun the New York Excelsior. But first, they've got to force New York to commit so they can't just speed away from that rally.
Yeah, using ults early is important for Titans. Yaki much more ahead of King. That's a good pull on the Flora. Is there a finish from King to go after this? And not enough pressure into Flora, although he is bleeding to death. He went down to like 8 HP. Meanwhile, Titans have been able to gatekeep and girl boss. They've just been on the point, picking at New York, who can't seem to establish themselves on the left side of Mini-Pack, and really aren't getting the first picks from Flora or Yaki. So this is, again, Titans without haven't lost a fight yet.
New York Excelsior, they might need Kellen to get more aggressive here, just to demand more attention from Vancouver, because Gangnam Jin's getting aggressed upon so easily.
Okay, the shout from New York to disengage out of that as soon as possible, and the rally from Aztec is supplementing them, but the blade from Yaki comes out. The sound barrier, they knew Yaki was too low, and he needs to keep going. New York needs some space to be earned, and they'll have to do so without Gangnam Jin, and without that healing, will New York even win a fight? This map is just not looking good, and that's a massive rampage, diffing Kellen by 15% on that ult charge, just like the previous round, and there's only 20% left for New York to touch.
All right, everyone predding for New York Excelsior, not looking amazing at the moment, as Vancouver Titans' tactic of going after a Brigitte again and again is working out properly. And now there's not much that New York Excelsior have to deal with these DPS ultimates. Gangnam Jin still hasn't got his rally, and he's going to be the first target of King's Blade.
Kellen needs to rampage up quick, and he's really close, but can they at least survive the King Blade? Doesn't seem to be able to reach the targets. You know, shortness is a problem I suffer with too, but now there's a 0-kill Blade from King, but at least they all coalesce on the Kellen before he can unleash the rampage, and that was a win condition New York were depending on. Gangnam Jin will rally, but at this point, do Flora and Yaki even have the damage to win this fight? Just a singular one, but they're pushed off the point, and Vancouver Titans just 200-0'd the New York Excelsior.
Upping the pace, Vancouver Titans are coming into this week with renewed confidence, Lemon. They've got their first win, and that is the catalyst to drive harder and harder. Yes, New York Excelsior are a team that demand respect in this meta. But Vancouver Titans feel like they finally are living up to some of the prestige that is associated with the early iterations of this organization. And Gangnam Jin is feeling the tip of that spear thrust in incredibly painfully.
Yeah, my Hopium is also feeling the tip of that spear, because I was hyping up New York, especially Yaki, but every time you pred for New York, you always give them a map, because they can always win one just behind Yaki putting on the cape. But Vancouver Titans 200-0, they ain't playing around, and we'll see you guys after this break.
May have just done it right now.
Oh, that was a good one from Smoke. They back right into it.
Kira is the tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotations appointment to WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh my God. Even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
I don't think we have a curse. I don't know what this whole Game 5 stuff's about, because when a team starts off 200-0, surely there's a Noah stat out there that this doesn't go to Game 5. I mean, Vancouver just dominated.
The good news here is that it might be a symptom of control, where the fights happen quite a bit faster. It's all about getting that initial control, and we've seen that Vancouver Titans, they're excelling in speed at the moment, very much a Dallas Fuel-esque team where they just rush and keep punching you in the face. And I feel like maybe going into that control map, Lemon, I was talking about how in the meta, the primary target is swapped away from Brigitte to the Junker Queen. And to a degree, Vancouver Titans have been playing on that. When more teams are targeting the Junker Queen, sometimes the Brigittes can get a little bit more reckless, thinking that they have more space, that their Junker Queen's going to be just tanking a lot more damage. And Vancouver might be exploiting that by turning their attentions on Gangnam Jin after those aggressions are made. Because at the moment, I think Kellen needs to be more aggressive to take advantage, or at least generate threat of how much, fire is being directed towards Gangnam Jin in order to try and relieve some of that.
And I wonder if Gangnam Jin putting himself in a more vulnerable position, whether further forward at Kellen's side, is him trying to just build up ult charge just as fast as Aztec has, because it feels like Gangnam Jin is a little bit behind, and that 10% makes a huge difference when Vancouver can rally first and control choke points, because if Vancouver win first fights on control, they got to control the chokes, and then New York were always a step behind, whether on rampage charge, rally charge, and stuff like that. So Flora, though, was the first to get picked on Mecha base, but was able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Aspire when it came to, Aspire being aggro. But New York, when they do go for these pushes, which it seems that they are the first to make that chess move, it has to make sense, and they have to have a plan.
We've got to talk about the consequences of Gangnam Jin getting targeted as well. When he dies, Yaki's no longer getting those repair packs, and that makes it very dangerous for Yaki to try and take duels against King, where King's going to be able to have a much more hardy support in the backline, like Aztec, continually giving over those packs and giving an advantage in the Genji duel. So it's like a house of cards. If you knock one over, other points of this composition will start to fail. Yaki's in a very aggressive position. It doesn't get the shout.
And noting on the Ashes as well, which is good on this map, maybe more on defense, but it's not even a high ground thing. We just see Vancouver's speed on in. We'll talk about the Ashes in a second, because Kellen is getting swung at, and King is ready to just dash in. He uses the deflect to draw attention towards him, and Kellen just gets overwhelmed on the staircase just by himself. You usually don't want to play in those choke points when Vancouver have just such an open area to trap you in, so it's not going to work out for now as Titans have to back away.
Oh, Spire still got a sight line, but is waiting for one of those armor packs. In they come. Master and Mirror may well burn away at the behest of the Dynamite, but a counter one is sent on in, and so Flora has to hide away as Aztec has arrived. Needs to be very careful with the positioning, as it looks like New York Excelsior are gearing up for a re-entry.
They just forgot the touch. Kellen used Shout and then got flailed back in the mini room and just forgot where the W key was. He had a full health plus the overhealth and just didn't want to take damage.
He forgot, man. He forgot. It sucks. But that was all down to New York Excelsior actually having a really bad formation at the beginning of Hollywood, where Yaki was playing way too far away, and it meant Kellen couldn't give over the overhealth with the initial shout, and so Yaki had to use the dash as well to escape after the shout missed, and that was just too many resources New York used in the pre-fight that Vancouver Titans could then run over by using the second shout and winning that battle for position.
I like the Ashe choice here, and now we can go back to that conversation, because now you can throw the Dynamites to the high ground and have something to do damage with versus Sojourn, who really has to be in full LOS in order to do that. So Vancouver just happy pushing up the cart. Yeah, they throw Dynamites, maybe King's up there. King might have wanted to go after Yaki there, who's out in the open, but the Bob was thrown out from Flora just so Excelsior can own this corner and Flora can stay safe and take more shots with the Dynamite. But now a response from the Bob of Aspire and the rally of Aztec. Ghanamjin's gonna use rally second. This could be big. Yaki's play just got canceled by a Masa headshot of all things. Yaki thought he had the opportunity and it's long gone. New York have used 3 ultimates and haven't really net much.
And that major ultimate being gone as well means that now Masa has a choice with this sound barrier. They can either use it to try and secure this second point if there is going to be a last second fight for New York Excelsior by just essentially beat engaging onto them, or save it for Kellen's Rampage to deal with that effectively. Unsum J, he's got a much more difficult choice because he's going up against both the Blade and the Rampage, both of which demand a response. New York Excelsior are looking for an early fight here with a split hold around the door. Oh, that box is new, I think, that Yaki's currently standing on. Didn't notice that before.
Ooh, shiny new thing, but Ghanamjin is dying because he's just being in knife range. He has to drop sound barrier from Ansum J just to save him, and then Mirror pops Rampage just to anti-heal everyone. So New York at this point are just dying on card to reset, because will we see New York ever win a fight? Because it was 200 on control, and this was a unstoppable push by Titans on B.
All right, New York, you've had your week of being good. That's enough out of you. Back in the box. But Vancouver Titans, they did overinvest there. The sound barrier is gone. Now Kellen can control this next engagement, especially from high ground with the Rampage. As a Junker Queen, oh no, they've gone down to low. This is going to make things a lot more difficult. Now King and Master are going to easily be able to avoid that Rampage potentially, and Kellen's going to have to give over a lot more free charge here, looking for the optimal ultimate.
New York, this is your best chance to win a fight. This is a fortress of a defense. You have all the cover in the world. You can hide and force Titans to engage into you. But Kellen pulls the trigger on the Rampage. It hits Mirror and Aztec. And Vancouver used the shout to just disengage. So New York, again, this is kind of like the control syndrome of using ults and not killing, or really having a plan beyond just using it. Meanwhile, Yaki is looming above. Maybe if Aztec gets separated away, he can collapse on him and execute. But Yaki got found.
Yep, Yaki found. That's a huge disadvantage. Now the Bob's available as well. Ansum J's dead. King's going mad.
Oh, King is closing the gap to the left click on the floor. A 3-minute and 20 time bank. Vancouver Titans' second win. It's in the books. I mean, Mr. X guaranteed this team was going to Summer Showdown, and if they play like this, like I'ma believe them.
So Lemon, no fight win?
So killing any killers from New York?
any murderers? It's not going great. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yaki's damage right now is not amazing. 3 deaths for Yaki, admittedly. There's only been about 3 fights. Because New York Excelsior, they've been very inefficient with how they are defending these points, really. They only just about managed to get 2 fights out of second. It was kind of like a fight and a half on first, and on second point, they tried to play around the high ground, but in the end kind of got an engagement forced upon them that maybe they didn't need to have happen. Here's a quick look at how that fight went down. Masa shutting down the Blade with some well-placed Cheerios. Goodbye, Yaki. I don't think we will deal with a Blade today.
It's just a random, like, I don't even think he was aiming for it. So it's just that timing. But I think it's maybe not that it was a bad opportunity for Yaki, but there's steps that need to happen before the cake is made. You know, the eggs, the milk, the oven preheated. It's like you need the shout from the Junker Queen, maybe a barrier, maybe you gotta figure out what support ults the other team has, so it's okay. Yaki's seen better days.
Master and Mirror, by the way, yet to die.
Oh.
Very, very hardy on the Junker Queen Lucio duo. Now the question is, New York Excelsior, are they going to be offered any of the same opportunities that were given over by Yaki to Vancouver Titans on their own attack? It feels like it's a much tighter formation here from the Vancouver Titans. Don't want to give away anything for free. And so Mirror can now try and hold this corner. The corners are great for Junker Queens, and King gets an opening pick.
Yeah, Masa not dying just tells me that New York just haven't even scratched the surface of Titans, quite literally. Just playing this from front to back and trying to outpoke Mirror and maybe trying to get resources out of him, but New York, they're on the high ground. They get to choose when they want to engage. Now they will be taking dynamites for as long as they will stay up here. And Masa gets the scout, just seeing how many people are up there. Now some people in New York have dropped, forcing Kellen to do so as well. So it might just be a game of who's going to shout first. And, you know, we could have that stalemate like that happen in that shock match. But Aspire's also very close to Bob. And New York know the longer this takes, the Bob will come online, and this will be a 6v5 favoring the defense. So New York are almost waiting too long, but hey, let's just throw the Bob out immediately. Titans got impatient, and New York just left the building.
Yeah, but this has meant that Yaki is now all the way in no man's land. Here he is, back on the high ground of point B. This might actually lead to a good crunch onto Aztec if they can identify the location of the Brigator. And you can see that Aztec's now taking a far more reserved position, knowing that Yaki's coming in from the other side.
Oh, that's a great first pick from Flora. Spire is down 5-on-4, and you already see Yaki dashing in at the back. He's got the sound barrier, so Excelsior don't have to fall back. They could just keep pushing as long as they hit the shots, you know. Masa's quite swifty, but hey, New York, they can win a fight. And not only that, they can get the payload moving now.
Yes. All of the enthusiasm of like a kindergarten teacher. That's an excellent fight, Nuke Excelsior. Let's put it up here on the fridge where everyone can see it. The crunch worked out pretty well there. In fact, I think that Yaki had a really good timing that might have actually distracted Aspire for long enough to go for like an ADS to try and do more damage to Yaki. And when you're ADSing as an Ashe, you're actually moving considerably slower, and it makes you far more easy for a Sojourn to headshot. And that was a big factor in the previous contest between Ashe and Sojourn, but we had in our second meta for mid-season madness. And I think Yaki forcing Aspire into his more vulnerable positions was imperative to the captain getting the opening picks. Now we're moving into the ultimate stage of the game. Gangnam Jin has to be careful with the rally here to not use it before Vancouver Titans really commit from this high ground.
I would just like if both teams used ults when the fights actually started. And they're like, how about now? Yaki has used the blade, rally from Gangnam Jin to supplement him, but King had the bigger and better blade. With the same ults maybe on top of the sound beer from Masa, since they were able to use that in this fight. So double support ultimates, King's just gonna get a lot more done. And then they'll just gatekeep Excelsior at their spawn because the Junker Queen comp is so good at holding chokes that you're gonna see a lot more spawn camps in this meta.
Question is, can they overrun Miro, who's currently sitting in this stairway? There is a good LOS from Brigator, but Master's actually been forced to hide away, and so now you've got the...
Kellen got pulled and got hit by a truck. Yes. That truck is called Mirror, and Mirror had a rampage. It does hurt. So New York are just back in spawn. Aspire also threw the Bob as just the bodyguard, the bouncer of the Excelsior club, that they haven't been able to leave yet until Titans let them.
So I think considering that 2 ults were used there by Vancouver Titans, and there was enough lost from the Titans that they had to give up this ground, Nuke is also fairly happy with how that fight went. Now the question is, how does Kellen get value out of this rampage? He might not have to. Without a Lucio, you definitely can't fight this.
How does Flora see those things from that far away? It's like 1 pixel, and Flora has done a great job for New York to get those first picks that's usually coming from Flora. And now from the high ground, he's picked off a second, and New York can Excelsior right into them, really. And Titans have to fall back and hope that they can reset before the cap.
And now they're all going to be playing on the low ground. This is perfect. That's exactly what Kellen needed. Now with everyone on the low ground, for Rampage is going to be far easier to extract value from. Vancouver Titans putting King up on the high ground simply so that he's not going to be one of the primary targets here. But Kellen can open this fight up now by forcing the objective.
Oh, Aztec was like so far forward and Kellen wanted it. He uses the Rampage and half of Titans just go down like flies. They all got anti-healed, and without that Inspire, Aztec's just gonna fall over. So New York not only can win one fight, but many, many, many fights, because this has been so much momentum in their sails. They're gonna cap B. They have a 3-minute time bank, which is 2 minutes slower than Titans, but hey, they gotta go all the way.
Okay, so no defense for either team. Mira moving in with the... There's no way that Mira just ran into the middle of New York Excelsior and managed to fry Gangnam Jin. God himself could not drag Gangnam Jin back into this mortal coil.
You're coming with me.
That's unbelievable. I don't know how you get a trade there, but still, it's a longer respawn for Mira.
Oh, Titans maybe want to drop from the high ground here. I think they got scouted because Floor just threw a disruptor shot up there, but now that that's gone, Titans drop, but there really wasn't anyone close from New York except Kellen, who was around the post, and that meant Titans would have had to use Shout and all these resources just to get within brawl range. So Titans drop at an unlucky moment. King goes after Floor, who's used the shift jump to get away, and King thought he could get the dash reset, but maybe getting a few cooldowns and conserving his life is still a W in his eyes. Titans, though, still holding the choke, while Excelsior, their time is being drained away.
That was a really good boop and a solid disengage. Now when New Excelsior are engaged, they've got to be very careful about this Bob, which has been thrown out by Aspire.
I love the timing of this Bob. Aspire almost used it before fights, but now he uses it right in the middle. Forces Excelsior to shout and speed into the Mega Pack room, but it's still not a lot of cover and not enough, clearly, because Titans just pick them apart. It's just Excelsior weren't sure how to disengage and which target was going to be the best one for them to go after, so Titans still hold.
Now Mira. A lot lies upon the back of this Rampage. Admittedly, Vancouver Titans have enough time, yes, for another fight here, and could even drain New York Excelsior down to overtime, even if they lose both of these upcoming fights. But with the approach of New York Excelsior, they're going to be incredibly vulnerable to Mira being able to just pop one of those shouts to have everyone roll in after the Rampage of that speed boost.
Aspire's having a great game. Ah, come on. I was talking about you. Well, he still has like almost 14k damage, most amount of damage and final blows in the lobby, but not today. But Rampage from Mirror hits about 3 or 4 of the New York Excelsior, who started off the fight 5 versus 4, but all they had to do was react and clap Titans out of their face as soon as the Rampage came in. But Mirror is still a menace. Excelsior tried to kill everything around Mirror instead of Mirror himself, so Mirror just slices down Gangnam Jin. So New York are left without not a lot of heals, and Yaki wishes Gangnam Jin was here, but Flores picks is what's keeping this fight still going for New York.
Mira's just so good at running down Gangnam Jin. In this final fight, though, Ansoonjae's advantage on the sound barrier might be everything. Flora has a rail shot, does not connect. No more opening pick for the captain this time. There are going to be plenty available when the overclock is popped, and the reinforcement of the health bar to do it. No way! No way!
I was like, yo, surely they touched, right? They touched, right? They're sitting 2 inches away from the cart. They've touched, right? Because I'm not going to be like touchers in an overtime starts. No shot. We just witnessed the most egregious C9 to date. Like, they're 2 inches away from the cart and they could have touched. They watched it happen.
That's enough pushing for today. I think we've done our part. Let's just leave it here. That is painful, very painful for the New York Excelsior. Ladies and gentlemen, the Overwatch League North America is back on your screens, so some of you might wish that you didn't just see that. We'll see you after this break.
Guys, listen up. Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. And if you really want to impress the locals, make sure you don't pronounce the second T. That's the secret. The Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament in Canada, presented by Bell at the Mattamy Athletic Center. It's going to be from September 8th to 11th. You get to experience esports live again. I'm so excited. It's going to be a party. And we got a fan activation zone. We got Overwatch 2 that you guys can play. So make sure you get your tickets. Hey, maybe we'll even see Toronto and Vancouver there. Who knows, Leg?
I'm hoping that maybe there's a world where we could do some casting there, like from the Overwatch 2 PCs, because honestly, I've been missing it since the beta. Overwatch 1 is good, but it's just not the same. Overwatch 2 is my boo. Lemon, I'm invoicing the Overwatch League for therapy after the end of that previous map, but in case anyone survived that mentally, we should take another look at this crime.
It is a crime. I swear there was a Florida coach that said that, like, you know, a lot of the coaching job is about figuring out who should be and who should be pushing the cart. So this is the moment where there's like a few seconds left, and I'm like, yeah, they're right around the corner. Ansunjae obviously touched, and they would probably ask each other like, "Did you touch? No. Did you touch? No. Uh-oh.
I thought you were gonna touch.
Uh-oh. And then they just go on and do that. So, yeah, even Vancouver.
The sad thing is, like, for New York Excelsior, that was, like, such a winnable fight as well. They had Rampage advantage, they had Support Ult advantage. Also, we've got ourselves Ho1 finally coming in. This might even be his debut. Ho1 has been a bit of an enigmatic figure on the New York Excelsior. Bought in before he was of age, and he was bought in as the third flex support on this roster back when they had Gangnam Jin and Myeonbong. And we were like, yes, New York Excelsior, shall we, wait. I didn't realize that they'd subbed out their main support for Ho1. Okay, this is getting real weird real quick. So Ho1's a flex support coming from contenders. We don't know a huge amount about him. He was the third flex support for New York Excelsior, and now, once again, they've decided that no main support is going to be required here. So we've got to assume that they're going to go Florida Mayhem style and do double flex support over on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I don't know. New York, though, they should be calling 911, not Ho1, because the first thing is about the objective. This is the first lesson of Overwatch. But yeah, I think this meta, even though it seems really easy to execute in nature, you know, mechanically it's more on the Sojourn and maybe the Junker Queen and stuff like that, but macro-wise, it's hard to maneuver these fights, knowing when to engage, when to disengage, at what position do you want to engage at? Because I think both teams kind of had some issues with that, and New York went from just always engaging first to now kind of dialing it back. And I think that moment that they started dialing back was at that C9, where they were probably still in the middle of planning out how that fight was going to go. But we have some Zen on us, so you predicted it, kind of the Florida double flex support special.
Yeah, the Florida double flex support special has been, I hope it wasn't copyrighted. Otherwise, Albert Yere's going to be knocking on the offices of Excelsior like, hey, you owe us royalties for this one. And Vancouver Titans, they might well have some shenanigans in mind to try and deal with a double flex support when they see it. Depends on how much they've been scrimming Florida. But if they haven't been scrimming Florida too much, there's a chance that they might have a good acclimatization period against this double flex support that might be difficult to deal with. And I think that you might see Aspire swap over to the Ashe here to get that instant like poke damage to stop Gangnam Jin and Ho1 from being able to over-peak on the more vulnerable Titans members, because they don't have much in the way of like physical ways to stop this damage.
I like that Aspire's on the Sojourn personally, just because with that extra range, I think it bodes well for Sojourn. You know, the Dynamite for Ashe, you don't have that quarterback arm that you can yeet that thing across the map. So, but it's just unfortunate that Ho1 has to have his debut when his team's 0-2 after like a pretty egregious C9. So you gotta hope that they're not mental boomed, and maybe this substitute is like a mental refresher on all fronts. You know, you got fresh blood, you're excited to be here, but for now, Titans, it's been about a minute, and they've pushed the cart almost past Car Wash. Now, Excelsior, they might have their route of escape closed off because Titans are all around them, and New York aren't too preoccupied with wanting to drop for the cart. They just decided to hold the real estate on the high ground, and it worked out.
Well, they've got to try and hold this real estate, because Gangnam Jin and Ho1, they are playing together because they want to control this sort of initial high ground that you usually poke from, so that they can sort of battle down onto the cart from there, because it gives really good sight lines to keep Kellen supported. But the thing is, if Vancouver Titans can get Flora, if they can get Aspire, King, and Master up there into a 3 versus 2, Gangnam Jin and Ho1 can't stay for long.
I like that Moss is going for boobs just to see if he can isolate anyone just from the high ground to the low, making them drop. But Aspire is also just killed 2, and Titans have already pushed Excelsior off the high ground. Aspire with the 3rd. He still had most damage at the end of the lobby. No matter how many times I curse him, I think 4 kills at the end of this fight, and has overclock soon for the next fight.
Yeah, 4 of 5 final blows for Aspire. Nearly the ace for him. New York Excelsior. We have Yaki up close, but I think he's thinking better of going for the final touch here. Yeah, you know what? Be better. Going down to a Nano, ready to go. So we might be seeing a Nano Blade here. This is actually a very dangerous place for a potential Ajax beat from Marsa. And you can see that Kellen is already in a position to try ping Marsa's location. That's going to be Yaki's first point of damage for this Blade.
Meanwhile, Kellen has just been on the high ground. He's on the defense, right? He's just above Titans like that, and they haven't been able to push him away, and he's at full health. Yaki finds King as King was trying to flank the back line. Sound barrier, though, to save King at that moment as Yaki couldn't get the dash up to escape. So now, double support ultimates from Excelsior, the Nano to Kellen, the Ho1 Transcendence. And then for what reason? Because they're starting to use all the space that they just tried to earn, and Titans re-engage with a Blade. King, I mean, the gap close is gonna be tough. He got slapped out of existence. Titans got rampaged by Kellen, and New York aren't really eager on wanting to extend past the card, so Titans got rampaged kind of for nothing.
I really don't know why you would nano a Junker Queen when the enemy has so many speed boosts and you do not. It feels like you're just asking for your queen to get kited and maybe go into a dangerous position trying to get value out of that nano. I don't know why you wouldn't nano the Blade, especially when you could potentially get Master midway through his cast as well. Ho1 at least seems to be in a very safe position here, and Yaki's actually doing a really good job right now of covering King's potential approaches to the supports.
That's a 3-man ante that Gangnam Jin just threw, and unfortunately Yaki just couldn't get involved and maybe get some dash resets because Masa and Asak were at critical health, so lost opportunity there for New York, but it's fine because they're draining the clock. The cart is in their territory. It's Titans that have to figure out their prioritization. King is in the back and has already executed hole 1. Gangnam Jin wasn't able to heal his team back up, and Excelsior and the defense are left without any resources at all. So Titans are going to cap, and Kellen missed the bus.
So it feels like Vancouver Titans, they're augmenting their strategy now nicely to deal with the double flex support, and it comes in the form of being a 2-man hit squad. Mars is kind of leaving Mirror behind, and we're seeing a 3-2 split that's quite reminiscent of teams like, say, San Francisco Shock, where they have the Genji and the Lucio played together as a hit squad, and then the other core of the Junker Queen, the Sojourn, and the Brigitte try and play as a tighter unit of 3. And because you have both Master and King, they can very easily take out either Ho1 or Gangnam Jin quite early, and then use the dash reset from that to start off on killing the next support.
Yeah, King did a really good job, and I kind of even heard from coaches that just King's style in the Genji is to really just focus only on supports. There's other Genjis that, you know, like to duel the other Genjis and babysit them a bit, but King's so focused on Gangnam Jin, and he executes again. The nano this time from Gangnam Jin as his last wish given to Flora, who's dueling against Aspire and loses that because, you know, King was there too, so it was a 1v2. New York are down bad.
In New York, they do at least have the respawn advantage, so Yaki doesn't feel too bad about staying in this position. Of course, it's got the permanent Harmony Orb as well, so not too worried about taking that direct duel. There's a world where maybe King gets discorded as well, but there's the rally to drive everyone forward from Aztec.
Ooh! King! Who can stop him? It's really the King and Queen meta. I'm done with this. King is now slicing through Kellen, who was just about to have Rampage, and there's a ton of Alter Excelsior. Do you even get to use it? 0.45 meters. Yaki got the touch. Flora's second. He's overclocking in the middle of 3 people. Transcendence now from Hole 1 just to take off a few more seconds from this time bank of Titans. Here's the late Rampage from Kellen. It hits Mirror and Aztec, but it's still a 1v3 in favor of obviously the offensive Titans. Now Aspire gets to pick away, and he's actually pretty close to the cart and accessible by the defense, but he doesn't care. He wants to kill them as quickly as possible, and Titans finish with almost a 2-minute time bank.
Flora rolls out of spawn saying this ends now, and you couldn't be more based, bestie. You are absolutely right. Masa dying early in that fight was actually a big problem for the Vancouver Titans. They were hoping to have that sound barrier to really bring this home, and Masa having to come all the way back from spawn with that still in hand meant that was by no means guaranteed for Vancouver Titans, but it feels like Vancouver have definitely found the sort of ebb and flow of the comp against the double flex support to make use of things like the rally that Aztec has to really close distances and get rid of Ho1 or Gangnam Jin super early, forcing the other support to have to very much prioritize where their healing's going to go. That's really difficult if you're Ho1 and you only have a Harmony Orb. That's nowhere near enough healing compared to the massive AoE that comes out of both a Lucio and a Brigitte.
It's cool to see King and kind of his rookie season just pop off as much as he has, because you even brought up kind of that confidence issue that could be arising with new players and just being fresh into the Overwatch League. But King is 14-2 versus the 5-5 of Yaki. King is doing work, just only going after Gangnam Jin and Ho1, which there's not as much knockback. But Aspire, now I can hype him up because he doesn't have a chance to die yet. But Aspire is also getting insane amounts of damage, and it, like I said in the pre-show, is #1 on Sojourn in the league when it comes to hero damage and final blows. So Vancouver could be getting their second win, especially after that cap.
New York fans who were looking for a reverse sweep, well, it's got to start here. But Vancouver Titans, they have quite the time bank to play with, almost 2 minutes on Gibraltar. So impressive, especially considering that this is a super hard place to attack with a mostly ground-born composition. Mirror's still here, by the way, just hiding in the corner. I don't think I've ever seen anyone hold there, and Ho1 wasn't expecting it either.
It's just funny because they, I guess, TP'd Kellen to the other high ground, and he's just been there by himself. And I was like, how is he gonna get back home? He's just a free bird. Kellen loves to play by himself, and at this time, he didn't really get a pick. He really just drew attention and now staggered himself.
Look at that smile on Mira's face. Really Merrycon doing it. Like, does this spawn camp bring joy? Yes, it brings joy. It brings lots of joy to Vancouver Titans. Remember, this is a team that's 1-13 in the top right of your screen right now. And look at what they are doing. This is a brand new Titans, a brand new vibe, a brand new feel, and a confidence that suits them, Lemon.
I think it's just going to come down to if New York can get ults, and we've already... Oh, that's a good pull on the Flora. He doesn't actually shift jump back to spawn, and the Mirror Axe gets Flora, so that's a mistake from New York.
What?
And then you got a nano on Kellen, because they're like, if Titans are going to play close to go punish Flora, maybe we can punish them back, but Titans use Shadow or Lucio speed to just leave the choke, so the nano on Kellen did nothing.
There's no other way to say it. That nano sucked. It was terrible. Kellen had already used his shout, so he didn't have a speed boost. Master just went, okay, team, we're leaving. I've had enough. This restaurant is terrible. Bad reviews.
Ooh, I can't even say
Yikes.
is this a good scrim because the other team hasn't spawned yet. So once the fights, once New York get ults, you guys better watch out. We're gonna be coming in 0-1 Astra Attendance. So, you know, you can maybe just push off of resources there. Once the bomb from Flora is gone, don't forget about that. Kellen is getting a bully. He can't even go back to spawn. He's getting body blocked. Are New York boomed? I don't know.
I don't think I've ever seen a spawn camp like this on Gibraltar. Like, we've seen it on places like Havana, but never on Gibraltar. This is such a difficult area to spawn camp because there's this, like, veranda here where we see Yaki and Ho1 hanging out, which is basically inaccessible unless you're going to, like, send your Genji up there alone. So this usually is, like, a good place to just work from. But the fact is, New York Excelsior, they don't have the speed to be able to exploit any bad positions.
Oh, the sound mirror, because Mirror got a little bit low. The rampage from Mirror goes towards Excelsior. It's got Jin at 4, and Ho1 has nothing to heal because they're anti-healed. He just saved himself. The rookie comes in, he's like, y'all losing, y'all C9ing, but my stats, they're tight. So, 50 seconds until this is over.
Oh, speaking of which, Ho1 currently on one final blow for this game so far. And Mira, I believe, rampaged off the cliff. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever used a rampage there, so maybe the spacing was a little bit off. Now we finally moved the car 15 meters for NYXL. This is it, Lemon.
New York have ults. Overclock. We've used Rampage. Mirror, Aspire, Aztec, anti-healed. Floor is hitting shots. And New York, they don't get boomed. They're the ones who reverse swept Houston when they were down bad 0-2. So now they had to invest ultimates to leave spawn, which is not ideal. They have 10 seconds left, which is even less ideal. So can a Nano Blade be enough to save New York at point A?
All right. Overtime. There it is, as we move in towards the final fight of Point A. Aztec has a rally, but Gangnam Jin and Ho1 critically have the high ground here. It's a really good staging area for them, but they can't afford to be forced out by Aspire or softened up for a King Dive.
Hey, as soon as he saw Maso go for the boop, Yaki gets nanoed, calls for the blade, deals with Aztec, so no rally to salvage this fight for the Titans. So now what? Yaki. Okay, you gotta look for targets here, and there's King at half health. New York, gotta remember the objective too, but really Titans are barely leaving these doors to touch anyway, so Excelsior got point A.
Groundbreaking new combo from New York Excelsior. We're witnessing live science here. Invention, the mind of Nikola Tesla, runs through us all as the Nano Blade is finally discovered. And it turns out that's a pretty good combo, especially against a lack of sound barrier. You can cut through Aztec super easily, especially when he uses Rally as well, which is why he didn't use Rally to actually counter the Nano Blade. Now he's going to use it to just run on car.
Yeah, King and Yaki dueled at like Narnia at the end of point B, and I like that Yaki's committing more attention to King before he can access Ho1 and Gangnam Jin. And now with King out of the picture, Excelsior can now work together without any backline threats, but it's about working together, and Aztec is isolated, uses shield bash to get out, and Mirror will be the last on the hit list. So New Yorker gonna get more space out of this card as soon as Titans give it up. It's just taking a while to finish the fight, and they're, oh my god, Kellen, they're dead. Now you can't question mark yourself, bro. You can't.
This is of all the games of Overwatch that have happened, this is one. Kellen, no Rampage. This gives him a huge advantage. Now Master can freely use his sound barrier whenever he should wish, but likely to try and answer Yaki.
Just holding the choke and giving that sustained nano to Kellen, but he drops to deal with Mirror instead of maybe focusing on the backline of Titans that were going to come out that same choke, but Ho1's already been forced to use Transcendence, but Kellen and Flora either out of range. Oh, actually, they got Rampage by Mirror. That's why that ult doesn't work. So, Ho1, he floats, but he can't run very fast, but at least was able to trade out with Mirror, and 40 seconds left until the circus is over.
Right, so I am begging that we stop using the Transcendence to counter Rampage. It never countered Anti, and it still doesn't, and we need to stop nanoing the Junker Queen. Especially if you're up against a Lucio and you don't have one. It's like the sad little Reinhardt that gets nanoed and just has to stare at the opponent. You can't really catch up fast enough. Yaki now has the Blade, no nano behind it, but not going up against a sound barrier, and Aspire's already dead!
Oh, there's the push from the Titans to go into the right side room where the DPS of New York were sitting, and they managed to get out. Kellen got involved, so the Blade from King as the Spire comes back on the Tracer, and we're actually watching the Yaki Blade do a lot more work. King gets diffed at that moment, and now that Yaki's focusing more on dueling King, King's not getting away with as much crime as he did, and New York from point A to point B in overtime, they will cap.
Okay, so Vancouver Titans at the moment, they seem to be... they were contemplating not going for a reset, and at least now with a speed boost, it seems like that is going to be the reality. King is going to escape the clutches of Yaki here. And New York Excelsior, I'd love to see Kellen and Yaki get aggressive to try and keep Vancouver Titans at bay, because one of the real advantages that New York Excelsior have been using to actually string together fights here is getting good positions for Gangnam Jin and Ho1 so they can't get camped. But if everyone's playing on cart around this corner, they could easily be overrun by Mirror and Marsa.
Yeah, it's just going to be kind of poke for New York. They don't have the speed to contest the Spire or King or just anyone from Titans that are just going to sit on the high ground. So Flora versus Aspire on who's going to get the first pick until we get a set of ultimates. Transcendence is forced out just because King or that's Mirror jumping around back there. What's Mirror up to? He gets antied by Gangnam Jin and is going to get killed soon. Kellen was behind him taking poke from everyone. And New York don't have the speed to do much else, even escape, as King is now going to go finish off all the targets. Flora's like, hey, what did I miss? And King presented his backhand. So Titans are back at holding with 15 seconds left.
Dude, King's been chemical washed or something, because that was unbelievably clean. And now New York Excelsior, they have to make their way to the cart without a speed boost. That means you need to expend your shout from Junker Queen if you're going to touch at all. Yaki's on the job. No more C9s today.
Yaki is barely alive. He's using Deep Leg, but he's surrounded. Now you got the Infra Sight, so Aspire can go and finish off Gangnam Jin. He's taking pot shots, but it's not enough. Excelsior don't have healing, no DPS. And really, you don't lose to Titans because New York chose to lose to themselves. This is a 3-0 for the Vancouver Titans, who take their second season win.
Some creative uses of ultimates, whether it's nanoing a Junker Queen who can't go anywhere, a rampage into a team that's already been wiped, a rampage off a cliff potentially, or suddenly the holy grail of ultimates for Nanoblade. This has been a story, Lemon, but not sure if one that I'd want told to me before bedtime, because it might cause nightmares.
I think, yeah, I'll return that story to the unbranded bookstore and go for something else. It was a cool little love story, and it was cool to see King pop off the way he did. We did see New York adjust beyond getting Mental Boom, although they don't usually get Mental Boom, right? Because they were able to reverse sweep Houston in their first match. They know how to come back from dire straits, just sometimes not from spawn camps. But Yaki did adjust by committing more attention to King, because I think King got away with way too much. He was always on top of Gangnam Jin and Ho1 at the end. We got the Ho1 debut, probably not the one he signed up for, though.
Yeah, well, Regicide wasn't on the menu today because he was surviving, he was fragging, and he was making the lobby of his own. Your player of the match is the one and only newbie in King. What a Genji performance that we have seen today, even if at times it became a little bit too easy for him. And this is one of the main times that I was calling out like the macro understanding of the Vancouver Titans, this particular replay, because they realized if they over-invested their ultimates there in both a sound barrier and the blade, and what was essentially a half fight, that they'd force New York Excelsior to take a suboptimal fight to get to the point in overtime. And that's really given me some enthusiasm for the macro understanding of the game from Vancouver Titans. Honestly, Lemon, DP has transformed this roster, and King's been a large part of that.
Yeah, and just considering how so many teams in the league have such a vast amount of coaches on their team, but it's just DP and then Justin the stats and GM. So yeah, really is DP is transforming his team along with the support he has. And King, like I've already mentioned in the intro, has done a lot of growing up, and you kind of brought up how confidence is important to have as a Genji. And on that clip of Hollywood where New York were playing completely split, King was still able to gap close and to be able to go for those plays and not know if you could always convert it, but going for it is what I love to see from King. The stat, I mean, 17 limbs per 10 minutes, very, very low deaths. King knew when to also blade and when to pull back when the support ults came out. There's a lot to keep track of in this meta, and it's really impressive to see rookies be able to handle that.
Yeah, I think it helps as well that King came from a team in contenders that were doing quite well in this meta, so it brings along that understanding. It really feels like Unsung J is super critical to how New York Excelsior want to play this game. I don't think the double flex support is working out for them great so far, but maybe a little bit more time to try and perfect how to break out of spawn, because obviously once New York Excelsior got out of spawn and they could actually set up positions for that double flex support, it worked a little bit better. Now they could string together a bunch of fight wins, but every run needs to start with a single step, and that first step is what's giving New York Excelsior the problems. I want to see a return for this team, Lemon, to the speed that actually allowed them to flummox Dallas Fuel, because we didn't see any of that fire today.
With this win, I mean, Titans are setting themselves up to maybe go to a Canadian event and maybe show up against the other Canadian team. But yeah, this has been 2 beatings in a row by the Vancouver Titans, signed by yours truly. So will we see another beating? The San Francisco Shock versus the Boston Uprising are coming up next. We're going to send it over to the desk, get some interviews going, and we'll see you there.
Genji post.
Get you one.
Get boy,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
On the side.
King.
Soldier.
Oh, my final blue. Oh, my final blue.
Dude, I'm not happy. My blades are horrible.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Mirror from Vancouver Titans. Mirror, congratulations on the win. Hello, 3-0 victor. Another big win for the Vancouver Titans. I mean, I'm sure you're feeling great. What sort of gave you the edge today against the New York Excelsior in today's match?
I think for our whole team, everyone played amazing, and thank them. We put a lot of effort in. But for myself, kind of got told that just don't get gapped, and then we will win. That's literally it.
Just don't get gapped. And
just don't get gapped on my end.
Yeah, and I don't. So would you say that you did it? Would you say that with confidence? Would you say that you didn't get gapped today? Do you think you did your job?
Today. That's why we win. We did my job. I did my job today.
Yeah, for sure. I think I 100% agree. And I mean, I also want to ask you because Mira, I think you're an interesting player because you play a lot of different heroes. Like I remember, like couple seasons back, you played DPS. You also played a little bit of tank. But coming in this season for the Vancouver Titans, you've been sticking to the tank role, Doomfist, and currently right now for the Junker King. So how does that? So how's that transition going for you? Are there any problems or is it like really easy? How is it going for you?
I think for myself, there's always room to improve, and now try my best to improve as fast as possible so that our team get more wins. But for everyone, they've been supporting me pretty well and helped me a lot as well from like different perspective, what I need to do. So yeah.
Okay, all right. And also talking about this match, I do feel like you guys, I could see your like confidence when you guys are playing, when you were playing against the New York Excelsior. Would you say that confidence came from like from the meta that's been helping you guys, or is it, I guess sort of from breaking the curse of no wins and now you guys have a win? So did that help you with the confidence?
I think it's like a bit of both. Like thankfully the meta like leaned towards our favor. Like everyone is on their, I guess, their role and their like favorite hero. But for the curse, yeah, is we have hope. We've been scrimming, practicing, people put effort in, and there's like the result is there. It's just that every game that we lose, every game that we lose is just like fight by fight, just one small details. We just need to work on that.
Yeah. And I mean, you guys just won 2 games in a row, so I'm very excited to see more from the Vancouver Titans. Mirror. That is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye.
You too.
See ya.
In the Watchpoint pre-show, I said that we would not get any predictions wrong this week.
You have to
but
say
the
things,
Vancouver
don't you,
Titans 3-0ing the New York Excelsior determined that was a lie. Welcome to Game Break here. Vancouver Titans seem like the real deal. Thank you. Wow, we were all wrong.
Yeah.
We were all wrong
Not
again.
Even close to being right.
We were so far away from possibly being right. It was all of us. It was everyone on the disc. The Pick'ems.
Yeah. I was like, hey, look at Yaki's Genji, and I think we all just looked.
I can't find it anywhere, but like it was a crazy match. Like in New York, we were so high on them after last weekend. They had a cohesive roster, felt like they were playing comfortable. Yaki on that Genji was stepping up, and to me it felt like the only player from the New York Excelsior who showed up in this match was Flora. Flora was getting picks time and time again, really starting to give them that edge. But I need to give credits. It's two sides of the stick as well. Not just did New York play poorly, Vancouver did something that we haven't seen from them all season, which is punishing mistakes. They were recognizing and playing preemptively. Every time New York opened the door, they actually walked through it, which in the past, it felt like they were too scared to sort of take those steps. It felt like they were trying. And this goes back to something that I always reference, which is Johnny. When I was on the Dallas Fuel in 2018, Johnny wrote an article, which is the players need to play with more confidence. They need to play to not lose. And that's what happens when you go on these massive losing streaks like the Vancouver Titans were, is what happens is you just get in your head so much that instead of really playing to win and really trying to sort of like step up, it feels like you're playing to not make mistakes. But the Vancouver Titans, they've gotten that win, and they've seemed to have gotten over that hump. Every single individual player on that team was making plays. King, especially as a rookie coming in, seems to have revitalized this roster. Another question for me is, how high can they go? They feel comfortable in this meta. They feel like they have a lot of confidence. It's not unreasonable for them to get to Toronto right now because they're 2-1. They have, who are they saying they have next?
Washington,
Washington
Houston,
Justice,
Boston.
those are winnable matches. I would be surprised at this point if Vancouver didn't make it. Who would have thought that last
Matt
week,
was right.
That Matt was right when he guaranteed that Vancouver.
Let's not give Matt that, okay? Let's not give him that, okay? He's a bit of a goofball, you know. He's kidding around a bit, but you know we're actually being serious here. Vancouver Titans has a legitimate chance. At qualifying for the Toronto stage, and then you know league points. Maybe the next stage goes their way. Suddenly Vancouver Titans in the play-ins.
2022 champions is next.
Where
does it end?
Can Matt guarantee that? I don't know if he can guarantee that. But.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. But the Vancouver Titans for now, I mean, just, you know, there's a lesson to be learned here as well from the New York Excelsior. You know, yesterday everyone was willing to like put them in the top 5 in the Western region, like power rankings. Just like, oh, they look so good. So Vancouver Titans, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but let's just enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Let's just enjoy the 2 consecutive wins. And, you know, we don't have to think about play-ins. We don't have to think about Toronto even. Let's just enjoy the wins.
Well, we were talking to Mira just before. First of all, Mira's a very nice person. He's the first guest to ever ask us how our day was going, which was, you know, Danny very much appreciated. But he also said, you know, we were like, oh, you have a good map score as well. So even if you go 3-3, and he said, we don't care about maps. We just want to win every match. That's all we're focused on, and that's an important mindset to have.
The hunger is there for Vancouver Titans, and they are circling their victims like sharks. They're ready to pounce. I think there's some. Never mind. More about sharks later. Coming up next, we have the San Francisco Shock taking on the Boston Uprising, and you know, a fun little tidbit here. You mentioned to me, Costa, in the break here. Mag, of course, new on the Boston Uprising. He played on the Washington Justice last week. When they played the San Francisco Shock, and here comes Mag, joining the Boston Uprising, and he's playing the Shock again in consecutive weeks here. Not the most fun matchup for Mag, perhaps?
Yeah, no, well, good luck, Mag. You're going up against the undefeated regular season team in the San Francisco Shock. Having to play them back-to-back is brutal, but hey, he's on a new shiny squad in the Boston Uprising. Maybe it all comes together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Danny?
No, I also agree. I think maybe, you know, you never know. Mag might, you know, found out like a weakness to San Francisco Shock.
The secret match strat against the Shock.
And then he told his new teammates what to do, and maybe they'll get a win.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? I mean, last year with Philadelphia Fusion in 2021, they made some player changes, and you know, I made this like honeymoon kind of face, kind of argument.
It exists. It's a true thing.
You know, maybe should it apply to Mag and the Boston Uprising? I don't know how much of a honeymoon that is, but you never know. You know, you can flip on us.
Gotta watch to find out.
Yeah, you never know. You know, San Francisco Shock though, they're on a massive win streak. It's like too many to count. It's like 18 or something at this point, and then.
I think this is to tie the record. So this is San Francisco Shock.
No.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. Don't fact check me on this one, but I believe if they win this match, they are tying the Vancouver Titans regular season
19?
record, which is 19, because it also goes into the previous season where they did win all their regular seasons. You know, I can't remember.
Is it this one? I don't know.
What?
If Costa's wrong, it's all on him.
We're supposed to know this. We're supposed to do our job.
I'm like 75%.
Why is it not even 80? It's 75.
Okay. Well, it's time to throw it over to someone who hopefully, actually does their job, unlike us here on the desk. It's of course going to be, and this is where the shark reference comes in, because Jaws is going to be the caster along with Matt. What an interesting pair we got going here. Jaws, Matt, the San Francisco Shock. They've been looking fire so far. Is this just another easy win for the Shock, or do you think?
Jaws, don't answer his question. Do not answer his question.
I'm
First,
not doing it.
Hold on, I gotta say something. Johnny said that I was joking around about the Titans making the playoffs. I was serious. And I also see that I have rubbed off in a positive way on Danny. Danny's still laughing. He's having a good time. And Scott's just making up stats. He's just like, oh yeah, this way. If they win this one, there's a 70% chance it's true that they're undefeated. Like, I don't know like what you're even talking about.
70% plus? I take that. If I was a betting man.
Yeah, see, Jack, that's like a
good.
B or a C or something like that.
How is 70 a
trust
B?
you, Scott? Probably not.
C, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, a 70 would be a B, but if you're wrong, like it's not like you could be partially right with that stat. Like you're either incorrect or correct.
Well, I'll make sure that we're 100% in the next game break. But talking about the percentage chances for Boston here, like how much percentage does Boston have to win this game? 20, 30%? What do you think?
15, 20? I'd 15 or 20%, yeah. Around that.
Y'all just trying to be nice.
That's pretty
I
good,
think it
right?
might
That
be a
sounds
little-
pretty
a little
likely
bit
for
lower.
sure.
Wow.
Well, what's
I
your
mean, this-
percentage then, Matt?
All right.
Oh, Matt's going to be disrespectful.
Oh, Matt.
9.5%.
9.5. Oh my god.
He just wanted to go sub 10. He was like 10%. He's like, no, it's going to be worse than that.
Nah, I was thinking
Oh,
like
well.
7, and then I was thinking
yes, I
10,
thought
and I
this
was
one.
like, you know what? Let me find a range in the middle here.
Okay, well, we're going to say goodbye. We've done our jobs and research. Maybe. We'll see. Scott, Johnny,
Yeah.
please look up that stat in the
Thank
break
you.
so we can reference it and be 100% correct. Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon. It's it's good to get crosstalk again, Matt, I will say. And just
Yeah,
take
I
this to
mean-
Johnny is always a nice thing.
It's good for us. I'm not exactly sure how much they enjoyed that. I had a great time, though.
No, it felt pretty good. And this is a weird situation we're in, Matt. First time we're casting together. How strange is that? I'm surprised you didn't run to HR and hand in your.
No, this is also the first time I'm
designation
casting
letter.
with somebody I'm legitimately taller than. They don't have to fake it. So,
Oh, okay. We're dragging
this
it down to that level already.
This is great. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm like maybe a hair taller than you. Maybe I'm pretty sure we're roughly the same height.
we
get to
both
the
qualify as short, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, we both needed that box, to be fair, at one point in Arlington. I needed it for
yeah.
Scott and you needed it for Mitch, so yeah, unfortunately we both... Maybe I'll get my own branded box in Toronto, we'll have to wait and see. Right, anyway, Shock versus Boston. You give them a 9.5%. Look, they added Mag. Mag's pretty good.
Well-
Matt, does that not bump up a few?
It's also tough to add somebody in the middle of the season, especially somebody who's going to be playing the main tank role or just tank role right now. With a hero like Junkin, who you're basically playing around the entire time. It looks like they obviously, got Mag up there to Boston, to the facility as fast as possible. Obviously some practice time. But still, you're going up against a team who's been rock solid all season long. They've had a consistent roster, great play all around, undefeated. There's a lot going against them in this first game, which we see the Shock lineup here on your screen. Even if the Shock were to win this and take out Boston here, I don't really think you can learn a ton about Boston in this game, so to speak.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to take them time to kind of work Mag into the roster. It feels kind of smart, though, from Boston to throw him into this game. The Shock are still undefeated, like you said, so you're like, okay, we'll give Mag some time with the team in the server, in an official, to get him more up to speed than just, playing scrims. So, but yeah, proper Kilo, Kaluge, Finn, you know the vibe by now. We're going into control as our first game mode, and the team is undefeated, 14-0. They're about to maybe soon TM, we'll get that stat, but breach that ridiculous win streak in the regular season. There's not much this team can't do. I think we may have lost Matt somehow. Not sure. Which is great for our first cast together. That's very awesome. But yeah, I mean, what Matt was saying is, yeah, it's difficult to really hedge your bets against the Shock, right? I mean, they are 14-0. Are they going to make it 15 today? I feel like they're almost guaranteed to go to the LAN, but things could change. Matt could shift it up just a tad and swing Boston the opposite direction. I mean, Boston, to be fair, with Punk, have also looked pretty damn good. They're not fielding him today, as we take a look at the roster real fast. We've got Mag instead, and yeah, unfortunately he's just an icon right now. Maybe he's an icon for the Overwatch League, as he's only just transferred from the Washington Justice. But it's a full Korean lineup for Boston Uprising starting today, which is fairly interesting.
Right. Sorry, I apologize there, Jaws.
Okay.
Mitch ran in and heard things were going well, so he started to pull all the cords out. I think Mag kind of fits into this roster. You go with a full Korean lineup here. Maybe for what you obviously communication is huge between these teams, within Overwatch League and just with the fast nature of play. Maybe you gain something there. I thought Punk was actually playing quite well. When we have seen him on the Junker Queen. But if you have an opportunity where you think you can upgrade the roster and there's players from other teams that you can go out there and get, and that's kind of what you want to see from your team, if you're a fan, right? You always want to see them in a mode where they're looking to upgrade.
Yeah, and later down the line too, Mag can
as he's traditionally known as a main tank player. So they have that in their back pocket, and they can also switch on Punk if there's ever like a Diva meta or like a Zarya or whatever. So yeah, I think it's a good all-round pickup for the Boston Uprising as well. It's whether they can actually take down the Shock, which doesn't seem likely, but
Yeah, like
there's always a chance.
I wouldn't overreact. Like, if you are Boston and you're not able to come out on top here, like, you still have a pretty solid roster. You feel like you made an improvement here, bringing in Mag. You also have Punk still on the team, right? So you still have him, even if Mag doesn't kind of turn out with as high as upside as you think. And there's still a few games left for them, in this stage to make the tournament. The only thing is like you're seeing some performances from teams like Vancouver, where they may take up a tournament slot where they were never in consideration really in the past, right?
Which is just a wild thing to think about, I will say. I mean, I'm super happy for the way the Vancouver.
That last one hurt.
Right
As a former New Yorker, now a resident of West Canada, I felt that one.
Now a resident of West. Oh right, you just transferred your citizenship, I see, real quick off the back
Honorary.
of the dub. Yeah, I can appreciate that. All right, Control. It's Lijiang. It's Gardens. And yeah, same comps. Who's really surprised? Nobody at this point. We'll see how Mag does against Kalush. Kalush has also been a crazy standout rookie this season already.
Yeah, I think where you can kind of make something happen if you're the Boston Uprising is maybe putting a lot of pressure on Finn and Violet, as we see Valentine go ahead and get that dash and the kill right on a Finn right away. I believe like after one of their last matches, it was an interview with Danny and Violet where he was mentioning like there's a large adjustment in that support line now, and maybe you can make them feel a little bit uncomfortable with the pace.
Ooh, Faith going super low. Saw Violet trying to chase after him. Both teams ended up trading 1-for-1 as Victoria fell to Kalush a moment ago, but these comps, they last for quite a while. Commanding shouts are back up for both Junker Queens, and everybody gets topped off with that overhealth. It does fade away. Point hasn't been capped yet as Proper ends up going down. Okay, now Boston Uprising can charge forwards. Max pretty low, but the Shock still managed to grab hold of the point. This comp can be fairly stally, but you do really need your Junker Queen to be on point to activate that stall. Kilo also ends up falling down, and the rest are to follow. MCD dies to a little Bowie knife there, but all good. Boston Uprising, find the replay.
And Queen is so dangerous to get close to, where you see Proper goes in and he gets taken out by Mag really fast. Really difficult to play close range against, but then also it's difficult to like outrange it, right? Because with the Lucio's speed and then her own shout can get right into position rather quickly. So we'll see both teams with the sound barrier kind of counter each other out here. Valentine's built up this blade rather quick though.
Yeah, Proper's 10% away. You can definitely poke for it. There's the blade from Valentine, pretty quick, sharp. Good beat from the Shock, hits every single member. But the counter beat from the Uprising. They've let go of their rally. In fact, Finn is going to do exactly the same. The overhealth building up. Boston Uprising still have a little bit more, but the late blade from Proper's good. Mag first target is dead. Valentine to follow as he gets the reset straight to the back, helping Kalush clean up. Boston Uprising, 50+% on the board. You're definitely happy with that, getting both support ultimates out of the San Francisco Shock.
Well, I think for the Shock, right, you flip the point back, you're going to have your Queen ult here, you're going to have also your Sojourn ult coming in. There's no support ults on the other side. You think this is another fight that you can win? Obviously, still dangerous with Mag going to have his ultimate up as well, but you win this fight, you start to like really get towards a point where you can take the lead.
Got to be careful. Kilo's just eyeing those angles with 100 charge. Like you mentioned, he's got that overclock coming up rather soon. There's the ult from Kalush, that rampage hitting 3, and Victoria and Faith and the rest of the squad are going to go down. Really nice. And you're able to save your overclock for the next fight too. We've seen how crazy Sojourn is in this meta. The amount of early picks you can get is kind of cracked. And some of the reasons teams are doing so well is their Sojourn player is just above and beyond the rest.
And that fight goes so one-sided to the Shock that like Boston doesn't even have an opportunity, right, to like brawl it out and then lose and gain some large ultimate charge on any of their other players. They're in the same exact spot that they came into that fight with, and that's going to be a rampage from Mag that connects to 3.
Yeah, pretty confident going into that fight. They know they can just speed past the bridge and hit him with the rampage. Oh, nice little boop from Faith. Sends Kilo over the edge, but the Shock is still holding on to this fight somewhat. Proper is still alive, but with the speed boost of Faith and Mag just charging forward, the commanding shout. A little bit difficult for the backline to stay alive, but scrappy as ever, the San Francisco Shock managed to hold on. 10% to go, and Blade, Rally, B coming up.
Yeah, now you're in lots of trouble if you're the Boston Uprising. You're not going to get another shot at these DPS ultimates, most likely. You're going to have a rally. You're really worried at this point who is going to touch. It looks like you're going to get a touch from Valentine to trigger OT.
Yeah, he does get knifed though, unfortunately. Skewered. Blade from Proper still activated. He pulls it. And I mean, that's just round over. Not much else you can really do. San Francisco Shock had both support ultimates coming into that fight. MCD had the rally at the very end. And the Boston Uprising's hopes for round number 1 cut quite short, like mine and Matt's height.
Well, you can also see why people have been kind of talking about, like, calling it Jotes or comparing it to Goats, right? Because, like, once you start to get the ultimates rolling in your favor, and you can start to turn these fights over pretty fast in dominant fashion and really just kind of like bleed the other team out. When teams are about even, that's when you see kind of it also resemble that composition where fights go for an extended period of time because you have the shout, which is like an AoE speed, also burst heal. You have both the Lucio's auras for whether it's the speed or the healing, and then you also get the Brig in position to just trigger Inspire constantly, where the fights just last forever in that neutral when both teams are pretty even in terms of ults.
I think this meta has really shown so many funny aspects of Overwatch, like the Colosseo game with the Shock, 2.5 minute plus without a single kill. Unlike this map, of course, where both Sojourns find headshots. But yeah, I mean, the stalling is just insane.
Yeah, you can just keep the stall going for a while. Look at this. So we're kind of opening up like pretty similarly to last round. Not totally secured yet, but Boston off to a pretty good start. We'll see if they can get control of the point. Obviously going to have to keep the Shock off of that, but Proper gets a huge pick there.
Yeah, on MCD. That's a lot of your healing going down. I like Violet's positioning it in amongst that fight. The Boston Uprising were trying to like taunt them, like bait them in, just try and touch that point before we end up capping. But yeah, with MCD dying like that, it's go again for Boston Uprising.
So now for Boston. See how they decide to attack this. I think these are like the more interesting fights of this meta. Not exactly when like the ultimates are in play, because you kind of get into like a little bit of a order of operations with how that's going to go. I think in these neutral fights, it's how can a team get that advantage, use the shout, get in position, really start to just rack up the Inspire and the auras.
Yeah, a lot of it's just those Sojourns getting 100 charge and then hopefully getting a headshot. Oh, this time Max starts it out pretty quick. Both Brigittes fall over, and it's up to Violet and Faith to keep both teams healthy. Violet might want to just use this beat to secure this fight. We'll see what he wants to do. He does end up doing that. And now Mag is the target. The flip comes through for Boston, but with Mag just cut asunder, yeah, you are going to look for a very quick reflip there for the San Francisco Shock. It's nice to deny some extra percent there, but Violet had his beat up super early, and Faith lagging behind.
That's what happens when you lose some of these fights in such fast, dominant fashion, right? Going to end up with a rally here shortly as well, but you're going to get up to, what, 60% plus here for the Shock. You lose this fight for Boston, you're going into a fight where you could be looking like last fight territory almost, with how long these fights go, with like nothing to use to break that setup.
Well, there's the overclock. Beat to match. Proper's Blaze been pulled, so both DPS from the Shock now out. But Kilo still managed to find a kill even through that beat. The Boston Uprising have the rally. MCD activates, but Victoria and Mag are pretty low still. Victoria used that shift to get all the way back into his own backline, but Kaluge just piling on that pressure. That rampage through the entirety of the Uprising, and with 80% and counting, the Boston Uprising only have their one ult coming back. They can generate the rampage, maybe it's winnable, but looking quite unlikely.
Yeah, I was going to say the positive for Boston is they got the Shock to use everything, but the fight gets dragged out for so long. You're just reliant on Mag being able to build up this rampage, and then Valve getting a huge blade.
Oh! Completely denied by Proper. Nice kiting there by Finn, and Violet activating the speed boost, and the San Francisco Shock speeding down the road with a 1-0 to start us out.
Just really clean there from the Shock. I think you're going to see, I mentioned it on the desk last week, I kind of still stand by it. I think in a meta like this, when one team is really got it going like the Shock, you're going to see some one-sided games. I think the first point was relatively close. I think the second point, though, was all San Francisco.
Yeah, Mag found some nice openings on round number 1, but yeah, it went the Shock's way in the end. A clean 2-0 to start off the series. We'll see if Boston can flip it around after this.
said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill.
Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Man doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
Yeah, welcome back. Here's a cool stat card for you. Yeah, I know you love those. 10 final blows and only a single death for Kaluge in Lijiang Tower on the Junker Queen. It was pretty one-sided, so a little bit expected, but still pretty good stats nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, extremely one-sided after that first round. Even after, what, the first, like, one, maybe 2 fights after that first round, right? It was really all San Francisco, so not too surprised to see, you know, Kaluge's stats be really good, because Junker Queen is getting in the mix a lot, right? The self-healing isn't, like, as prominent as I think, like, people may think when you kind of think about her kit. You know, because self-healing is like one of the cool things about it, I think. One of the cooler things about it, but the numbers aren't massive, right? But she does tons of damage up close with the axe and the shotgun, and even like, you know, her knives, whether it's throwing or just the melee, right, to get the bleed. Yeah. Just, you're going to see Queens put out a ton of damage in a lot of these games. I think you've seen that so far this stage.
Yeah, I feel like that's why a lot of DPS players are pretty good at her. Mirror, for example. Mirror, very good example after that last match. Dante, of course, who could forget. And there's a reason why he put on the Doomfist too, was a DPS hero and then switched over to tank. Oh, I do want to correct something real quick. Scott was confused, and as always, Scott is 70% right. This is San Francisco Shock's 17th game, or like their 18th game. And if they win here, there'll be 18 wins in a row. And that's one before Titans. So Titans had the 19 regular season win streak. If the Shock win here,
I appreciate Scott though. So. Just like, you know what? I think I know this, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna tell people it's 70% true. And
I mean,
he was about right.
Yeah. If you say anything with enough confidence, people will believe you're right. I mean, that's just how. Well, that's how Johnny's got this far.
That's how you got here.
Oh, okay, well, yep, that's also true. Not a color cast this year, thankfully, so I don't have to be right about anything, actually. All right, Hollywood is the map, and Boss Not Rising on the defense. No surprise, no comp changes, although I did expect maybe some teams running on the Ashe on the defense, holding up at the cafe, but Sojourn's still really good at hitting the one-shots.
Yeah, I think, like, the Ashe, like, maybe on the high ground, especially on the defense here, right? Because, like, the effective range of Ashe is really good, but I think the thing with Sojourn is we see Proper get that first kill, and just kind of kills being traded here. Boston just like rushes up the stairs.
It's a mess.
I think the thing with the Sojourn that's so interesting is like what she's got great mobility, right? Like, you know, pretty good consistent damage. I think the thing that's really like kind of throws people off with the Sojourn is like you never know how charged her rail is, so you never exactly know like how dangerous she is to go after in a way. To where she can really be punishing, and I think catches people off guard a ton with being able to land like rail shots and just like insta kills when people don't expect that to happen whatsoever.
Man, Proper's going on these little wild flanks. They were not even flanks really, he's just off to the side, and then when anybody gets pulled in, he just goes for a dash on top of it. Nice little team kill there for the Shock. They'll be able to claim the point. Yeah, and the disruptor shot too, I will say, Matt, in the chokes, it slows people down, but it also, the AoE damage is kind of nuts, and because you're fighting in this death ball anyway, it's racks up damage like pretty fast.
You see Boston though right there, right? They kind of like, you know, we usually talk about Overwatch in terms of like fights, right? They kind of win that first one, but like it never actually ends because everybody gets back so fast, and like the next fight happens, and like there's almost just no downtime between it, right? You see like the Shock and the amount of time they have to take this second point. It's almost like there was zero defense played at the beginning. It's going to be a blade that comes through, rally to answer.
Yeah, a beat from Violet though, going to push Proper forward. He's not scared any longer. Goodbye, Mag. MCD's rally. Yeah, rally's pretty decent at stopping the blade if you can build it up for long enough, but the burst damage is way too much for the rally to actually counteract. You really need that beat. And a nice heads-up play from the Shock there, beating in with Proper to make sure he actually gets some value winning this fight and taking the high ground.
How brutal is it, in your opinion? Like when the other team is a Genji that's like popping off in this type of meta, like the way we're seeing Proper right now, I almost feel like it's like devastating for Boston. Like there's no, because if you can't just deal with Proper and like you have to look for him everywhere, you're just getting run down by the Queen, Lucio, and Brig, and there's no way you could take your focus off of them, right? I feel like if your Genji is really dominating, it's tough.
Oh, see if Violet can So about the same domination. Kilo using that disruptor shot to good effect, but it is his feet. So Valentine had a bit of a tougher time actually getting to him and one-shotting him. And in fact, it basically wasted the whole play on one kill. You'll take that any day of the week if you're the San Francisco Shock, and use your beat in the last fight. So yeah, not a problem at all. Now they're going to just assault the high grounds. There's the beat from Fate, though, pushing them forward and pushing Shock off. The payload's been moved quite a distance, mind you, but this should just be the cleanup. Nice double kill from Victoria's right click. But yeah, I will say, Matt, with if the enemy Genji in the neutral is just outplaying like your Genji or like your other DPS to such an extent.
Getting kills on the brig, right? Like, we've seen proper
it
times
feels
just like bad. Dash right through and take out the brig. And what do you do at that point? Like, you're not going to engage, like, but you also just don't have the ability to back up. You're just kind of like stuck where Proper's been so good at doing that. I actually think those kills by Victoria were massive there just to buy them some more time, because if he doesn't pick up those kills, you're having Kilo come back in the fight here with his ultimate. That's going to be Mag with a nice rampage.
Yeah, Mag only got one. It was Kalush, but they do manage to focus him down. Looked like a small boop. He hit his little head on one of those wooden columns, but Boston Uprising still coming up big. Kalush hit 2 with his rampage to put it into perspective, but Mag, even though with the boop, managed to get more value, and the Boston Uprising have that rally for the next fight to match Finn's. But speaking about the Genji, Matt, the Lucios and their ability to build beat, like, it really does separate the best Lucios from the Lucios that are like pretty okay, because the beat charge rate is just so important. Like, the ultimate is just so important in these fights. If you have it quicker, the tempo you can set is unreal.
It's one of the more interesting things with Shout, right? Is and I think we've all talked about like how the the heal works, but it's just another character that can provide speed, right? Where like it gives Lucio a little bit more options on how he'd like to use his auras, as he's typically just been kind of like on perma speed duty. So,
feels pretty good for Lucio player though.
Here.
Yeah, double rally. Shock used the rally to push the cart forward. Now Boston Uprising jump on top of them with a rally of their own, but Proper with the blade in the back. MCD's the perma target if you're Proper right now, and he's doing an amazing job executing it. Boston Uprising, however, stalled out for a fair amount of time. Shock only had a minute coming into this second point, as they do end up capping, so you definitely could be happy with that if you're the Boston Uprising.
They burned like 3 minutes.
Long corridor.
They burned like 3 minutes, right? When the Shock had actually gotten the payload moving. They had like 4 minutes on the clock as Kalush, welcomes Mag to the Boston Uprising after it's got to be so weird for Kalush and Mag. Like, hey, wait, we played against each other last week, but now we're doing it again. But team, like, wait, what? You also notice that the Shock, they combo the rally with the beat there in the blade, and they know that's almost like a guaranteed fight win, right? Just get the card over the line.
Oh, Jesus. Wow. Proper and Kilo. That was... Alright. That was a fight. It happened, I think. Quick team kill. Boston Uprising don't use ults, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't really like use any ultimates, like try and like maybe like not invest like incredibly heavily, right? But like maybe you go with the overclock there, right? And you try and get a pick or two that you can kind of hold there for a little bit. Because my fear for Boston is you come into like this next fight, you use like 2 or 3 of these ultimates. The Shock, they just kind of like concede the fight. They drag it out to build some more ultimates, and they come back with overclock blade, rampage. They come back with everything, right?
There's Blade. Valentine already got booped away. Still has the dash, though, straight to the back. He's still got it in his back pocket. Perfect persistence and perfect patience there from Valentine, following that slash up with a dash and waiting for all of those boops to come out before he jumped on top of Kilo. 60 seconds to go, and the Boston Uprising have a really good chance here, Matt, of defending at this point 3.
Yeah, Kalush has to get a big rampage here, and then you're going to have Proper go crazy with the blade. He's not going to have the benefits of the beat, though. They will have rally here. Boston, they're going to opt to play this really close.
Double rally. Overclock from Kilo, trying to snipe people out. It's going to be tough. The overhelp's building up, but an unreal ult from Kalush hits Mag and Victoria. Mag was already pretty low. He needed heals, but didn't get it before he got antied. Victoria with some heroics, maybe, popping an overclock of his own, but Proper quickly shuts it down with a blade. A double kill for the Genji, and the San Francisco Shock pushing Boston all the way to spawn. Boston do have that rampage coming out. A Mag's going to throw it in, but a nice little boop. It doesn't quite get enough space before Mag touches the point, but it stops it in its tracks almost. It only managed to get Proper at the end of it. The San Francisco Shock going to end this with a sound barrier, as the Uprising don't have any support ultimates to try and hold on to this point. Overtime, though, for Boston, not too shabby whatsoever.
Considering where we were at the end of point A, right, where they had like 4 minutes, the Shock, to get that checkpoint B, to dwindle all of that clock down, albeit they're still able to complete. You got to take that if you're the Boston Uprising. And mind you, this is a Boston Uprising with their first game with Mag. Don't know how long he's been there. Don't know how long he's been able to practice or how much he's been able to practice with the team, right? But being able to go toe-to-toe with a team like San Francisco, you got to feel pretty good about it here if you're Boston.
Yeah, thinking about how long he's been with the team, unless he finished his game, he already had his bags packed, and then he goes straight to the airport, you know, just to jump on the flight. So he hasn't had a lot of time at all, and they still look pretty decent so far against a undefeated San Francisco Shock, finishing an OT. Let's have a look at a small replay. What's this going to be? Oh, yeah, Proper shutting down Victoria's overclock. Oh, yeah, spotted out a mile away. Would have been a nice overclock if you got a good angle there from Victoria, but Proper a little bit quicker with his ult.
Yes, just seems like he gets so much value out of the Blades every single time. I think the Shock do a fantastic job of, you know, cycling their ultimates, kind of having a really great read on what Boston's going to have available at times, and you know, obviously what they can kind of use against that. So we are going to see Kilo on the Ashe here on defense. This is something we were both talking about in the first half, where maybe you can make use of the Ashe here on defense. The sight lines really good for Ashe here. Good dynamite opportunities right from the high ground, like really easy to hit.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. If you have to back up too, you just hide in the cafe, just throw dynamites at choke over and over again. And Kilo and Proper doing what they do best and just, look at this. I mean, the damage even Violet's getting out is kind of insane. Someone look at him, maybe. He's 20 HP. No, gets healed up with a pack.
Is he invisible?
That was, yeah, it felt like he had the Harry Potter invisibility cloak there for a second.
Yeah, that's one where he is just crouching directly behind. He's like using the car as cover, but also like he's just like standing behind Mag.
Mag, please turn around. I mean, this is what Proper and Violet have been doing for the last few games in this meta, was just holding down an angle as a duo. And in fact, Valentine and Faith are going to try and do the same thing. But Proper, a little bit better than Valentine in this instance. And they just get run over. Maybe they can try and make that work again. Nice little reflect kill.
And he has been insane here in this series so far on the Genji. I feel like he's like every series he's just so consistent. You just hope he doesn't ruin like the awards, right? With like Rookie of the Year, MVP, like it just gets spread the wealth.
Doubles down, gets both. I mean, hey, some people say it shouldn't happen, but if he keeps up this performance, I definitely think it should. One kill with the blade, nice deflect. This man's game sense too is kind of out of this world. I don't know. This is definitely a talk for another time, Matt, but has Proper been a player, that a rookie, that has stood out the most of any other rookie in any of the seasons? It's definitely a talk we can have later, maybe on the desk or maybe on
that's a tough one.
Of some sort. It's hard to say, right? You'd have to look back throughout how many years of Overwatch.
Yeah, and we've had some tremendous like rookie performances. I'd also say like, you know, the Shock here, just kind of spawn camping boss and get coming from the high ground here. Let's see if
nice play.
Valentine can maybe change
damage from Valentine there. Well. He was slashing like 3 people with one left cloak. That was pretty nasty.
Proper
now he just needs to deal with Finn and Proper, but Proper is still alive. And by the way, Proper, yeah, he's still killing people, and they almost spawn camping as a duo. Not sure how that works. Maybe just the fear instilled within the Uprising after seeing Proper in the lobby. The shot's going to be able to come back because Proper is alive still.
Yeah, with how good Proper has been, like, it just puts, I think, more pressure on them to win, right? Like, you can have this incredible rookie season, right? But if you don't win the tournaments and, you know, stage finals and playoffs, like, how much does it really matter? Like, just kind of regular season accolades?
Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, the San Francisco Shock right now is dismantling the Boston Uprising.
This is not great for Boston right now, Jack.
This is
so.
Yeah.
Let's just say They have no ultimates coming into this next fight. You may have a Rampage. Proper, who has been going on a Rampage, has a Blade. And Kalush will have his Rampage. And you're probably going to get a Rally.
There's the Blade.
It's been
There's
tough.
1 kill. Just make it more. 2. Make it a 3rd. Give him the 5k. Why not? God. I mean, what is happening?
To give Boston like a little bit of benefit of the doubt here, right? When the other team is playing, like the Shock know each other so well, they know exactly what they want to do. They play at such a fast pace. When you're kind of putting in a new tank who may or may not have gotten a ton of practice time with this team into the lineup to play at that type of pace, it's going to take time to like get the decision making down with everybody else. So, like this is just a really tough draw for the Boston Uprising in this match.
It really is, yeah. Ooh. Nice little tack knife on the top rise of high rise there. Nice, not bad. Yeah, it's,
I mean, they didn't get close to the point. They didn't get close to the point. I mean,
well, they touched at the very end. They touched, you know, just for half a second. But,
okay,
it is
so
tough.
Technically, they touched, but I mean, I almost would have seen like I just feel like this is a really tough position to put Mag in, right? Coming in and playing, like, especially after playing against the Shock last week, like trying to acclimate to the new team. Having him in here today, because he did look good a little bit on Lijiang Tower. I think here they were able to hold on defense, but nothing going on offense. I think just a really tough draw for the Boston Uprising, but man, the Shock do look good.
They look squeaky clean. Yeah, Mag, wishing he wasn't in the same position he was last week. Got reverse swept last week too, so maybe that's a small cloud over their head. We'll see if Boston Uprising can keep themselves in the series though, or will Shock just continue their rampage through the regular season? I don't know. Let's find out after this. What better time to show off your artistic talent than the Summer Showdown? Share your art celebrating summertime in the Overwatch League on the Fan Art Gallery today. And you might get featured on the broadcast, which will be really cool. URL is on screen, overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. So head over there and submit your artwork today. All right, Boston Uprising, San Francisco shop. Bit of a brutal Hollywood. Yeah, kind of rough. But, you know, I don't like saying, you know, they can do it, they can win. It's definitely the biggest upwards hill struggle here for the Boston Uprising. They've just incorporated Mag, who's come off of a loss to the San Francisco Shock last week. But on Control, it looked a bit closer. Hollywood, not so much. But you can definitely see bright spots here for the Boston Uprising, even though, you know, the Shock are up 2-0 already.
And maybe, like, could you have given Mag a series to, like, you know, because we talked about, like, Punk has been playing well, right? Could you have kind of let Punk play today, like let Mag get a little bit more acclimated, right? You're not just kind of throwing him in there against the Shock in the first game, right? Obviously, you know you want to win, and maybe you feel that Mag is the best way to do that today. I think it kind of seems like that is the direction they want to go for the future, but like Punk has been playing pretty well. I think you would have put Mag in maybe a better situation, right? To just kind of get a little bit more acclimated, not have to play against the Shock yet again. We have a Circuit Royale coming up. I was actually going to ask you, what would you draw for that wall, you know, the summer wall? I mean, it is hot here in LA. I would have drawn people just melting. I mean, I've been trying to go out for walks, and like it is brutal out there.
I won't even touch outside right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not touching grass. I'm not touching. Although how much grass?
I don't like to go outside.
Not much.
But
yeah. Well,
even
on
the chance
but like
that I want to go outside, I'm like, man, it is too hot. I'm going back in.
Yeah, there's just no way. I'm not.
I take Hugo out sometimes, and he looks at me. He's like, "Do we really have to go? Like, I like these walks, but I'm kind of good."
I feel like Hugo needs to wear like little booties, little like shoes, because the pavement, like that must be scorching right now.
Yeah, he's got.
It is disgusting. Just disgusting. I mean, look, when I moved to the States, I was like, hell yeah, it's sunny all the time. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. And then you reach like the height of summer. I was like,
what
man,
are we jamming out
blows.
here? Somebody's got to like take all of these together and put them in like some kind of like mix. Just create a song out of all the players just shooting, jumping on the piano.
That was very nice, Finn. I enjoyed that.
Boston on defense are going to play close to the spawn. Nothing too surprising here. Do we see Proper stay on the Hanzo? Do we see him go back to the Genji? Like, I mean, you could play Hanzo here, right? For, you know, just maybe get a pickoff off the spawn, but he is so good. That looked like a deflect of some damage right back into MCD.
Yeah, I think you're bang on the money there, Matt. I think it was a reflect. Yikes, that's not great. I don't think it's one of those times you don't really expect, and then you've already shot all of your bullets, and then it just reflects MCD.
I think if you kind of like slowed it down, I think the bullets were coming in as Proper was in the spawn swapping from Hanzo to Genji, and then just like appeared in the same position as Genji and hit it straight away. Yeah,
that was very silly. I mean, it's kind of standard to spawn hold at this point. At least get a couple of fights here. When the Sigma comps were a thing, you would either take 2 fights, like fight on the first corner and then fight on the last, but a lot of teams just held it on this last corner before this point. Oh, Victoria, 13 HP. Someone pack him, please. Oh, no, that's so unlucky.
I feel like this,
dude,
this map...
Look at him go!
I mean...
Like, look at this guy go. Like, 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man.
This map, I think, really evened out once you got the Sigma comps out of it. Like, there's not really a great opportunity for Boston to hold, like, high ground here. And when the other team kind of has it rolling in the neutral, right, with the way the Shock do right now, it's tough to be able to fight this. They're going to try and fight one more time, though, here on the cart.
These comps are pretty quick, especially with the Junker Queen commanding shout. 0.9 meters before it gets capped. Very early rally from Finn. Boston Uprising haven't really had the chance to build up ultimates, but, you know, forcing that out, honestly, not the worst. You're going to have rally and beat for the next fight, even though Shock do end up capping.
You needed something. You needed to leave that fight for the Boston Uprising, you know, maybe not winning it entirely and stopping payload progress, but just getting a a little bit of a win, and maybe getting that rally out of the equation is it. So take a look at Proper from his POV. 1 dash through 2. Yeah, I mean, this is just that's just filthy stuff.
Yeah. It's always good seeing Genji's back in the meta, that is for sure. Valentine, speaking of Genji's pulling the blade. Proper's got one over him though. Because now Proper's going in with the resets. Victoria like kind of running for his life, and in fact the entirety of the Boston Uprising playing all the way back. 4-man anti from the Rampage. Kaluch hitting a fat one. Boston Uprising cowering in the corner, and it's all Proper just getting the resets. Even just blocking Mag off from the rest of his team. Mag in a lot of trouble.
Oh, so what do you do here if you're Boston? You kind of have your overclock, you have your Rampage. You come out of this spawn, if the Rampage isn't good, you are going to find yourself really far behind, especially if you lose that fight for the rest of the game. So you have to be really careful here how they play this.
Kilo popping the overclock. Victoria doing the same. There's the Rampage, but this time from the Uprising. It's going to be fairly decent. Hits both Kalush and... What? Was he sliding away?
Oh, like in the middle of the... Wait, what?
God. That's just too good. Go on, Proper. 1v4, you won't? No, he won't. He's going to back off. That was a disgusting reflect there. Anyway, like, can this just turn into a replay stream? We just
he's like moving backwards. I think he had like jumped off of the high ground here and like reflected a reflected headshot, I think, right back at him. It's gonna be a rally in the cinematics from the shot.
It is where you see those. Only the cinematics and Proper's gameplay. There's the blade. Mag in a lot of trouble. He's already gotten one. Commanding Shout gives that blade so much extra speed, and you don't end up going down because of all the extra health. Shock end up capping at the second point. After, what was it, like a 1 minute and 30 to 2 minute hold on second. Not the worst. Hardest point to capture, though, this final point on Circuit Royale.
Like, I feel as if people, like, we talk about how good Proper is all the time, and people are just like, oh, well, they may just not have anything else to talk about. But it's like, no, he's just insane to watch.
Really good.
I mean, he does stuff that, like, every game that would be like the ultimate highlight of somebody else's like career. I feel like he just won like every single series, but that one was just crazy. I'm still just like, what happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. More replays, please. I wouldn't mind at all. The Shock have beats. They've got Overclock coming out. They've got the Rampage.
Austin's giving up a lot of
double
space
support
for Jack.
ultimate. They are, but they got double support ult, so you might as well bait him in with the rally, right? Copium. Okay, there's the ult. Vite's going to respond in with a beat. Mag stepped way too far forward, and the face beat just a fraction of a second too late. They do end up trading Junker Queens. Now Kilo is under a lot of pressure. That overhealth now fading away from both support ultimates from the Boston Uprising as Kilo trying to go for a duel with Victoria. He's missed a lot of shots, and Victoria getting kept alive by MCD's Pax and Faith using that healing aura. Kilo's Overclock didn't really find all too much, and the Boston Uprising going to be able to hold on this corner, waiting for Mag to come back. But now they've got to be scared. Kalush with the Rampage. He's rounding that final corner.
I was going to say, it's like a prime opportunity for him to use a Rampage, right? There's no support ultimates on the other side. Maybe players want to play a little bit far out of it, but if you just sacrifice your tank, you're in such a rough spot.
How'd he hit that? Wow. Hit it on a flying Lucian.
Should have been fatal.
Yeah, you have to touch the point, but you also don't want to be sat in the Rampage. Rampage only hits one, but it's a good target to hit. MCD glowing bright purple as Valentine pulls the blade. Victoria's also found a kill onto Kilo. Remember, the Boston Uprising do have better spawns here, so as long as Mag and MCD end up staying alive, they might be good. Got to be careful, as Proper does have that blade and Finn with the rally.
In a rally. Yes, you're going to have rally plus the blade. So they've been comboing a lot with the sound barrier in the blade, but this time, try and get the card over the line. See where they decide to come from. Looks like they're waiting for Kalush to get back in the fight. You have Kilo just putting down some damage at range. See how they decide to play this. Look at this. I mean, probably like front line.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You got the blade. They're too scared of you. Straight to the spawn. Thoughts. Oh, he gets taken out by a bash from MCD, but I mean, all the focus from the Uprising was on Proper as Kalush was just tearing them apart. The Boston Uprising lose their Genji, and now it's only Fate to touch the point. He's moving people away, doing a little bit of damage. MCD's going to come in, trying to whack people with his flail, but it's not enough. A minute and 10 for the Shock as they complete circuit.
It sounds crazy to say, like, I don't think Boston, like, obviously with the way the series has looked, the Shock have been dominant throughout. but I wouldn't exactly say that like it's because Boston has played bad. I just think the Shock have just looked on another level today. Like the ultimate usage from the supports on Boston has been fine, right? You know, maybe not the same level of like Genji play, but where in the league are you gonna find the same level of Genji play is like proper? And then you're also kind of looking at Boston through the lens of they're incorporating a new tank into the mix, right? In the first game that he's played, where you know a series like this from Boston's probably good enough to beat a bunch of other teams in the league. Just not the Shock, man, as they look unbelievable right now.
I mean, the peel for MCD was nice at the end. Kalush hit him with the Rampage. You're thinking, well, that's an easy kill, especially on a Brig, but Faith booping people away, using the speed to get MCD out of there, making sure the fight is prolonged so the spawns can come in. So, yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I think Boston Uprising in general, they've looked a lot better in this meta, a lot more comfortable, regardless of tank. Oh, here's the replay on the reflect. Oh, I mean, come on, bro. Like, that is just stupid. Like, through the trees, too. He do be kind of crazy. I kind of see what Victoria was trying to do, though. He's trying to time the end of the reflect, which can be quite tough. So,
Proper hit in the tree.
Proper did camouflage himself in the tree, yeah.
Playing some Warzone full dare. He's out there just hide.
He's got the ghillie suit on.
Yeah, he's got the ghillie suit. Nice. Always like Call of Duty staple. Because whenever anybody's got the ghillie suit skin on, they're noob. Those are the people you charge down. You're like, that guy is a noob. You charge him down. Boston Uprising make the Shock look like noobs here at the beginning, though. Look at this. Little fight win.
Yo, true and real. Yeah, Mag standing up to us, what you like to see. See if they can have the same effect on this last corner. Look at Victoria's and Keto's ult charge. Damn, 54 to 20%. It's pretty nutty.
This next fight is huge, though, right? If you win this, if you're Boston, depending on where it kind of kicks off, and really with how much space the Shock are giving you, like it's pretty much going to be a fight for that first checkpoint.
Precision and control.
Yeah, speaking about ult charge, Victoria sentences Kilo to death over and over again. Nice little kill onto Finn. The San Francisco Shock not expecting this aggression from the Boston Uprising. They do end up killing Mag, which is a big pick for San Francisco. But can they actually capitalize on it? There's a little to no frontline for the Boston Uprising. Victoria is going to pop that overclock as Kalush ends up going down. And in fact, the Boston Uprising speed running that first point. Okay.
It's a little bit like what I was talking about. Like they're playing well enough to win against just like about almost any other team. Even if the chance, like if Proper wasn't going like, you know, 20, 25 or 30-0 like every map, like this series probably would be super close. Because Boston, with adding a new tank, has looked quite good and coordinated today.
Yeah, considering he hasn't been on the team long. It's looking pretty decent so far. All right, what a shock having their little goodie bag. They have a beat, well, they have a blade, they have a rally coming up. But it's all up to Valentine's Blade here. Ideally, you just stall out for a bit of time to gain both support ultimates. You can kind of grasp where Shock are also on that scale. Normally, both support squads are going to get their ults around the same time. Just the output of damage from Violet is kind of insane for a Lucio. There's the early rally from MCD, trying to push forward. The Shock still trying to kite back, maybe waiting for Finn's ultimate to come back up. There's Proper with the blade straight to the back, doing a lot of damage, but a beat in kind for Faith to keep them up and alive. And now even a rally from Finn. Valentine pops a blade of his own, does get booed back, but still holding on to that dash. Kilo hasn't got any mobility left, and he hasn't got legs either. The San Francisco Shock pushed far back, but Finn still manages to come up with a kill on MCD. A random flail from across the map ends the Break's life. I think this is defendable now if you're the San Francisco Shock. A good rampage from Mag, and Shock still managing to contest, but they're on their last limbs. Valentine picks up Proper off the back of the kill on Violet, and the Boston Uprising doing a fairly good job staggering their support ultimates and just waiting for the Shock to trickle onto the point, and they cap point B with 4 minutes and 30 to spare, Matt.
Lightning fast time, and you kind of look on for the Shock. You have the Rampage coming in, you have your overclock. You're going to need to get really great value out of both of those ultimates. Like, I mean, maybe ideally you'd really just like to use one of them in this next fight. Give yourself like almost like 2 fights with those ultimates to stop the bleeding, so to speak, as Boston really taking it to him on the offensive side of things.
It definitely feels good for Boston Uprising. I like the hold here from Boston, just holding this high ground. Just Victoria is sitting so far away that if Shock want to kind of extend to try and stop him, the rest of the Uprising can converge on his position and help him out. However, this is the corner that is the most painful. You really just have to get Victoria set up and get him a kill. Both overclocks coming out now, just looking at the kill feed to see if a Sojourn has killed somebody just yet, but doesn't look like Kilo or the rest of the Shock are willing to beat Victoria, rather wise, but Boston Uprising getting a lot of free cart push.
And interesting, I wonder if the Shock thought that there was going to be a commitment from the Boston Uprising there, because Kalush had used the shout really early. Now he's going to go in around the corner with a Rampage, and that is a good one. Connects with 4 players, trying to grab Maggin. Going to take him out, as that's going to be a fight win for the Shock.
Yeah, that was massive from Kalush. Dude, it feels like so many sections of maps are just perfect for Junker Queen ult. They're like straight lines. It's kind of nuts.
The range in which like the Rampage hits, right? It's way bigger than I think one would expect. So when the Rampage happens in a hall, you're going to connect with just about everybody.
Early beat from Faith here as Proper still holding on to that blade. Kilo was that a collat from Kilo, or was that just 2 quick headshots? Not sure. Not sure. Regardless though, spawn camp for the Shock. The San Francisco spawn camp. MCD is going to have to come up with something big. Well, I mean, you build up rally, but you're just wasting a lot of time. Time bank's still pretty large, but the payload's moving back. I mean, it kind of blows. Oh, the Shock, okay. Backing all the way up. What's the plan, Stan? Okay, quick engage. Commanding shout. Blade pulled by Proper. His target is Mag. Kalush takes him out, earns Proper a reset. MCD also falls. No rally invested from the Boston. Wow, that was a hefty right click there from Proper. No rally invested from MCD to start off the fight. So Proper has been able to get a lot of free value on these blades. There's no shot. Matt is disconnected. Am I cursed to just disconnect my color casters? Not sure. Not sure. There's the beat from Violet. Rally from MCD. Start out the fight, but you can see that overhealth's already disappeared. Valentine gets a nice 2-man dash and a kill onto Proper. Kalush is pretty low, and Mag with a nice bit of focus fire is going to help take him out. However, look at where the San Francisco Shock is still playing. They're going to start up that rally, and Violet and Finn are just booping people into the wall. I mean, you can take that any day of the week if you're the San Francisco Shock. Their ability to act on like 2-man or 3-man, like goon squads, little units, is kind of insane. And look at how much progress has been denied. That payload was almost at the last checkpoint, and it's all the way back here. 900 IQ from Shock. See if Mag can come in up with something big. Oh, Matt's back. Hello, Matt.
Yeah, and we're down to like 45 seconds on the clock, right? I mean, this one has to be huge for Mag. Yeah, it connects with 3.
Good. Ooh, Proper double dash though. Woo-hoo-hoo. 30 seconds to go. Boston Uprising. They use their Rampage. They've only got a beat for this last engagement, but the Shock, they're going to do what they just did a second ago, Matt. They're just going to spawn camp.
Yeah, they're going to have to push all the way up to the spawn door. It's going to make it really difficult for Boston to do anything. I mean, but you're going to have to... Using a sound barrier to get out of your spawn feels so terrible.
Does feel bad. As the Rampage, you're going to have to use the sound barrier right here, right now. Hits 5, and you see the Boston Uprising just trying to navigate themselves around the San Francisco Shock to get back to the payload. Faith and Kilo end up going down as MCD is closing in on this rally. A couple of Paxney might just get it, but not before the San Francisco Shock can dispatch with the rest of the Uprising. MCD gets the rally. Not in time, unfortunately. And the Boston Uprising end up going down. The San Francisco Shock starting out this weekend with a bang. 3-0, clean and convincing.
It's a dominant win for the Shock, and I think it's just really down to their play. Like I mentioned, I don't think the Boston Uprising played particularly bad in this series. You look at the scoreline and you think I'm actually crazy, but they had moments in here where they looked pretty good. You're also looking at this through the lens of like a brand new tank with, you know, what, maybe 2-3 days of like practice. So I think for Boston, I think you're going to see much better performances, you know, as the Summer Showdown goes on.
Yeah, still early days for the mag look of this squad for the Boston Uprising. So yeah, it's still something to be happy about, especially the Circuit Royale point A and B. They steamrolled that one, but the Shock, they're still doing it, Matt. 15-0, only a couple of games away from breaking that Vancouver Titans record of old. Let's have a look at the player of the match, and if you can guess it right, you deserve a round of applause, but it should be pretty easy. It is going to be Proper on the Genji.
It's
Who
like
thought it.
It's like boring giving him player of the match, but it's also just a disservice not to give him player of the match because he's so good. Like this series in particular, like how many times did we see him on the Genji, like able to pick up like 3-4 kills? Like sometimes not even with ults, right? You think back to Circle Royale, like the one that we showed, like the 5K, where he's able to pick up the entire team. No Dragon Blade or anything, just dash resets. He is just a tremendous player, really making you know, as big of impact on the league in the first year as like any player we've seen.
Yeah, and I would love to open that kind of conversation. Has Proper been the best rookie to join the league since the season start? Like, no, it was not since the season start, but since the Overwatch League started.
Yeah, but he would be the best rookie since the season started, Jack. That would be correct.
Yeah, that is for sure, currently. That is for sure. And if he keeps up this, honestly, yeah, MVP and maybe Rookie of the Year in his sights. But a 3-0 for the Shock. Not looking too bad, but Boston Uprising still got to figure a couple of things out. Matt with Mag's incorporation. We'll see if Punk ends up playing later down the line.
It seems like the direction they want to go is with like Mag as their tank, and obviously like I think communication probably plays into some of that. But they look pretty good today. I think you know, you put them against like some of the other teams in the league. I won't mention you know, some of them, but there's a lot of teams in the league that this Boston Uprising team would have beat today. Shock just not one of them, especially when they're playing like that.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, but the Shock, continue their dominant streak. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. We got another series coming up, and we'll jump to the desk first, of course. They got a Pred right today. Let's go, desk.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Finn from San Francisco. Shock. Finn, congratulations on the win. Now, my first question is, I actually heard this from, oh, hi. Yes, hi, I'll give you a wave too. I've actually, last time I talked to Violet, he told me that, you haven't really practiced Brig before, but like now because of the meta, you are on that Brig role. So how has the transition been for you onto that Brig role? 자, 첫 번째 질문 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 지금 현 메타 때문에 많은 이제 서브 힐러 분들이 요즘 좀 브리기테를 많이 기용을 하고 있는데 저번에 바일로트 선수가 저랑 인터뷰를 할 때 그런 말씀하셨어요. 핀 선수도 좀 이렇게 브리기테를 원래 자주 하지 않는 선수인데 요즘 이렇게 하고 있다라고 했는데 좀 요즘 브리기테를 하는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 오버워치 1에서도 제가 경쟁전에서도 진짜 단 한 판도 안 했어가지고 진짜 단 한 판도 그래가지고 좀 어려운 게 있었는데 지금 조금씩 성장하고 있어가지고 근데 아직은 아예 제 플레이가 만족스럽진 않아요. 그래서 좀 더 잘해야 되겠다라는 생각이 있어요.
Right. I mean, even before the Overwatch 2, even in Overwatch 1, even in competitive, I've never actually touched Brig once. I have not ever played Brig ever in my life. So, it is a little bit difficult, but I think I am getting better along with practice and a lot of scrims. But I have to say, my performance, I haven't been very satisfied with my performance. I mean, I think it's going great. I think you're looking better and better, as like you said, with more practice. So I'm really excited to see more of that Brig play from you. My next question for you, Finn, is a very serious one. I know in Circuit Royale, like the match that we're seeing right now, before the match, you guys always have this ritual of you playing a song on the piano. So I want to know how much time you use to practice to play songs on that piano. 자, 두 번째 질문은 조금 더 진지한 질문을 제가 좀 하고 싶습니다, 핀 선수. 이번에 항상 어떻게 보면 이제 서킷 로얄 맵을 들어가기 전에 좀 이제 의식같이 핀 선수의 피아노 연주가 항상 이렇게 나오곤 하는데 여기서 이 피아노 연주를 좀 어느 정도로 연습을 하시나요? 좀 이렇게 많이 연습을 하시는 편이신가요?
일단 제가 원래 피아노를 칠 줄 알아가지고 이제 좀 쉽게 변형해서 그냥 오른손으로 할 수 있는 것들은 그냥 하고 이제 스크림 때 서킷 로얄을 하면은 이제 한 30초 정도만 이제 다음 곡 뭐 할까 하고 이제 고민하면서 이제 거기서만 연습해요. 따로 연습은 안 하는 것 같아요. 아는 거니까.
Alright, so it does help me that I do know how to play the piano. So all the songs that I play are the songs that I could only play with one hand or with my right hand. So those are the songs that I play before going into the match. As for practice, every time we're in scrims, I take about 30 seconds to practice, but like nothing too major, but something that's easy to do. If the Circuit Royale is the map that we're practicing, whenever I have a downtime, that's when I used to practice it. Alright, Finn, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
바이바이.
Asking the hard-hitting questions and getting the answers we really want
the things
here.
the fans want to know.
That was a very serious question.
Yeah, it was always good to know. I have a question, Danny.
Why were you guys laughing?
What do you mean?
No, were you guys laughing?
You were
laughing. I know.
So piano is just piano in Korean?
Yeah.
Is piano in Swedish too?
Yeah.
Is there any other language that just like translates piano to
or is piano just a unique word that is the same?
That everyone says piano in all languages.
Let us know on the internet.
How do you say piano in? Piano, mate. No.
Piano, mate. Yeah.
Piano, mate. All right.
Every time.
Wow. Let us know. Yeah, let us know on Twitter how to say piano in your language. Wherever you are, all languages welcome. Now, we did do our homework, actually. We did do our job that we're paid to do. We found out that the San Francisco Shock, including last season's regular season matches, are now on an 18-0 regular season.
So they need one more?
They need one more to tie the Vancouver Titans 19-match win streak from 2019 season, of course. And the San Francisco Shock will be playing the Los Angeles Gladiators later this weekend for that tie matchup. So, you better not miss it. It's going to be good, and you'll be like, well, you know, the other Gladiators have struggled so far. They got happy in the lineup now, okay? They got happy.
Yeah, no excuses.
No excuses, all right? It's going to be one heck of a matchup to tie up the Vancouver Titans map record. Now, of course, this one, bit one-sided.
It was a game.
It was out of all the Overwatch League matches ever played, this was one of them.
Yeah.
The San Francisco Shock, they 3-0'd the Boston Uprising, who, you know, Boston struggled a little bit last week, but you thought with Mag coming into this lineup, maybe they'd show us something different, they'd show us something interesting, but instead, I mean, it was the proper show here, Costa.
Yeah, it's hard to determine whether or not this failure by the Boston Uprising in this loss of like how one-sided it was is because of the addition of Mag made them less coordinated, or if it's just the sheer amount of pressure that the San Francisco Shock are putting on. We know how good Shock is in this meta, in just any meta it feels like right now. Finn looks way more comfortable on that Brig after a pretty poor statistical performance in the first weekend, but you know, we talk about him all the time. Proper is just absolutely ridiculous on that Genji. He really sets the tempo for them. He is always one of the most aggressive players, draws a lot of attention, and that gives everyone else way more space to work. So, you know, the Shock just putting on a clinic of how this should be played, but there was just a mess of ultimates from the Boston Uprising, honestly, just really struggling to get anything coordinated going. And the Shock were just applying so much pressure by standing in their spawn on this Circle Royale. They were standing on top of that tent for what felt like 4 minutes, just waiting for them to exit spawn. So Shock have a great grasp of how they want to play this meta and playing it aggressively as they always do.
I was in pain when I just saw them on the rooftop, just standing there waiting for Boston to come out. Like, come out, come on, face us! And I was like, I felt intimidated for Boston Uprising. It was awful. But as I mentioned, like Proper just went ham. I almost had Profit. No, it was Proper, like the actual Rookie of the Year front runner at this point, probably Danny. I mean, just give us like the obligated contractual 1 minute on Proper here, Danny.
1 minute? That's a long time.
You're going to go. It's a bit long time.
Okay.
Surely
Proper, I honestly think he should be the first Overwatch League player to be MVP and Rookie of the Year at the same time.
Yeah.
Honestly, like,
double down.
Yeah, you know, like there's no one I think no one comes close as of right now. Who comes close to Proper? Maybe like you know, talking about like Kepster, maybe Profit, but even then, I think just Proper is just on another level. Like he's on another level right now, and his performance shows, like his hero pulls, everything about him. I don't think you could dispute this. Like he's
no. I mean, obviously, like we're halfway through the season, so it could all change. It's not any of all we're like taking it out in advance, right?
Yeah.
But Proper, as of this moment, he just stands out in a very unique way whenever you get the chance to see the Shock play.
Yeah, obviously there's going to be people rumbling about Kevster. You know, Kevster has won the kickoff clash, the mid-season tournament, and he has been just as incredible. But I think Proper showed in the mid-season tournament when Kevster and Proper went toe-to-toe time and time again, even in the matches that the Shock lost, I think Proper came out ahead on a lot of those scenarios. So his flexibility on top of that, as Danny said, I think he is the front runner. We have a lot of season left to go. You never know what's going to happen with some of these other teams. But for right now, I think some people were questioning whether or not he was going to be this dominant in the league. You know, obviously, he's dominating in contenders on O2 Blast, but it's just contenders. No, he's the real deal, and he is, you know, a dynasty player. Yep. We are going to watch him for many years.
That's me. I was one of those people who were like, he was famous in contenders. We'll see how he does in the big league. Oh wow! Okay.
I was wrong.
Well, slowly, just everyone will become Proper fans. Slowly, bit by bit, match by match. Wow, I mean, what a 3-0 by the San Francisco Shock. We got one more match today here, of course. Please don't be a 3-0. Please don't be a 3-0, okay? We've had some Mat 5s last weekend. Maybe this is another one of those. We'll discuss it. It's going to be the Toronto Defiant taking on the Dallas Fuel, who have looked really good. And Danny, you're perking up. You're like, yeah, Dallas Fuel, they're back.
They're back, but at the same time, I really want this to be close as well, because Toronto,
they gotta
like
make
I said,
it.
they have to make it. You guys, it'll be a very sad tournament if it's in Toronto, and if there's no Toronto, it's gonna be a Toronto-less Toronto tournament.
Wow, that was well done.
Yeah.
You got all the way through it.
Come on, Toronto. I know this is gonna be an uphill battle, but We'll see. All right.
Do you think they can do it? Do you think they can do it, Costa?
Toronto have looked good. Like they are genuinely a good team in this meta right now. I think that they're playing well. Hopper on that Junker Queen, I think impressed.
Feels like this is my hero.
Yeah, this is
is my hero.
It was built for me. He's a very mechanically skilled tank, and he's finally stepping up and being able to use those mechanics. But then, you have Although coming into the lineup playing a very solid Genji. Huisu was always good on that hit scan, and we've talked to death about the backline. So, it'll be exciting to see these two go because we're starting to really get an idea for where all these teams stand, right? Like New York Excelsior is a prime example of, we saw one weekend, we were like, oh, they must be really good, and then, yeah, maybe not anymore. So, like, Toronto, where do they really stand now that they're going up against Dallas Fuel and we get another weekend to look at them?
Yeah, I quickly want to hit on the Dallas Fuel before we throw it over to casters. Dallas Fuel, of course, struggling in the midseason madness, but then last week they looked on fire. They beat the LA Gladiators, of course, and you're like, wow, the Dallas Fuel look amazing so far. If you are the Toronto Defiant, who, like, on Dallas are you concerned about? That you're scared it will, like, take over the game and have too much impact? Who would you want, like, to remove from the Dallas Fuel if you're at Toronto?
In my experience, whenever Dallas have played a meta like this, if you can find a way to make Hanbin uncomfortable, I feel like it has a ripple effect across everyone else. Because obviously you can have your DPS diffs and you can have those moments, but the Hanbin factor, he is the one calling the shots, he is the one leading the tempo. Historically, whenever they've fallen apart, it's when Hanbin just can't play his game.
All right. Well, we're going to throw it over to our casters once more, and it's going to be Jaws and Mr. X, and hopefully this one actually, there's a few maps in it. Now, Jaws, I need to know, do you have any more Hotba facts for us?
There has to be more.
Hotba facts. I have a singular Hotba fact.
You can make one up. Scott made up one earlier.
That's true, yes. Scott, not the best track record of having the truest takes on the desk.
I
Hotba,
didn't bring it up.
he likes...
He's played Junker Queen 64% of the time.
There you go. No, okay. Mine was real though. I saw him on camera do it the other day. He had a cool glass of cola. He likes cola. There you go.
I also love that Danny, Lemon Kiwi earlier on the broadcast mentioned how you shouldn't say the second T in Toronto, and Danny, when he just said Toronto 1,000 times, it was basically the second T was bolded exclamation after it, and then a little O. He emphasized the second T to more than I've ever heard anybody do. Danny, I love you. Never change. I miss you.
So it's supposed to be Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto.
Toronto, no Toronto.
Yeah, evidently we get bonus points if we go.
I
don't think we'll be kicked out.
We can play a water drinking
I think they'll appreciate us more.
Every time you hear the caster say 2 T's, have a sip of water.
Yeah, responsible.
Yeah.
All right.
If I want to be proper British Queen's English, I'd say the double T, but maybe I'll stoop down to the American level.
When you also asked how Scott would say piano in Australia,
I'm gonna
Canadian?
Look, it's basically a different language. Right, we're gonna have to say goodbye. Goodbye, desk. Thank you. We love you. We'll see you later. We're going into our second game. Our second game, Matt. It's the third game of the day. Yep. Toronto Defiant and Dallas Fuel. I hope it's a little bit of a longer game, Matt, because you know what? I actually enjoy casting with you. It's crazy. I never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even believe that to be true, so I'm just going to gloss over it. Toronto, this is a huge series for them, right? Like how the desk was talking about, wanting to qualify for their event. They've looked pretty good throughout this tournament. Their schedule is brutal, though, throughout the Summer Showdown, where they're ultimately going to have to beat some of these teams at the top. Dallas is their first go. I believe they got the Gladiators during the Summer Showdown coming up here as well. No freebies. They did actually get by, looking back on it, the win against the Titans in Game 5 was, massive, right? Because the Titans may be a team that, a lot of other teams won't beat, right? With the way they're looking. So, this series is massive for their chances to qualify.
Yeah, let's have a look who's starting today for Toronto. Hisu, although Hotba, Chorong, and Twilight is going to be your starting 5 for today. But yeah, Matt, it is fairly important that they find the dub here. Their schedule, especially against the Dallas Fuel, who everybody has been rating extremely highly. I remember we talked about it on Platch the other day. Look, Dallas Fuel is up there with teams right now. We did also say that New York was the same thing.
Yeah, I gotta say, ever since I haven't appeared on some of those episodes, power rankings very inaccurate. Very inaccurate.
No, I blame Scott or somebody. I don't know. Maybe Connor. Maybe I blame Connor for that one. Twisted my arm a little bit to believe in the Yaki. I don't know. We'll see if New York Excelsior find a couple of dubs later down the line. But yeah, Toronto's schedule, not the easiest.
Yeah. The one thing that's interesting to me for the Defiant throughout this stage, like we have seen a lot of Hotba, and Hotba's looked pretty good on the Junker Queen. Her playstyle though is so aggressive, and that's something that like Muse I thought was actually really successful at, was really good at, was that fast aggressive style of play, where would have been interesting to see what he looks like playing the Junker Queen.
Yeah, but he is going against Harbin today, which, like the Des was talking about earlier on, like Harbin has also been a spectacular player for the Dallas Fuel since his very first addition to the team, right? Harbin is just such a good off-tank. Came in, played alongside Fearless when we were back in Overwatch 1, and they both looked unstoppable. The double bubble meta is something that stands out in my head. Like, it fit the team so well, and yeah, Harbin can kind of continue to dominate. And then you've also got someone like Sparku, who is exceptional on the Genji. Like, a lot of pieces are falling into place in this meta for Dallas Fuel.
I think for the scary thing when you're going against the Fuel here today, if you're the Defiant, is Sparkle has the ability on Genji to do what we just saw Proper do to the Boston Uprising, right? Like, he is that good and talented on that specific hero, and that hero is very strong right now. Which that could be a big problem for you throughout the series, where I think if you're the Defiant, then you can kind of neutralize his impact as much as possible, right? Don't let him get going and start to really kind of get in a groove like we just saw Proper do. You have kind of like a puncher's chance in this one.
Yeah, most definitely. It's like shutting down Sparkle might be the key. Hisu, on the other hand, he's going to be in the 1v1. No, sorry, not the 1v1, not against Sparkle, he'll be against Edison. But although has also been another player that's come in from a team that didn't do great in the London Spitfire back in 2020. I remember that roster was a little bit all over the place. A lot of different players picked up from various, like, even some tier 3 teams, like Genji B, Genji S kind of thing. And that was a crazy time to be kind of a London fan. It was a big transition phase for the team, and although was part of that roster, but he's really found his footing in Toronto Defiant in 2022, 2023. We're not there yet, Jesus Christ. And it's been quite exciting to see him develop, because he kind of left my memory with that London squad. He wasn't really a player that stood out a lot. It was like Glister on that roster. That was the only person that really stood up and was like, okay, I'm going to pull this team to some wins. But man, in the Genji meta, all those mechanics, they've been rather sharp.
For me, like, the Toronto Defiant is the most, like, the talent is their team we have. Like, I know how we've said that, like, a billion times throughout the season, but, like, this is a team that you look across the board and, like, you get pretty excited about a lot of the players they have, across their roster. It's just, can they kind of put game plans and put them in position to succeed? See them get off to a start here today with Hisu actually going to be playing the Ashe instead of the Sojourn.
Yeah, I don't mind it, especially if you're on like a defensive play. If you have the point.
You said we don't mind it.
Wait,
he went down to like 0 HP instantly and just got gone across map.
How the hell did that happen? I was just that was Harmon like randomly shooting him in the background.
It was interesting because like he didn't take high ground. Like you could have taken like whether it's on top of the building or like maybe even the ledge, right? You kind of come out of that building and you have a little bit of an overhang. He was actually on like ground level, like and a Hanbin able to just get really close to him, which is kind of the opposite. Yeah, you want the Ashe in this type of position, right? Where you can control this high ground, lay down damage from above, and there's nowhere for really the Dallas Fuel to go.
Wow, Chio went super low after he got hit by that dynamite. Commanding shout for the Dallas Fuel is going to help Chio and Sparkle stay alive. Maybe not for long, though, although throws a couple of shurikens his way. They do end up trading, so Toronto Defiant having to back up. They lost their Junker Queen, so no frontline pressure.
You trade, but it's not like you can continue to fight after the trade, right? You lose your Junker Queen, you just kind of have to back up. There's no way you're gonna. And it's the second time that Hanbin's able to find Hisu first, where the Defiant not giving themselves a chance really at the beginning here.
Yeah, look at that. Even a rally pop by Fielder just to kind of secure the fight. Yeah, Hisu was on high ground. He then dropped down. Maybe he saw an opening somehow. It's a bit difficult to get protected up there too. You just have to keep like juggling the edge. So you are slightly vulnerable to Chio and Sparkle if you do LS your healers.
I also think it's difficult if you're Toronto to figure out like if it's just like a compositional thing where maybe you have to play the Sojourn, like, because you're not really getting anything going in these fights, right? So it's difficult to find out like whether your comp is being, you know, ineffective or whether you need to make a change or it's just positioning and whatnot. Because every fight really this far has just been dominated by the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, they even used that Bob too that he's been able to build up. I mean, Dallas Fuel, luckily for Toronto, don't have any support ultimates. 95% coming up. Toronto Defiant are making a two-man push around the side to get that touch. So although with the Blade and Twilight with the rally are going to be on point, but the Dallas Fuel see an opening and maybe trying to push to the spawn room of Toronto Defiant to try and find some
this is a
lacking Defiant members. Although he does have a Blade, he does pull it. Edison and Shio end up going down to the Genji as they do manage to find the flip in the end.
It's like a two-player flank from the Defiant. Dallas recognized it, decided to give up the point and push forward, but never really fully committed to push forward. Maybe they ended up like overlapping speed with like Shout and Lucio, and they just weren't able to get close enough, and then they didn't have anything to get back. Just it put them in a really weird situation between, you know, 3 players coming with speed from one side and a Dragon Blade on the other.
Oh, huge rampage from Hopper. Equally as large rampage from Hanbin. Fielder is so low, but Sparkle's pulled the Blade. He's a rallying break straight in his face, but Twilight had the bash to get away and create some distance. Unfortunately for Hopper, although they suffered at the hands of the Dallas Fuel. 50% in building for Toronto as the Dallas Fuel used that commanding shout to push them onto point and just isolate Twilight. Chio finds 2 kills in the fight, and the Dallas Fuel are going to be able to find the cap, and overtime is triggered. Although to touch to re-trigger OT, but he's got no dash, he's got no reflect, and he's got no health left. And the Fuel will claim round 1.
Yeah. Percentage looks way closer than what I think actually kind of like the gameplay represented there is the Defiant able to kind of go around on a flank, flip the point. Like we mentioned, Dallas really left in like no man's land there in the middle, not able to get anything going. It'll be interesting whether the Defiant stay with Hisu here on the Ashe or want to switch up to the Sojourn. I feel like you kind of highlighted it. The Ashe feels like it's like way more of like a defensive pick, where, you know, Sojourn obviously you can, you know, get up in the mix and kind of brawl a little bit more close range.
What was this play here? Oh, this was... Oh, no way. Well,
yeah,
that sucks.
Like, he's like, I'm not taking this 5 players down. I'm out.
Anyway, peace. Wow. No, you can't.
Bob's yelling at everybody, reset, reset.
Yeah, reset. Get off the mat. Everybody reset. God damn. Yeah, Bob kind of cold though.
Yeah.
All right, Toronto, what you got? What you got? Oh, you got a lot, apparently. All right, Bob's the IGL. Finally, an AI IGL. Technically, it would be perfect, right? Because it's AI. Knows exactly what's going on at all times.
Can Toronto get the space here, Jack? Like, Dallas feels like they're just collapsing on them so fast. Like, can they back up and give Hisu the... Well, Hisu gets picked off by Edison. I was going to say, can they give Hisu the space? Because that sort of feels like, to me, like this thing is all predicated on, right? Like, if you can just survive the neutral and give Hisu the space from a distance, no, you can battle out and win. Although, and Hoppa coming up clutch here may end up pulling this out.
Yeah. Overeager from the Dallas Fuel, it feels like there, although just kind of carving Toronto Defiant a new one, but somehow Chio comes up big with a couple of kills. But with Hisu dying so early, he's able to come back pretty fast. Toronto Defiant, they do end up speeding all the way back. Even Chio surviving at that point, it manages to escort the rest of the Fuel back to the point fairly quickly. So even if Hisu did come back early, he's not going to be able to withstand the pressure from like 4 Dallas Fuel members.
So, see now the Dallas Fuel in control of the point, but there's going to be another fast attack here as Toronto does have a rally. So do you rally Blade here? Maybe you can like disengage here. You know, oh, that's a big pick. I was going to say maybe you could have like disengaged here for a little bit, right? Then came back with like your Blade after, because you know there's no rally available for the Fuel. So that's a big pick off.
Oh, there's the rally. Although he's got the Blade. Chorong with the beat. They've got a lot to work with. It's whether they can actually get anything done. Already, Twilight's rally's just getting poked at by Edison. And now a later rally from the Fuel. Toronto Defiant going to have to respond, and they do so with a beat and a blade. Although dashes forward, is Godfielder in his sights, and the Dallas Fuel's rally is still just ongoing. So that overhealth continually building during that fight. Luckily, though, Hisu is granted space and takes care of Sparkle, but Edison's overclock might be a little bit better than the DPS ults from the Toronto Defiant as Chio finds yet another final blow. The Dallas Fuel holding down this point. They ended up flipping, and now they got 60+% building.
Now the Dallas Fuel starting to get rolling on this point where it felt like Toronto had a little bit of an opportunity there, right? It's, we'll see what Bob's decision is now, whether to stay and fight or... Well, there's not really a spot where you can run and reset here, so... See how Hisu decides to use him. You can kind of like put him in this corner, right? And get like a crossfire on the point and maybe get aggressive.
Yeah. Look at Armin's position though. He set up the rally. Oh, there's the bomb. How do Fuel respond? There's the speed up, speed boost used to get rid, get out of LOS of the Bob. 3-man rampage, although Hisu and Chorong are pretty low, but Bob just doing crazy damage from the sidelines. That crossfire working out, Matt. Edison does fine too, but although could just get so many resets in this small room, I say that. The Toronto still needed to cap, so Hopper just left the rest of his team, and now he's playing a little bit of hide and seek, but Dallas Fuel found him. And unlike the Child's game, Hopper will end up dying. The Dallas Fuel are gonna have to push the Toronto back as Hisu's now come on the Soldier to provide a little bit more pressure. There's the flip around once more as the Dallas Fuel still have a blade to work with. Toronto Defiant did manage to get the point and get OT rolling, but Sparkles now, it's his turn to roll, and he's rolling the Toronto Defiant. Although Hisu Twilight dead, overtime's gonna tick down, and that should be round number 2 and map number 1 to Fuel.
Feels like the Defiant got rolling a little bit there in that second round. Obviously way closer than round number 1, but still not good enough to stop the Dallas Fuel. Like we mentioned a little bit in the pregame, the Des mentioned as well, this match is so important for the Defiant. To qualify for the summer showdown. We'll see if they can carry over some of the bright spots of their play into this next map, but they got to start clicking fast because Dallas is not looking to be letting up today.
Yeah, not great. 2 rounds taken by Dallas. They get 1 map in their back pocket. Toronto Defiant still have a chance, though, to come back. After this break, we'll see what happens in map number 2.
Once more, wants to build it. The shot! Oh, the shield dead! It is the air matrix match. What? A gravitic flux! That is absurd! Not a big deal. Show! It's gigantic today! Goes to burn blue! Burn brightest!
What's up? Welcome back. Fuel taking on Defiant 2-0 on Control as we head on to our next map. It's going to be a hybrid and it's going to be Midtown.
Maybe an opportunity here for the Ashe to work a bit better on Midtown, you think? A little bit longer sight lines, right? Some more high ground. If that's the direction that the Defiant still want to go. We saw them commit to it really all of Busan. We'll see what happens here on Midtown. I think if you come out with it on Midtown and you don't get off to a great start, I think it may be time to start like trying to get into that mirror, right? Play some of that Sojourn.
Yeah, it's whether they want to take that duel. I really like Hisu on the Ashe, especially on the defense. You can sit all the way back in that big choke point. You can get escorted by the Lucio if you really need to back all the way up, but you do get a lot of that range, like you said. We'll see, though. Toronto Defiant on the offense. So I feel like Sojourn is just way better on offense because those sight lines are kind of hard to peek if you're the Ashe. And if you're just like shooting somebody and then you can build up the right click quick enough, it's easier for you to like quickly dip around the... It's like Widowmaker, right? You like quickly jump around the corner, try and get a headshot. With the... In Widowmaker's left click, but right click, the railgun. Is a bit easier to do that than set up onto a position with the Ashe and hope the enemy team doesn't run at you and run you over. Like, I don't know. Feels...
We'll see what the Defiant decide to do. If that Hisu right now, probably the only one you're questioning. Is he going to play, like, would you play May? Is such like a...
We've seen it a little bit.
We saw London play it.
Yeah.
No, we're going to have a... Is he going to play Widowmaker? What is...
He's going to poke out on Widow, I think. Just try and get the shot, and it's going to get reflected. Oh, no, it doesn't get reflected.
All right, so we're going to go with the Ashe. So this is kind of what we thought.
No,
I think the Ashe probably plays a little bit better on the defensive side of here.
Yeah,
anything?
for sure.
Yeah.
It's just getting Hisu set up in a position where he's not, like, insta-pushed. And, like, Dallas Fuel is so good at that. Shio has been a great Lucio player thus far for the Fuel this year. Sparkle called out in the front line, receives a pack and ends up using Deflect. And Hisu trying to land shots, but it's been quite difficult.
Yeah, and it's hard because you see where like everybody on Dallas is playing. They're not really giving him any sight lines. And he has to come into a kind of vicinity where they can just run him down to be able to see or do any type of damage.
Oh, what a knife. Does Sparkle die to that?
Really
Yeah, he does. Dies to that small tick damage, and then Hopper just finishing off with the final blow. They're doing it training Genji's, but Hisu gets the better of Edison as Toronto Defiant now capping the point. 2 ticks done, and now the play for the Fuel is just to rush onto the point and try and find some sort of damage, some sort of kills, but Toronto Defiant starting this one off strong.
But you see also once they can't just run Hisu down and he has that space, he comes up with, what, 3 kills during that fight?
Oh, yeah.
It's a big dynamite here for some tick damage, some extra. So you're going to get close to that Bob yet again. So you can definitely make the Ashe work. It seems a little bit harder making the Ashe work than like just kind of throwing the Sojourn in the mix. But you start to play these fights right and give Hisu the space. You can definitely make this work against what Dallas is doing.
Yeah, this is the best point for the Ashe, ideally. Get her up on that high ground if you push all the way forward, but these comps are so aggressive. Speaking of aggression, wow, Sparkle went a little bit too far forward, and although just cleaning up with the resets. And now it's actually Dallas Fuel players stuck behind the Toronto Defiant now, so they just kind of have to feed onto the payload, or at least
this has been
some of them do.
Dallas
Don't have skates like that.
Start this off. This is looking really messy from Dallas. I mean, look at this for Toronto. They had to use nothing to get the cart all the way from that first checkpoint to here. No ultimates needed. That could be a big Bob there in that close quarters.
That's a good Bob. It does get killed pretty quickly, but look at the time that they had to invest. Rally coming out from Twilight. Field is 4% away. The Toronto Defiant can just pound on the pressure. Sparkle is already dead, but Shio gets the beat on just in time. But Toronto Defiant not out of this fight yet. Respond with a beat of their own, and now Fielder with a rally. So every support ultimate thrown in from both teams, and it's now up to Edison to try and finish this off before Ortho can cut through them. He's already got Shio. He's finding more. He gets pooped up into the skies, and Edison just picks him out like a bird in the sky. The Dallas Fuel just holding on to this payload. And now Edison cleaning up.
I'm surprised that actually... What?
He's going in. He does hit 3 in Fielder, and Harpin are going pretty low. Does he? No. Okay.
I was going to say, I was shocked that although invested the blade, and then Huff was like, I'll one-up you, watch this. And he ended up using the Rampage there. When although ended up using the blade, you had used both of your support ultimates for the Defiant. You had the rally like lasting longer on the Dallas side. So you were like, well, you know, Dallas, they have Shout, they have the rally already going, like not a real reason to use the blade, although uses it there. I'm more shocked that I was pretty stunned by that, but then after the Rampage, I was more shocked by that use because what, did you just have Hisu up on the bridge and then Hampa down below? I don't think that was a winnable fight considering where Dallas is spawning from.
Yeah, you're really hoping for a miracle at that point. Oh, Harmbin in the bushes with his ghillie suit on. He's still got Rampage. Hisu's already taken out Kara Sparkler. In fact, Harmbin's team just falling around him. Harmbin had a really good position, keeping everybody back, but Hisu and the rest of the squad were able to just pick off Dallas Fuel members as they tried to help out Hisu. Harmbin even.
Yeah, so now you've gotten that second checkpoint above 340 on the clock, so looking pretty good for the Defiant. You're going to have this Bob again, and like we talked a little bit about coming into this map, the sightlines in just kind of this map seems to fit the Ashe way better than Busan did, and I think you're seeing it start to pay off now.
Right, Sparkle's got that blade. Twilight's so close to that rally. His question is if they go aggressive or not. Hisu can also use that Bob to try and mitigate a lot of that space.
They've like swapped sides, where, the cart's just moving in towards the Dallas spawn. They're going to have to make something happen here.
Oh, that Rampage was huge. Twilight activates that rally, but it might not be enough. Sparkle's gonna be able to clean the house with this blade. He gets booed back, but gets the resets off of Hisu and Hopper. 3 kills for Sparkle's blade. Can he make it another one? Deflect some shurikens back at although. And they did end up swapping positions, Matt, but another huge ultimate there from Hart.
You're okay with that though if you're the Defiant, right? Rampage rally, blade used there by Dallas. You come back with a beat, blade, and Rampage of your own, and you got a reasonable amount of card progress for relatively free there. It's a Dallas Fuel fight win. I'm not exactly sure, how that's going to look though in the grand scheme of things. I mean, look at this. Yeah, you're going to get 2 kills with this blade, so you don't even need the beat or the Rampage here to make a difference. You can actually wait until this cart turns the corner and use it to secure it getting all the way through. That's like best case scenario now for Toronto.
Cheers gonna have to use that beat fairly sparingly. Gonna have to counter that Rampage, otherwise Hopper could just roll all over them. Beat's already used from Define. In fact, it forced out Chio's blade. There's the Rampage. It's 3. Harmbin in trouble. His health bar looking a little thin. Yep. Edison with the overclock though can still do some serious work in the back line. Hopper and Harmbin dead, no front line, so Edison's more than willing to play up to the Toronto Defiant, trying to push them over. 4 meters to go.
It seems there, Jack, that they got a little bit out of sorts. So, like, they ended up using their blade for the Defiant, and then no, their beat, and then you also had the beat being used there by Dallas. That's kind of what they wanted, use their beat to get their other beat out. And then they had the Rampage. And Hoppa went in with the Rampage, but there was like nobody else went with him. And then he just ended up
super early.
He ended up in the middle of like 3 players for the Fuel. Just got burned down pretty quick. That was a pretty big fumble because that was the Defiant's opportunity there.
Yeah, he has that overshield too from the soundbar, so Rampage not hitting its full effectiveness. I mean, Toronto right now, what are they waiting for? They're waiting for this rally to come online. Slowly but surely, they're inching their way towards that final checkpoint. The Dallas Fuel, once again, have kind of swapped positions with them. It looked like they were on the attack this time. You can see the positioning from Edison. There's the rally from Fielder. Twilight so close to his. A couple of packs and a couple of melees maybe will do it, but he is the target of all the focus from the Fuel. That rally saving Fielder's life too. He is pretty low, but the health bar is looking rather topped up on the side of the Dallas Fuel. However, some good focus fire is nice. Onto Chio, stops that speed up for the Fuel to utilize to get back to their spawn and back to the rest of their team. The Rampage hits absolutely no one somehow from Harmbin, but he's still doing damage. Okay, that's something you don't see every day. There's only 20 seconds to go now as Twilight's come back with a rally of his own, and now although with the only ultimate left for the Toronto Defiant apart from that Bob to seal this payload onto point C. 10 seconds is all that remains, and Sparkle ends up going down.
Yeah, and that was the blade from Sparkle he was using there too. They were trying to really seal the deal, and although with an opportunity to push this over the line for Toronto. Get one.
Fielder goes down already. He's trying to kill Harbin. He's just trying, but that shout is just way too good. Twilight ends up falling, and now no heals to the Toronto Defiant. I mean, you've got Although and Hisu, and Although does take care of Sparkle, and Edison also falls, but Harbin and Fielder are still alive. Nice boot from Chorong to stop them from touching the payload. It is 0.45 meters to go, but the Dallas Fuel are going to hold on to the very bitter end and stop Defiant from capping third.
But for the Defiant, they almost get it the entire way, so effectively Dallas Fuel needs to complete the entire map to take the second map in the set here, where we'll see how Toronto decides to play this on defense. I think you probably still commit to the Ashe. We've seen no signs they're not going to do that. Can they do as good a job as creating that space and allowing Hisu to have some of that high ground here on the defensive side of things?
Man, I can't believe that Dallas Fuel Rampage got 0 and they still managed to win the fight. I mean, it's such a big ultimate to kind of throw it down. Feels like it takes a little while longer than the DPS ult to charge up. So, yeah, kind of nutty that they managed to clutch out at the very end.
Slid to the side of the payload as well. I think like he was trying to like go for one and almost like angle it head on, but he kind of went at it as an angle, and I think decided he was just like sliding.
Just sliding around. There are ice rinks in New York, so yeah, it makes sense.
There's what?
Not an ice rink in New York?
Yeah, there's ice rinks in New York. I don't believe there's any on this map, though. There looks to be no ice on the ground either.
Okay.
So don't know if that's don't know if that's a logical explanation there, Jack.
No, that's true. Maybe the payload made of ice. We don't know that. We don't know that. Do you know the material, the material composition of the payload?
No, but I also know that there are no fire trucks made of ice. So,
yeah, that's true. You're already picking part of that argument. I'm stumped. I'm stumped. No retort.
Didn't really seem like you thought that one out.
No. You know what? Actually, I didn't think that one out. All right, shit. Unlucky. Oh, nice knife pull. That's something that is sometimes hard to see, Matt, but a lot of Junker Queens have gotten so good at not only hitting the knife, but pulling the knife at the right time to really put someone out of position. You saw it just there. It's a bit hard to see sometimes in the chaos of it all, but it's an ability that when you get it on a support, sometimes the DPS, although they have a lot of mobility, or the Junker Queen, it puts them out of position. You can just dogpile.
It yanks them pretty far as well. Like, Alpa's in a rough spot here. He's just getting chased down by everybody. Yeah, you see right there, just how far he yoinks on me.
Yeah. It's kind of insane how far it does pull you. Does miss that one, but Hisu starts the fight off with a bang once again. I mean, this is what I was talking about. The action on the defense is kind of crazy because the Dallas Fuel have to invest so much mobility and so many abilities, like speed boost, commanding shout or whatever, to actually get to Hisu's position. He's already got a bob.
Yeah, and to try and send Sparkle after him, right? That's a lot of their burst damage that they're relying on. I know how we've seen Genji just being able to just dash through the opponents and being able to just take out 2-3 players a fight. You're losing a lot of that if you kind of commit Sparkle to fall and go after Hisu. So that'll be Bob. He's going to hang out in the middle of the street there, and there will be Bob. He's gone.
He's gone. Did waste a lot of time, though. That was a very nice bob from Hisu. That's over health from Fielder's ult, just non-existent now, and yeah, neither is Sparkle, just non-existent on this map. Headshot by Hisu again. A bob trade for a rally, that is potentially the biggest value I've ever seen out from a bob. There's the blade from Although, and this is just cleaning the streets.
You almost didn't even need this. Like, they were probably just going to sit at the choke. I mean, I guess you've delayed them a little bit now, but yeah, I guess you can get Hisu back in position. You'll have a Rampage double support ult as now we kind of thought maybe this would be better for the Toronto Defiant, especially I know if you want to run the Ashe, this map specifically, it looks to be paying off here on the defensive side thus far.
Glad we picked up Although at the start of this series. I mean, Like I said, he was on the 2020 London roster, which didn't really find any success. Went back to Contenders, played on O2 Blast, and does some of the best coaching we have in the league now, funnily enough. And he's doing well so far. And oh, yeah, Edison's face. He did not expect, although to hit that reflect. Beat from Chorong is going to get met by a beat from Chio. Toronto Defiant playing all the way back. They might be able to go for a recontest here. Matt Hopper's got the Rampage coming up. But Hanbin does find both Twilight and Hisu. So now the time is ticking down for that recontest. But Dallas Fuel haven't found any ticks just yet. This comp goes back to the point so fast, Matt.
Yeah, I was going to say, you may be better off giving this up if you're the Defiant, but we'll see. Maybe they end up...
Look at this.
No,
they're just going to go in.
Yeah.
You might as well. Rampage comes out, hits Sparkle, who's in Blade. He's going to play so defensively, but he just chooses not to. Just Sparkle things, I suppose. That'll be it. You get the Blade out at least.
Yeah, I thought maybe you could have played that a little bit more defensively if you're the Defiant. Like, play at the door, right? Because you also have really good sightlines for Hisu there. Look at this, Dallas Fuel, this is a really smart play. They've gone up and taken control of this bridge. They don't want to allow the Ashe to get set up in that position.
Speaking of Ashes, Eddie is now on the Ashe.
Ooh!
Nice little shot in the mid-air. Nice dynamite damage. Oh, double headshot. Jesus, okay, Hisu. Chill. He's got Bob too. Not bad, look how close they're playing to the spawn. And to be fair, the more space you give up here for the Dallas Fuel, the worse Edison has, the worse time Edison has, because he needs angles on this high ground to even touch Hisu's positioning. There's the ball.
You know it's definitely become a problem though, and he forced the switch out of the Dallas Fuel, right?
Oh, he's good. Jesus.
They rally. That's
Yeah,
really early.
That is super. Look at Toronto Defiance positioning already. They're backing all the way up. Dynamite was ticking a lot of that overhealth down, and Sparkle ends up falling over. The Dallas Fuel looking the most uncoordinated we've seen in this series so far. Edison gets taken down, and the Toronto Defiant in good stead. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, Matt.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously a lot of series looks like it's still left to go. If the Defiant's able to hold on here, I think at that point you start to look at the map pool, right? And like, which maps can you successfully run this type of composition on? Because you see the Dallas Fuel, clearly a little bit bothered by the range of the Ashe and how much value you get from the Dynamite. They've had to pull one out themselves.
Played from although he's got that commanding shout to back him up, save the dash, but that damage, that Dynamite from Edison and the boops and all the other Cheerios, the flails, doing a little bit too much. It's still hard, to be fair, without the nano. Still very much a thing you can combo, but no one really playing Ana these days, unless it's like Watch Point Gibraltar. All right, Defiant, they've got like another fight here to give, and that's about it, but they've got double support ultimate.
You think about here if you're the Defiant, right? Using your beat to get the beat out from Chio. We've seen that kind of interaction happen numerous times at that point. And then you have your rally to push you over the line. They actually used to rally first.
Double support ultimates, yeah. Bob's already out, and Edison in not a good spot. He's right up close and personal, but Sparkle almost using Edison as bait. Hey, Edison's right here out in the open, guys. No worries, just come towards me. I've got a blade. He finds 3 kills, almost a 4th as Hanbin finishes off the rest of the Toronto Defiant. 10 seconds to go, but the payload has been found on point B. The win condition very much in their sights right now. 1 minute 30 seconds to go. They just need to, well, basically hit completion.
Yes, I was going to say, the defense has been good for the Defiant thus far. They obviously didn't complete the map, though, and don't have any time in that bank where, you have one fight go wrong here, you are in a lot of trouble. Especially with Field are going to have this rally, right? You're going to have no answer for this.
Rally. Rampage versus Rampage and Bob. What can Bob do? That is the question. Bob comes out. Rally gets popped by Fielder. Bob's in a decent spot. Look at him, actually. Yeah, he's just kind of ripping them apart. He doesn't eventually end up getting taken down, but Hanbin's health bar still not looking the healthiest. That Rampage not hitting too much. Managed to claim Sparkle's life at least, but they do trade Hopper for it. Much better Rampage from the Toronto Defiant. Twilight and although in a whole heap of trouble. Axe swing through the shield. The Dallas Fuel with 30 seconds to go have a real chance of completing now.
Yeah, when the Rampage has been used by Hanbin, they've been able to keep him alive and follow it up a few times when we've seen Hoppa use that Rampage. There's no help there from the Defiant to be able to keep him alive. And you look across the board, nothing for really
Neutral.
anybody to use here. Yeah.
Completely neutral fight coming in. Commanding shout very early from Toronto Defiant. Harbin just gets focused down almost instantly. With 10 seconds to go, you just can't let that happen if you're Dallas Fuel. Someone has to touch. So Chio, that's the guy that's going to get there, maybe, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Time's ticking down, and although had a blade in his back pocket, Toronto Defiant holding the Fuel on last. Aren't out of the series just yet.
Yeah, big bounce back there from the Defiant as their composition did not look great on Busan. It looks like maybe that was just because of the way that map plays out with the composition in play, because right here, they made good work out of the Ash, and they're able to take this second map.
Yeah, they're looking super clean. Very much have a chance to take Dallas Fuel all the way to map number 5. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. We've got another map up next. Overwatch League is coming back to LAN. Yes, sir. It's coming to Toronto Defiant. They're hosting, most graciously, Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament presented by Bell at the Mattamy Athletic Centre. That's September 8th to the 11th. Experience Esports live. Come join the party. Features fan activation zone, an Overwatch 2 free play, and a whole bunch of other cool things over there. So yeah, make sure you go grab your tickets. There are only a limited number available. Now, of course, we are seeing Toronto Defiant take on the Dallas Fuel. They tied the series up. They stopped the Fuel just before that third point on Midtown as we head into map number 3.
Yeah, now with map number 3, it'll be Watchpoint Gibraltar in the set. So this is one you can definitely play that Ashe, control some of the high ground as well. This one may end up favoring the Defiant.
Yeah, we are going on to Gibraltar, and like long range, like Ashe. Yeah, Hisu. Okay. Like, I think Ashe on this map, and it's been generally a Widow map for the longest time. We've even seen a little bit of Widow here and there from a couple of teams. But Dallas Fuel's hit scan has been kind of a point of question for a little while now. Edison's hit scan, extremely good. They brought in Gurio to be this like Widowmaker long range specialist, but he has had some like middling performances. And the way Hisu's playing right now on this Ashe pick, yeah, Edison can pop heads too, but Hisu seems to be on a little bit of a hot one.
Yeah, I know. When you're just talking about, I thought about like what the Gladiators, right? Like, adding Happy to the mix.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine if the Dallas Fuel got involved in that, right? You get Happy here on the Dallas Fuel, it would have been lights out for a map like this, right? So, Edison can play it, but like you mentioned, like Guerrilla, you were really kind of looking at like that long range hit scan, like expert for maps like this, almost like an Anons type of role. So it'll be Dallas on offense. Looks like obviously still time to make some changes. Edison may end up matching this Ashe. So map number 2 could definitely, if it obviously goes in the Defiant's favor, could be looked at as a real turning point.
I love when teams hold this clock. Oh my god, he pulled Sparkle, like of all people. Let's TP up. Only a couple of people a little bit MIA. Sparkle in the spawn as he changed over to the Genji. But now it's just a jostling. Oh, Edison actually gets the better of Hisu in that engagement. So this forward hold from the Toronto Defiant looking a little bit thwarted now.
Yeah, and you see how effective the Dynamite can be too, because the compositions just have to play so close together, right? To get use out of the Inspire, the Lucio Auras, the Shout, that you're looking at like 2-3 players with that Dynamite every single time. Which ends up just adding tons towards your, obviously, overall damage, but your ultimate charge as well. Is Edison already up to 40%?
So much damage. Toronto Defiant wanted to try and stop them in the car wash, but again, that Dynamite is kind of crazy amount of damage.
Yeah,
goodbye, Hisu.
These neutral brawl fights have not been great for the Defiant. When the game slows down a little bit, or they can kind of set the pace, and Hisu's got the space, that's when they look good. When you kind of get into these close quarter brawly scenarios, like Busan, that's when Dallas just has been wiping the floor with them.
Yeah, it's definitely where their strengths are exaggerated, that is for sure. That's just kind of insane at close range duels, especially with Sparkle. Edison taking some free shots on the Toronto Defiant, who just lay down on the ground. That's 3 kills from Edison on height. And maybe a 4th too. Little punch. There's 4. Can you find the 5th?
Benefit for the Defiant is the payload was not moving at all during that, right?
Yeah. But you do get high ground now, which is kind of crazy if you're Edison. And you have Bob. He seems like
no sleep or anything, right? No way to just get rid of him fast.
Yeah, it's just about burning him down or like booping him to somewhere that he's not as effective. Looks like they want to just take ship control. Good to push Edison off, but still a lot of free payload push here, Matt. And now Bob is going to be kind of crazy if you just kind of lay it down onto the back line. But oh, what a knife pull. Straight into a headshot from Heath.
Yeah, as he pulls him right into the line of fire. So Sparkle's going to actually try and turn it into the blade.
But he's super low. Although ends up just finishing him off with a melee. Has still got the blade of his own. Toronto Defiant now making a stand.
Maybe they were a little bit off there, Dallas, and thought that Toronto had support ultimates already, and that by pulling out that blade, you were going to get some of them out. wasn't necessary. So you end up using the Blade, and now you kind of sit at even in terms of support ultimates across the board. Toronto's going to have all 5 ultimates coming in this next fight.
Yeah, you definitely are feeling pretty good for your Toronto. Let's see how they want to end up attacking this. Look at Although already going pretty aggro. Sparkle's already used the deflect. He hasn't got any more defensives left. Yeah, the dynamite mixed with the blade. It's a deadly combination. And only 1 ult used.
Yep, now you can, we've seen how effective this has been in the past, right? Controlling some of this high ground, make it really costly for teams to get in through those lower ways. And in the past, it was even difficult and you had like shields in the mix, right? Now you don't even have like a shield, right?
Yeah, it's super punishing. We'll see if Dallas Fuel can find a little something. What is... Dude, Chorong just in the skybox right now, just booping people away. He has got a beat. Oh, can he boop that up? No, he cannot. Gio still gets that beat off, and Chorong responds with his. Hoppo is so low in that fight, but look at that rampage from Hanbin. Hits 4 members of Toronto Defiant, and Hoppo is already burning away. That Chorong beat was just nothing for the Dallas Fuel. And now they get a nice little push, and Edison's going to be able to get height.
Yeah, and can you come back and fight this if you're the Defiant? You're going to have...
Oh, hello.
Clean slate across the board. You have Aldo hiding behind enemy lines here.
Oh, he's been spotted. Oh, and he's dead. Well, at least Edison goes down, I suppose. As a 1-for-1, but it's Twilight on the payload, trying to keep the rest of his team alive. Hopper going super low. Look at the focus fire from the Dallas Fuel. It's just too good. That should be it. Yep, all said and done. The Dallas Fuel still managed to cap.
So now they push forward. Want to try and spawn lock, potentially, not let them get the high ground. So did anyone get the front spawn? It doesn't look like it here. So that's a beneficial thing for the Defiant, right? Nobody gets that front spawn, nobody gets staggered out. Even more time as Dallas contested the high ground there for a second, but so you see like 3-4 players get up there for the Defiant, you have to back out.
Yeah, it's still denying as much space as possible, but this, because their spawn is like that close, it's pretty easy for you to just hold in that corner. Wow, Twilight just goes down to Edison. I'm assuming that was from a knife pull or something, but yeah, Twilight dying there is really bad news for Toronto Defiant. And now look at the Eagles perch that Edison is in. He's closing in on that Bob as well, Matt.
So getting this payload close to the end here with, you know, Edison, you use this Bob, you kind of put it just straight down the runway here. Maybe you're able to build up towards a blade to combo with it. Finishing Gibraltar with some time would be huge for Dallas.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Dallas Fuel just wanting to build up ult. Bob comes out. Dynamite on top. Maybe Sparkle's still got that blade. The rally from Field is good. Healing Sparkle all the way up. And Bob just playing Gatekeeper right now. Just pushing the Toronto Defiant all the way back in their spawns. Dynamite comes out from any blade. Oh my god. And Sparkle just going crazy with his Dragon Blade. Dynamite on top with the blade. Call that T-Boo's Blade and Longsword. And, well, look at that. Dallas Fuel end up completing with time in the bank, Matt. 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Yeah, not just a little bit amount of time. Yeah, really good amount of time, right? You know, 2:04 is pretty significant in the time bank. So we'll see, you know, now that we've kind of got Edison on the Ash to mirror what Hisu's been doing. It's definitely evened up the odds a little bit, and Edison played quite well there.
Yeah, it feels like they wanted to stay away from the Sojourn comp now. Hisu just had the better of Edison every single time Edison was on the Sojourn. But it's also kind of a little bit map dependent too, but Edison looking great on the Ashe so far. Decent defense from Toronto Defiant, and I like their pacing, Matt, I will say. Their ability to just kind of always go in, like Chorong especially, like he was super far up on that Lucio a lot of that time in the hangar phase, and then although was kind of doing the same thing. Oh, this will be Sparkle's Blade at the very end.
Ooh, dash straight through, yeah. He gets, yeah, I mean, that's
nothing you can do
there.
And we'll see how they end up doing on the offense now.
We'll see if they like to use you know, no Symmetra style TP here at the start. They're just gonna play with the Ashe. Actually go around this left side here. What are we gonna do? See in here, we're gonna
Jesus.
Nice reflect there.
Yeah, who shot that reflect? Like everybody shot the reflect. Easy almost died to that
Got
one.
insta-killed, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been embarrassing. That would have been the blame the team moment. Oh, Charm. It's unfortunate. Oh, wow. Although gets taken care of by Sparkle. Nice little defense there from Sparkle, in fact, trying to protect Eddie.
Yeah, and interesting that Dallas, they play this defense with like Sparkle up on the high ground here, kind of provide a little bit of a crossfire. It's almost like he's a little bit of like a distraction in a way, right? Like you kind of see Sparkle off on the side on his own. You know he's going to be able to kind of get out with the dash himself. And look at this, Hanbin's actually taking that spot as well. So you have the entire Dallas Fuel team up here on this perch now.
Sparkle's pretty low, doesn't need healing. Hisu just getting bullied into his spawn. Like the rest of his team are on the payload right now. It's a 4v5. And Hisu just needs an angle, but it's proving a little bit harder than he'd imagine. Dallas Fuel taking that in kind. Like, Hisu is still behind them, mind you, so it's actually a 4v5 in the car wash right now. Both the supports and the Toronto Defiant are pretty damn low, and now they are just dead. Filter does end up falling, but, I mean, the resets and the AoE from the Junker Queen, I mean, it's just too good in those situations.
And what we talked about is, like, those brawlier fights. That's where the Defiant have fallen short. Where the payload is now, that's all you're going to get, right? You're going to get these brawly type of fights unless there's kind of some pickoffs from Hisu up in the high ground that allows you to push that payload all the way through this underpass.
Oh, those are almost dead already. God damn, both Genjis. They always get focused down early on. Early rally, nice knife pull on Choron. Does end up backing up, but look at the health bars falling. Hopper, no like instant burst heal either with these supports, so it's hard to help someone get back up to full HP if they end up going down pretty low and the enemy team has good focus. Toronto Defiant with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Have struggled getting under this bridge.
So, I mean, they've kind of introduced the Dallas Fuel. They were like, hey, we're going to play Ashe. We're going to win Midtown. It's like, okay, well, watch this. We're going to do something similar. So, and now with the Dallas Fuel, you have your beat here for like maybe you kind of trade your beat for like 2 support ultimates on the other side. That's always a possibility here.
Yeah, both support ults for Toronto. Got Blade, got the Bob, like maybe you got Rampage the next buy, but Dallas Fuel have been rather conservative with their ults too. Have only used that rally. So we'll see how aggressive Dallas Fuel want to take it. They got to know that it's almost a 5-stack of ults here for Toronto. There's the rally start the fight from Twilight. And Dallas Fuel willing to, yeah, just, that's fine. We'll just play safe right now. Yeah. Your rally's going to fade away momentarily, and now you're going to have to try and make a different play. There's the beat to counter the Blade. The Bob's also going to come out. The payload's moving back, and Harbin just unleashes another huge rampage, taking care of Twilight. The Bob, yeah, still doing a little bit of damage to the Dallas Fuel, but nothing they can't handle. There's 40 seconds to go, and okay, Twilight's now on the Ana to try and make something work, but they're going to need something. I mean, Matt, this is an absolute stomp right now on first.
Yeah, this has not been great here from the Defiant. It seems like Dallas now just trying to like, not trying to, just beating them at their own game. You know, you introduce this kind of composition into the mix, you start to have some success, and now once it gets mirrored, you're not able to do anything against it. As you know, Bob in the mix here, Rally, Blade. What are you looking at here? You know, you have this sleep dart, right? You need the sleep for maybe the Bob or the Blade, one or the other.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have it for both.
And that's if you even hit the Blade, to be fair. All right, someone's touching from Toronto, but it is Hopper. So the Dallas Fuel do have an opening. Edison goes pretty low. There's the rally. Rampage comes out, hits Sparkle and Harmbit, but Twilight's already dead. He's not a brig, he can't run away, and both the supports down to Sparkle's Blade. And I think this might just be it. The Bob doing a fair bit of work still, but yeah, Edison doesn't need it. He's still a crack shot. The Dallas Fuel, they're going to hold first on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Toronto Defiant go down a map, and now Fuel on match point.
Yeah, and you think now, in the overall series, right? Dallas, they dominated Busan, map number 1. Dominant here in Gibraltar. Midtown is the one that the Defiant were able to pull out. And even that one, right? You know, kind of, they're able to pick off Hanbin at the end, but that one is not easy. Really need to see the Defiant kind of come up with maybe whether it's a solution to this Ashe setup or just maybe a little bit more of a sense of urgency with how important this match is.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We've got map number 4. It's going to be push. I mean, look, it's just how Gibraltar goes. You either cap first, and then you cap second and then third, or you get held up first. Like, that's just it. That's just how it is. That's just a problem. We're going to jump to Coliseum as the next map after this break. welcome back. We have the Fuel taking on the Toronto Defiant. With Fuel up a map now. 2-1 in the series, sitting on match point. Sparkle being, yeah, he's awake. Don't worry. He's making sure he's alive and well. Yeah, Gibraltar was a full hold for the Dallas Fuel map.
Yeah, it was not a great offense from the Defiant. Going into push, Coliseum, some longer sightlines allows for some of that Ashe play, but Edison played quite well in that last map, right? Even like outplaying Hisu at times. I think just like once that aggression starts to come in and you get those fights in the neutral, I think if Hisu's not that like huge impact, I think a lot of that's going to go Dallas's way. So I'm pretty worried about the Defiant going in this map.
We're going to Coliseum. Now this is the map that we saw the infinite stall by the Shock. Are we going to see 2 minutes and 40 seconds of no gameplay again? Or
I'm going to tell you exactly how long.
Okay, go on.
It's going to be a minute and 42 seconds before we see it.
A minute and 42. I'm writing this down.
Put it down. A minute and 42.
And 40.
Once we get past a minute and 42, it's fair game.
Okay.
The first
I like
142.
Yeah. And then a kill's going to happen. Who's going to get the kill?
Yep. Kill's going to happen.
Who's going to get the kill?
It is going to be Sparkle. And
Sparkle's going to get the kill, okay.
Yep.
Sparkle,
he's take
first
out
kill. Got you.
Twilight.
He's going to take out Twilight, wow.
Yep.
Okay. This is a...
This is not a guarantee. This is not in the realm of the Defiant making the Titans making the Showdown. This is
not a Matt guarantee.
A little bit of a shot in the dark here, you know.
Right. Yeah. Well, I like.
I don't even remember how much time did I say? A minute 42 or a minute 47?
So you said you said a minute and 42. So the clock will have to be.
Yeah.
The clock will have to be 8:18.
I like
and
it.
then Sparkle
I like
will kill
it.
Twilight.
I'm going with it. I believe.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not backing down.
Make sure you count along with us at home. You're not going to back down because she says it wasn't a guarantee. So it's a win-win here, really. Or like you don't lose anything. So
everybody in the chat just needs to spam the numbers in seconds all the way up until.
What? Just like a big countdown?
Yeah, like it's New Year's.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So you all have to count down from the 10 minutes to 8:18, 1 minute and 42 seconds, and then the first kill will come through, according to Matt. To Matt. We should start doing these, but for, like Preds on the desk, just like who gets the first kill. So like,
who predicts the series is like, it's just too easy, especially for people like Danny and I who never get anything wrong. Scott and Johnny need those easy predictions, right? But I think we've evolved. We've moved beyond that.
Apart from Danny predicted NYXL.
Look,
this morning.
I think Danny was just misguided by the others on the desk.
Oh, right. So he was kind of tricked because you weren't there.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that does make... Well,
my prediction's wrong.
That is... Could be further from the truth.
That was fast.
I mean, that was quick, but you did get Sparkle finding the first blood, but it wasn't Twilight. It was the other support. True. So, you know what? You're like...
70% correct.
Exactly. And that's all you need. So there you go, everybody. To be an analyst on the Overwatch League, you just need to be about 70% correct most of the time. And, yeah, there you go.
70% correct 100% of the time.
Exactly. The math checks out, honestly. But, all right, well, with Sparkle's first blood, the Dallas Fuel are off to a decent start. But
I can't believe how fast that was.
Like, it was a reflect. It surely was a reflect.
Yeah, it was. It had to have been. I was going to say, they couldn't have, like, gotten to an engagement any faster. For how fast it had to have been like a deflect from Hisu, you would think, right? Like, damage coming down. Yeah, that was. Here we go. This is what I was kind of expecting. Yep, I'll stand and hit the button. I'll run away. You hit the button.
All right, we're back.
Kind of back.
I'm waiting for that 8:18. Does Sparkle get a kill at 8:18? That is the question. No, he gets Chorong again, somehow. Chorong a little bit too far up. There we go, a hit by someone else. And then Sparkle finishes the kill. All right, Dallas Fuel off to a good start.
This is what you kind of worried about with, so, like, we have seen teams in the past, right? You can play like Hanzo here, we've seen, in the thing, but...
Okay,
Did he just kill him at the exact time?
He killed him. He killed Twilight. Sparkle killed Twilight at 8:18. Sparkle killed Twilight at 8:18. Matt was correct. Not necessarily about the first kill,
just missed
but
the first kills.
Dude,
I swear this isn't pre-recorded. Sure. So we were seeing teams play like Hanzo and some other like long-range hit scan on this map in the past, but with how much speed there is with these comps, like you can just get run down pretty quick, which is why, this Ash, I don't know if it's going to work out here. I mean, you just see the tempo that Dallas is able to play at, right? So fast, get in their face. It's difficult for Toronto to like respond.
I mean, yeah, they just can't. They threw the Bob in there to try and get a little bit of contest and maybe stop the Chio beat from being anywhere decent, but the Dallas Fuel's tempo is just insane. And look, they might even get butt scratch mode here. Toronto Defiant is super far away.
Yeah, and I mean, if they challenge, they have the blade in their back pocket, right? A rally from Twilight. This is really, kind of like move back. Yeah, you can use your rally. It's gonna last way longer for the Fuel here.
Blade from Sparkle. Already pulled it, tried to force the support out, but little do they know, Toronto Defiant don't have another support ult to contend with, so...
I don't know if it was that. I actually think a little bit of a meme, but almost a little bit of a zoning blade. As you're able to get some more progress with the bot here around the corner.
Speaking of zoning blades, jeez. Although got forced into that corner, had to receive heals while he was trying to deflect. Twilight ready for Sparkle. The Rampage from Hopper should seal it. Yep, Harbin and Shio antied, and there you go. The bot has been stopped.
Let's see, now Toronto's got a large hill to climb here, Jack. 84 meters for the Dallas Fuel. Toronto, this next fight is going to probably kick off like mid-map, right? Where you got all of the kind of brawly different compositions here set up. It's going to be tough, I think, for Toronto to win this fight.
Well, let's see if Dallas Fuel just want to go aggro. They know Toronto Defiant don't have that Rampage, so Hanbei can put himself in a nice position. Oh, the beat from Chorong. Just a little bit too late. Twilight ends up going down. Toronto Defiant at least can kind of kite back now, but without DPS, without support, you have to give up so much room, and you're even going to get staggered a little bit here too.
And they've already gotten the, that forward spawn, right? So they're not going to have the bot stop there again on this go-around, and you're going to have both support ults here. This is in the range of Dallas Fuel potentially getting like a full map completion. In the sense that, yeah, look, I mean, you're going to get the bot with the barrier to the bend here on this top of the bridge, and the Bob here would be like easy to displace, right? There's a lot of spots you can like boof or knock the Bob. You're gonna have to
dynamite
make something happen here. Yeah,
it's nice. That Bob's in a decent position too. He's going to get a little bit focused, but still pumping out a lot of damage. Dallas Fuel have to use both support ultimates to try and push themselves over this bridge. The Toronto Defiant playing a little bit back. Rally up in 10%. They can hold here for the Dallas Fuel to maybe make a misplay, but it's looking a little bit the other direction, to be honest. Twilight and Hopper dead, although has the blade. If he pulls it now, it'll be a little bit of a waste considering the casualties on the Defiant side.
He's just trying to buy time. Stop that bot from moving forward. Just buy as much time as possible. You're going to come off spawn here. You're going to have a rally. You're going to have a blade as well. We'll see, though. Like, it's going to be difficult because you can't, like, preemptively use the blade because there's so much speed from the Fuel that they're going to be able to, like, disengage, right? So you're going to have to play pretty aggressive if you're Aldo to get in position to use this.
Oh, there's the blade. Harbin, look at that massive axe swing. He's getting taken pretty low. He got healed up a fair bit from his adrenaline rush there. I think he hit 2 or 3 people with that axe.
It looked like 3, yeah.
Yeah. It is a substantial amount of healing. If you hit more than like 2 people, it goes kind of hard.
But ultimately, though, Jack, the state of the game has not changed whatsoever because we're just going to get back to mid-map, and you're going to have this same brawl again, and it's just going to result in the Dallas Fuel, like if they're able to win this, getting even more progress of their barrier. The Defiant need like 2-3 fights in a row here to get this one back, within a winnable state.
Well, they got a beat and a Rampage to do it with. 3-man. Sparkle, Harbin, and Shio in trouble. Edison's still going to use that overclock. Sparkle does end up bleeding to death. No one there to resuscitate him, unfortunately. Dallas Fuel, they've lost one, but still willing to fight. If Edison can find a nice little cheeky right click, they might be good. In fact, Hisu ends up going down. Hisu's positioning super aggressive, but the Toronto Defiant kind of use him as bait, and they're walking up and taking care of them. But another gigantic rampage, this time from Hanbin. Charong and Twilight, as soon as your supports are hit by that rampage, you have little to no help left. 3 minutes to go, Matt. 116 meters for Fuel, and they have a blade.
Yeah. You can play so free as well if you're the Dallas Fuel, because as you obviously spend more ultimates in some of these fights, the Defiant are in such a dire situation, but they need to as well. And worst case scenario is, maybe you kill a player later or so, and you come back into the Dallas Fuel, you have a player advantage because the spawn is so far. Just a massive advantage getting this amount of progress early.
All right, Bob comes out, but Sparkle has already made a mincemeat of Defiance. Yeah, Hisu trying to get some space and just time to himself. That's what you want as an Ashe, just space and time to do as much damage as possible, but Dallas Fuel making that an impossible challenge.
So now come down to the wire. Thought this was one that it looked like the Dallas Fuel could potentially get all the way to the distance as Twilight gets really low.
Oh, Sparkle again, dude. He's been his arch nemesis this whole series, it feels like. Twilight not really aided by the rest of his team as they had to go for this touch. Sparkle finds 4 kills in the fight, and the Dallas Fuel will end up capping the points and taking the series 3-1.
A really strong performance from the Dallas Fuel. Toronto, they had to adjust a little bit throughout that series. Playing that Ashe really gave the Dallas Fuel some trouble. The Dallas Fuel able to adjust, pick up the Ashe of themselves. Edison played that quite well. It's, I feel like the last 2 maps, though, I don't know what it was. The Defiant, they either ran out of gas or something, because map number 2 they really played them close. These last 2 though were not that.
No, they really weren't. It was just all the Dallas Fuel. Honestly, Matt, I'm still thinking about your clairvoyance.
My what?
How the hell did you know Spark was going to kill Twilight at exactly 8:18? And now I'm more inclined to believe that you are right about your Titans prediction. That's a bit weird.
Titans are making the Summer Showdown. I don't know who is going to join me on this this journey to Western Canada. I think I may have convinced Scott. I think Scott's on board.
Okay.
Maybe Danny as well. Johnny's just a hater. Johnny's just a hater. He ain't jumping on board. But I tell you what though, the next few matches, Defiant, I mean, they are must wins, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you want to make the Summer Showdown, a loss here. You also think too, right? The game against the Titans goes to 5. You could be in a worse spot. But I mean, they're all must wins here from here on out.
Yeah, we'll see if Toronto Defiant can bounce back and make it to that homestand. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we're going to show the player of the match. The Dallas Fuel end up taking the dub, and who was a lead in the charge? It's going to be Edison for this match. I mean, his Sojourn, yeah, it looked pretty decent here, but as soon as he switched to that Ashe, that was an insane performance.
Yeah, it was interesting. I thought for the Dallas Fuel this series, I think Sparkle obviously went crazy at the end there on Coliseum, but I thought Edison was their most consistent player all throughout. I think the Sojourn in map number 1 definitely was a huge difference maker, right? Able to get first picks consistently in fights. Coliseum here towards the end, I thought it was really strong, but then able to play the Ashe on Gibraltar, which looked like a map that after Midtown, right, that the Defiant were going to be able to use that comp, maybe take advantage of. Edison shut all of that down, as he played quite well on that map on the Ashe to really neutralize what Hisu was doing.
I mean, Summer's Showdown qualifiers, Dallas Fuel looking like one of the better teams, still back-to-back W's for the squad, and they're, couple of matches away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in Toronto. We'll have to wait and find out if that ends up working out. Matt, do you want to give a random pred? No, I just want you to make predictions for everything in the Overwatch League that's going to happen in the future.
I'm going to save mine for the next time I'm welcomed back to the truck.
Oh, okay.
I know Danny's been lobbying hard for me over there.
Yeah.
So next time I get back to the truck, we'll incite some chaos. I feel like
incite some preds, incite some chaos. I like it. All right, that's it from me, Matt. right here, right now. But the desk are going to break down the rest of the day just after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Edison from Dallas Fuel for the post-match interview. Edison, congratulations on the win now. 3-1 victory. for the Dallas Fuel, you guys looked dominant, but you guys did drop a map, Midtown, on this series. So I want to ask you what happened in Midtown. 자, 첫 번째 질문 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 굉장히 좋은 모습을 전체적으로 달라스에서 보여주신 것 같은데 미드타운에서 아쉽게 그 맵은 그 세트는 지게 되셨는데요. 거기서 지금 어떤 문제점들이 있었나요?
미드타운에서 좀 아까운 게 저희가 템포를 잘 잡아서 상대를 먼저 치고 들어가는 플레이를 많이 하는데 애쉬 상대로 이제 좀 정신을 못 차리면서 대치만 하다가 게임이 져서 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
All right. Midtown, I think things were going great for us. We definitely had the tempo. We were at a very fast tempo, and really we were sort of carrying out each team fight. But I think it was the opponent's Ashe that really caught us off guard. We had to sort of deal with Hisu or the Ashe, and I think that's what burned a lot of time, and that's how we lost that game on Midtown. Now, I mean, you guys did drop the map, but at the end of the day, you guys were the winners of this whole match. And now with this win, you guys already have three wins in the stage. So, Edison, how confident are you that you guys could sort of, keep this going until the Summer Showdown tournament? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 이제 뭐 그 한 맵은 아쉽게 패배를 했지만은 끝에 가서 승리는 달라스 팀이 이기게 되셨는데요. 지금 오늘 승리로 인해서 벌써 3연승을 하셨는데 이 좀 모멘텀을 계속 토너먼트 때까지 가지고 갈 수 있다는 자신감이 있으신가요?
지금 메타가 되게 저희한테 만든 메타이기 때문에 뭐 다른 메타가 오지 않는 이상 저희가 아마 되게 좋은 성적을 거두지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
All right. I do believe the current meta right now, it really suits our style and is really good for us, the Dallas Fuel. So unless there are drastic changes into the meta or in the composition, I do believe that if there's no change, then we will keep bringing out good results. All right, Edison, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다. Bye bye.
Thank you.
The Dallas Fuel, they continue their Summer Showdown Qualifiers win streak. 3 in a row now after taking down the Toronto Defiant in a 3-1 fashion. I mean, they're just menacing at this point. They're just scary good team.
It's giving me like kickoff Clash vibes. You remember when they found that Xayah Reaper composition? You're like, that's going to be a problem for a lot of people to deal with. Like, that's the vibes I'm getting. Hunbin and Edison are very comfortable right now and playing at the highest level. They're going to be a dangerous team. If you're the Gladiators or the San Francisco Shock, that's the team that you're eyeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were just like in complete control on that Colosseo. Like Toronto Defiant, they tried to fight back and they just couldn't get like consecutive team fight wins. It was just so brutal. They're actually going to, dominate the stage again. It's going to be ridiculous. But recapping this match, of course, I mean, Toronto Defiant, you can't expect to win this one. They're still 2-1 this stage. We want them to make their own homestand. They got a couple of winnable matches coming up as well, so it's not all over.
Bump in the road,
Bump in the road. There are a few things to improve upon here, Costa.
Yeah, and that's sort of it. Like, I don't think you can look at this one too closely. This is more of a learn the lessons and move on. In this first map, it's just Hisu was just struggling to stay alive. Just getting picked time and time again, and just it looked really messy. And I was a little worried that the Toronto Defiant maybe regressed from what we saw from them last weekend. But they came here on Midtown and they showed that they do have the ability to play their own pace. There was just some things like, it was just weird mistakes, like Hopper's rampages on this map.
Not great.
Were just questionable to say the least. But there were good moments, there were highlights. Edison just said Hisu was a problem for them to deal with on this map, although looking comfortable on the Genji. There were definitely some good things to take away, but those last two maps really just got away from them. Every time it felt like they were getting traction, someone would go absolutely crazy. So, good signs if you're a Dallas Fuel fan. As we talked about, they look to be very comfortable, and Toronto Defiant, definitely a bump in the road.
Definitely a bump in the road indeed. Now, I got a bit of a cheeky question here for you.
Oh,
and I love it. I love this question. It's going to be great. Okay, Dallas Fuel, not great last stage. They struggled to adapt to the meta. They couldn't really find their groove. I feel like one thing in common between the kickoff clash and this one, and you already hit on it, is Hanbin.
Yeah.
That's looked amazing, right? Should the Dallas Fuel sort of like, I don't know what the best word to use is, maybe not abandon, but move away from Fearless on like a new level and just fully commit to Hanbin. Imagine like Hawk, you know? Hawk for the Atlanta Reign, just like, okay, just play Winston. You know, like, sorry, we're not playing Gator anymore. We're just gonna play Hawk, Winston, maybe pick up the Ryan sometimes, like Piggy, Reinhardt for Houston.
Doing it?
Yeah, but you know, on another level.
He's saying to
Hanbin,
he's saying just
What does a
full
new
send.
level?
He's
Okay,
saying
full
like
send.
he's like
Oh.
Fearless. It's time to go away. it's time to. And I'm like, I know where you're coming from, and you know, Hanbin doesn't play those dive heroes, but I agree with you. They play better with Hanbin in the roster. He does seem to be the mastermind of how they want to play. They just haven't been able to make the dive style. They need Fearless on that roster in case we do get to a ball or
Moral
a Winston
support?
meta. Sorry?
Moral support?
More, he can be there from the sidelines. Let's go, Dallas. I don't know. I agree. They should stick with Hanbin for a while. And as time goes on, we are going to see teams have to make a choice, right? And the same thing with the Shanghai Dragons. You can't keep flipping people in time and time again. You're going to want to stick to one like Hawk is for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, and I don't want this debate. I mean, obviously, it's a very fun topic, but I don't want this debate to turn into like, Fearless is bad. He shouldn't play. No, Fearless is amazing. He's like one of the best main tanks you have in the league. But I just, you know, the wins and losses, they don't lie.
Yeah.
They struggle to find like their groove with Fearless playing the 5 versus 5 tank, most notably last stage. And with Hanbin, it just seems like they're their natural selves. Like, of course, Junker Queen, off tank hero, Zarya, off tank hero, and that is Hanbin's specialties, right? So. You know, it depends on how you look at this debate, but I think it's an entertaining topic.
Yeah.
Because tanks are very important.
You're just trying to get people to go at me by saying Fearless.
How
dare you? Johnny throws a question at me. It's like, do you think Fearless should be dropped from the Dallas Field? Go.
I didn't say dropped. I didn't say dropped. Hey, he can still stick around. You know, it's like Piggy. You know,
He's not on that team anymore.
Yeah,
Though. They just dropped.
You don't have to go that far. You know, Piggy could have still stuck around. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right.
It's been a very quick day here in the Overwatch League. We, of course, expected lots of map 5s and lots of action, but instead it was 2 3-0s that led into a 3-1, and here we are. But we've still accumulated some best of the days, picking out some of our favorite highlights from the day, some funny moments. So why don't I start it off? Sorry. Hisu, not great. This one, it's a bit of. I'm sorry that you have to see this once more, but it's so brutal. But it's still so enjoyable to watch. Bob.
Run, Bob!
Guys, I'm doing it. I'm going. Oh god. Oh no.
He trusted Hisu. He just full faith.
He takes the sign out.
You know what the funny thing is? That sign. You know what that sign says?
What does it say?
Says stop. That sign says stop in Korean.
Come on, we gotta see it one more time. Come on, bring it up one more time. We gotta see it.
Oh my god.
Can you spot the stop sign?
Yeah.
I need to see this.
He just red into the stop sign, bro.
Is there a stop sign here? I need to see this.
It's like
a red.
It's like in Forrest Gump when they don't know how to get him to stop running.
Right, it says stop. He's like, no, I will not stop.
That's amazing. I love that.
Oh, God.
I can't believe he ran a stop sign. that just takes it to another level. Oh, that's great. That's great.
I didn't even realize until now, rewatching it. I was like, oh.
Does he sue as like Bob's caretaker? Like, is he responsible for
He
the
is
crime?
100% liable for the actions.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like the cops are like, sorry, you're responsible.
Time
for
to go.
you know, you gotta stop at stop signs. Please stop at stop signs. Costa, what was your favorite of the day?
It's funny we do best of the days, and then there's nothing good about the ones that we choose. I got the good, the bad, and the ugly of the New York Excelsior versus the Vancouver Titans matchup. So we're gonna start. It's a good old Charlie Niner. Let's talk about this one. So New York Excelsior gets a little overconfident. If you get to within 3 seconds, if you don't touch the cart, you will not get the overtime wick. So, they're like, oh, let's regroup. This is the responsible thing to do. They're waiting for their Genji and Lucio, but they just never went back. They just never went. That's a bad C9. That's up there
That's
with.
bad.
Oh yeah.
That's really bad.
My favorite
you could
thing
see
about
it.
C9s is you get the two opposite sides of the spectrum. Look at King, he's popping off. And New York Excelsior is just trying to act like they don't know where they are. They're like,
No, look at Moss. Moss is like embarrassed for them. He was like, oh no, that's a C9. Look at him. Look at him. Like, yikes. You're like,
don't worry. Mira tried to give back a little bit. We were questioning whether or not this was going to be the greatest hold in history on
come
Watch Point
on.
with 0 meters.
The edge is right there.
Yeah.
It was right in front of you.
He had it until he didn't.
yeah.
It was a good.
I remember this one because I remember we were talking about how this could be the first ever like Overwatch League match where we would see 0 meters, and then it just did not happen because Mira just decided to just jump off a cliff.
God damn it, Mira. But yeah, no, that was some good entertaining parts of that match.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Costa said, you know, there's not it's best of the day, but you know, usually we don't do anything that's good. But hey, this is a rare one. I got a really good play from a good player, yes, and of course it's who else? Proper, Proper coming in with the 5K on Circuit Royale, and he just this guy. I think we just gotta watch him. Just slice and dice.
The dash resets. Oh,
This guy's,
yeah.
I mean, he's like, I mean, we said it in the show, but I think he should be MVP plus Rookie of the Year. He's just too good.
You know what my favorite thing about Proper when he gets 5Ks is he does that little jig.
Jumped it,
Yeah, he
yeah,
does that little dance
jumped
every
it,
time
yeah,
he gets a
yeah.
5K ace, and it just makes me feel happy inside. So
He knows.
he knows we're talking about him again. He's like, they're gonna
That's
talk
gonna
about me again.
that's gonna be the best of the day today. Yeah.
Well, that rounds us out nicely here for day 1, week 2 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. And of course, there's going to be some APAC matches because it's week 2. APAC is back. Woo! So we got more APAC matches coming your way overnight. Let's take a look at the schedule for your overnight matches. First up, it's going to be Seoul Dynasty taking on the Chengdu Hunters. The Shanghai Dragons look to maybe, you know, snag a win from the Hangzhou Spark that struggled last night. And then we have the LA Valiant taking on the Philadelphia Fusion. Anyone that stands out here?
I want to see Philly. I'm curious to see how good they're going to be because
Avril is not high on Philly.
Yeah, Avril's not high on them, and it's like they could be on opposite ends of the spectrum. I could see them being absolutely crazy in this meta, and I could see them being absolute dog water in this meta. And there's no middle ground of that. There is only 2 ends of the spectrum.
They are playing the Valiant though.
No.
Yeah, but it's the most Philadelphia Fusion thing of like they had a really good last stage. It's time to now disappoint the fans.
You guys gotta watch the Shanghai Dragons match.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna win it all.
It's at 4:30 a.m.
You guys gotta watch it.
Okay, we'll do a watch party. Okay, I'll see you guys at 4:30 in the morning. Okay?
Join me on Discord, bro.
All right. Well, of course, we got some Western region matches coming your way as well. We'll be doing a Watchpoint pre-show as usual, 11:30 a.m. PT. Please tune in. But the matches for tomorrow are going to be London Spitfire taking on the Houston Outlaws. San Francisco Shock looking to tie that regular season match streak record against the LA Gladiators. And then, of course, we got the Washington Justice taking on the Florida Mayhem. So I think all our eyes on the San Francisco Shock against the Gladiators.
Yeah.
But, you know, Houston, London Spitfire, Reinhardt compositions?
No,
I don't think it's gonna work.
I think they've put that one to rest.
Yeah.
You know,
No, they did say that they're gonna use it at least once every match.
Bastion?
Bastion. They played Bastion last time.
Bastion.
Honestly, you never know what you're going to expect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's at least for sure we know that Hadi wants to play Reinhardt. So, you know, never rule it out because they did play it last week, of course. So, you never know with the London Spitfire. It's going to be a bit of an unsolved mystery before we go in there. So
Plus they have Khan now.
Yeah, oh yeah, they have
Khan.
yeah.
Khan signed earlier today as well.
I don't think he'll play, but it's cool though.
What do you
We'll
know?
see.
Maybe we'll
Find out tomorrow in Overwatch League.
Why couldn't he play? A nice little addition. We'll be talking about that signing and more, of course, in tomorrow's Watchpoint pre-show. But that's going to be it for today. We thank you very much for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow, recapping the Eastern region matches and previewing the Western region matches. Okay, so, you know, tune into the Watchpoint pre-show. Come on!
Be
Come
there.
on!
Be there.
Come on!
You gotta be
Bye-bye.
Come on!
Come on.
Bye-bye.
Tune in!